times your income, which is the smartest, most affordable way to protect your family. The key is finding an independent broker who represents a ton of companies and works for you, not for the insurance company. This is exactly what my friend Jeff Xander and his team at Xander Insurance are all about. Xander is the real deal, and that's why they've handled all my personal insurance for over 25 years. I trust them, and you can too. Visit Xander.com for instant online quotes, or for a more personal touch, give them a call at 800-356-4282.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Los Angeles has become ground zero for protest over President Trump's immigration policies spreading across the country. ABC's Alex Stone is in Los Angeles.
There are 2 suspects who were charged with possession of a destructive device for when things were going down on Saturday in Paramount, and then one of them was here outside the federal building. They had Molotov cocktails in both of those.
And these protests not just in L.A., but other parts of the country like Chicago, Columbus, Ohio, New York, and Meriden, Connecticut, over the mass arrest carried out by the ICE agents. A nightly curfew imposed by L.A. Mayor Karen Bass helped to quell any clashes between the protesters and police overnight. The National Guard and active duty Marines are still in L.A., but Mayor Bass has said local law enforcement has been able to handle anything that has happened. In a news conference today, Mayor Bass also condemned the reports that military are accompanying ICE agents on their raids, which may overstep the boundaries of federal law.
I posit that maybe we are part of a national experiment to determine how far the federal government can go.
19 U.S. attorneys general, including Arizona's Chris Mays, released a joint statement today speaking out against President Trump's deployment of the California National Guard. The statement denounces actions from the Trump administration that aim to, quote, inflame tensions, and emphasizes the importance of communication between federal officials and state leadership. A Tucson rehab facility is being sued after a woman overdosed on fentanyl during her stay in September of 2023. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center to explain just what happened.
The wrongful death lawsuit seeks compensation for the mother, Nakia Walker, over the loss of her daughter, 25-year-old Taria Lewis. Attorney for Lewis's estate, Petoskey Bailey, alleges Buena Vista Health and Recovery Center's preventable failures in supervision and security led to Lewis's death.
Ms. Lewis was a valuable member of our community, and so we are making sure that, number one, this never happens again, but number two, that Ms. Walker is compensated for the loss of her daughter.
Lewis was given Narcan at the treatment center, but died at a hospital a week later. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
KTAR has reached out to Buena Vista Health. We'll bring you a response if we get one. Beware of a new text scam. ADOT is not after you for unpaid tickets.
This is a scam. It's another attempt on your phone to try to get you to give up personal information and money. It is an ADOT. We're not involved in that kind of thing. We just want people to know.
That's ADOT Steve Elliott getting the word out about people around the state getting text messages demanding payment for outstanding traffic fines.
It is understandable when somebody sees a text that says Arizona Department of Transportation, has a little credibility to it, and they'll call us to find out what's going on. So we're helping to head that off and ease people's concern.
Elliott adds a telltale sign the text is fake if it uses DMV, when in fact ADOT uses MVD, which is short for Motor Vehicle Division. John Roller, KTAR News.
Well, in case you hadn't heard the news yet, Brian Wilson, the Beach Boys visionary whose genius for melody, arrangements, and wide-eyed self-expression inspired Good Vibrations, California Girls, and other summertime anthems, making him one of the world's most influential recording artists, has died. He was 82. Wilson's family posted news of his death to his website and social media accounts. The eldest and last surviving of 3 musical brothers, Brian played bass, Carl lead guitar, and Dennis the drums. He and his fellow Beach Boys rose in the 1960s from local California band to national hitmakers to international ambassadors of surf and sun. Let's take a look at traffic now. Live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, here's Ballin Overstoles.
Yeah, Becky, we are seeing some incidents stack up on Valley highways. We have a crash in Tempe, Loop 101 northbound at Broadway Road. That's a new one that just popped up, and seeing delays back to about the US 60. Also in Phoenix, a crash I-10 eastbound at Litchfield Road. And in Scottsdale, crash Loop 101 westbound approaching, looks like Scottsdale Road. Slight delay to that, nothing too bad. And for the surface streets, we do have 2 crashes, and one in Chandler, crash McQueen and Pecos Roads. And back in Phoenix, we do have another crash 32nd Street north of Cactus. Otherwise, if you're heading off the Loop 101 westbound into the I-10 over downtown, as always for this time, expect some traffic. This traffic report brought to you by MistingMasters.com. Enjoy your backyard by installing misters or fog systems, 10% off or 1 year, same as cash this month only. Go to MistingMasters.com for full details. Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Well, today looks like another 108-degree day. Tomorrow as well, and 109 on Friday. And then there's that excessive heat warning and 110 on Saturday. Overnight low 82. Right now in Paradise Valley, we've reached 104 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
I'm glad that Becky Lynn brought it up. The passing of Brian Wilson.
Yes.
You know, Roundabout Roller, who was just hanging out long after his shift was over. That guy needs a life. So Roundabout Roller was giving me grief earlier because he said, "You probably don't even know who that is." You know. And
what?
Yeah, he was terrible. He's a horrible human being, and not Brian Wilson.
He's deceased.
Roundabout Roller.
Yeah. Oh.
And I first of all, Pops didn't have too many records, but he had the Beach Boys.
Mm-hmm.
He had the Beach Boys and he had Led Zeppelin. Those are the records I found in Pop's collection growing up. So I had the Good Vibrations album on repeat. I used to dance around to that in my underwear when I was 5 years old. I love that stuff.
My goodness,
Yeah.
a vision we didn't need. But
So then
okay.
my first full-time radio gig was as a morning host on an oldies station. And we put together a station trip, and we went and we saw the Beach Boys, and he was still singing. And I have to tell you, he sounded as good in, I guess this would have been 2002, 2001, something like that.
Wow. As the 60s?
Yeah. He sounded just as good. And I mean, he was still hitting those high notes. And I mean, he sounded great. And so I did actually get to see him in concert. I'm very excited to be able to. I don't go to a lot of concerts. So a lot of these people, I'll never be able to say, saw Taylor Swift. No interest in going to that one. But I went and saw the Beach Boys, and that was kind of exciting for me.
You watch a lot of TV.
I watch a lot of TV, but I don't go to a lot of concerts.
Yeah.
But I did that one.
But
so.
to me, they're iconic. The
They
sound is
are.
iconic. The songs last. I bought my children the Beach Boys' greatest hits because they're fun. You know, all those things. And so,
Yes.
of course, they know who they are.
You wanted them to be able to dance in their underwear, right,
I
Becky?
did. You're
Mhm.
right. So everybody should know the Beach Boys.
You make a great point. Their sound was not only different, it was almost its own genre.
Right.
Right? Kind of that Southern California beach sound.
You called it the surf sound.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the surf sound.
absolutely.
Yeah, really good stuff. Anyway, that's too bad, the passing of Brian Wilson. Speaking of Southern California, you see, News Nation just had the headline that ICE is now raided a church.
Yeah, things that are
Southern California.
Speaking of things that are too bad, too.
You know, we had heard well, they're not going to go into the churches, they're not going to go into the schools. Well, now they are. And I have to wonder about the tactics that are going on. Is this intentional? The churches are where they're hiding, so we have to go get people who are here attending church because or is this meant to inflame things? And I want to get into this a little bit later too, because if the intention is to inflame things, because the more headlines there are, the better it seems to be showing as far as approval ratings for President Trump. But there comes a point. I want to talk about that point a little bit later on today. One of the worries I have, of course, is whether or not we're going to see some of the protests erupt here in Phoenix. We've seen them Chicago. We've seen them New York, right? There are protests that are now going from peaceful protests to engaging with law enforcement in that area, just like we've seen in Los Angeles. And I worry about what's going to happen in Phoenix, and that really came to light yesterday in Peoria. If you're unfamiliar, it's been a story that Becky Lynn was talking about, and the Peoria mayor was on with the boys about Spoken yesterday as well. So Homeland Security investigations were trying to serve a warrant for a drug charge.
69th Ave in Peoria.
Okay. So they show up. The Peoria PD is there to offer support to try to make sure that Homeland Security is allowed to do their job to go get the drug trafficker, and somebody, I think it was also an investigation into human smuggling. And so they were basically setting up a perimeter so that HSI could go do what they do, right? And then protesters went, ICE is here. And they showed up. And then they started. It wasn't. But it's kind of a fine line between Homeland Security investigations and ICE. Kind of in the same, their jackets might be different, but the paycheck comes from the same department, right? So I think there's a little bit of nuance there that goes on. But right now we're at that point where if you see somebody who's a federal law enforcement officer, people instantly assume that has to do with immigration raids.
Yeah.
And so protesters are not happy about this, and they're showing up, and somebody ended up getting hurt yesterday, and that ain't cool, man.
Cop ended up getting, looked like on video, kind of hit with some caution tape, something like that.
Yeah, but I mean, more than just, it wasn't just like he got slapped with tape. I mean, he got hit with a chunk of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of questions about what's going to happen. Are we just this tinderbox that's ready to explode? I guess I have to wonder, why didn't anybody say, whoa, this isn't what you guys think?
To the public.
To the protesters who are showing up saying, keep your hands off of our neighbors. And the law enforcement that's there, they know this is not an ICE raid. So how come nobody, and maybe, I don't know, maybe they were. But from the video I saw, it looked like they were going to go, you all have to back up. But I think they easily could have said, this isn't what's going on here is not what you think, and so there's no reason for you to get this worked up.
I'm with you. They should have done that. There's no good reason that they didn't, but I also think there's an inherent distrust of the government, of all politicians, of you and me, talk show hosts, the media. There is this inherent distrust that even if you tell people this is what's going on, this is what we're doing here, why are you lying? Why can't you tell us the truth?
That's true.
Why didn't you put this out ahead of time? You're right. They should have done it. I don't know if it would have made any difference.
It's funny. That is a human condition. That's a great point you make, because I think in many cases, and we've seen this play out, and it's not political. It's not left or right. It's whatever I want to hear.
Yes.
And so what happens is people say the more they don't tell us what we want to hear, the more we know that they're lying to us. Right?
Yeah, what's really going on?
What's really happening?
You just told me you're not ICE and that you're not out here to raid people.
So now I know you are.
Yeah, so maybe you're not today, but maybe you're surveilling and you're getting ready to.
Yeah. Well,
Why can't you just tell me what's going on?
Right.
I know
what's happening.
Since you're going to lie to me, I know. What's happening.
Local pro-immigrant groups want to avoid the violence that has erupted in Los Angeles. This is from, who's this from? Daisy Central. Ricardo Reyes, as the leader of Common Defense, a group of advocates for immigrants and undocumented people, said, I understand the anger that's coming from these people who just want to go and confront ICE and whoever is assisting them. But our strategy is to try to take that anger and point it in a more productive direction. We want to be able to point the camera and say the cruelty should be the story. The cruelty of this administration, sending ICE to arrest people just trying to earn a living, he said. But when activists clash with authorities, then the story becomes a violent mob waving Mexican flags is attacking ICE, and that is what we want to avoid. I could not agree with him more. And how many people did you hear when, in light of what we saw in Los Angeles, that were saying, why are they waving Mexican flags? If they love this country so much, if you love Mexico, go back to Mexico, right? And I've always said, I know why you're waving the flag. You're proud of it, right? That's your heritage.
Of course.
You're here because of work. You're here because of your family, but that doesn't mean you stopped loving the country you called home for most of your life. But it's not helping you here.
No, isn't that kind of what made us the melting pot? But you're right. It doesn't look good when you're in the United States and you're waving another country's flag. Doesn't matter if it's Russia, China, Mexico, Britain, anywhere.
Fighting against U.S. law enforcement. Yeah, no, it does not help the case at all. And so I think Reyes is spot on this. Kevin Robinson is a council member, and he was talking with Mike Broomhead yesterday, and he talked about what is really the key for Phoenix when it comes to dealing with protests and making sure they don't get out of hand.
The police department does they're reaching out to those groups. They've been speaking to them. The chief and I had a conversation yesterday. Dennis Orinder and I were talking about whether or not the Phoenix Police Department was ready for whatever protests we may be facing in the next few days based on what we see in Los Angeles. And he said, we're definitely ready. We're talking to folks. And that's the first step, the most important step in preparation for these types of events.
I think he's spot on. But let me also point this out. It doesn't really matter what you do.
Why is that?
Because in Los Angeles on Saturday, when protests when they erupted and there were some conflicts, that was in Paramount. The administration sent the National Guard to downtown Los Angeles. That would be like, we saw something happen yesterday in Peoria, so the administration says, we better send the National Guard to downtown Phoenix. Two different places. Same metro area, two different places. In fact, what happened on Saturday in the Los Angeles metro started in Paramount and then bled over into Compton. Not downtown Los Angeles. And the LAPD had been in conversations with the protesters, which is why the LAPD said, we don't want National Guard here.
Should point out with Kevin Robinson, he is former assistant Phoenix police chief, too. So he's got that law enforcement background. He knows what he's talking about. He's not just a city council member. But to your point, yeah, that's puzzling.
So,
why not send the reinforcements, send the troops to where the issue is?
This is what I'm facing. But
it comes back to what you said. What's the intention here? What's the motive?
Yeah, and even if the motive is let's get people off the streets who shouldn't be in our country, is this the most effective way? No, but it is the way that gets you the most camera time, which I think could be a problem. Our why today, why are the ICE raids, which are currently supported by a majority of Americans, why are they actually a liability for the administration? It's a tightrope. I'll tell you why that is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. President Trump continues to defend his decision to send National Guard members and Marines to the streets of L.A. as the demonstrations continue. Karen Travers joined Arizona's Morning News to provide some more insight after personally speaking with him on the current developments.
He said yesterday it can only go right by having the military. He said it de-escalates.
Local Los Angeles officials and the government of California disagree with President Trump's decision, saying it will cause more harm than good. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. 108 should be our high today and tomorrow, and climbing to 110 by Saturday. It's 104 in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Our why today, why is it the ICE raids, which are currently supported by the majority of Americans? The CBS YouGov poll came out, said 54% approve of how the administration is handling the immigration enforcement. And yet I'm going to contest that it's still a liability for the administration. And this has nothing to do with opinion on how it's done. This is just, I'm looking at this from an analytical standpoint. The displays that we're seeing on TV, these are about shows of authority. And what's happening is the administration they're coming in, they're saying, we have control. We have control over the situation. If you think you're going to protest your way into getting to keep things as status quo, you are sorely mistaken. And so a lot of people feel like things are out of control. The number of people who are in the country without documents is too many. They've been told that it's costing us trillions of dollars. Stephen Miller was quoted as saying it's costing us trillions of dollars. And so they go, this is out of control. We have to do something about it. So people support it. And they support that President Trump is saying, I'm going to take control of this situation. You're not going to dissuade me. But what happens when they lose control? See, protests, especially the ones that you're seeing in the news, are actually pretty confined. The stuff that's happening in Los Angeles is in basically a 3-block area. And I know it's easy to conflate vandals with protesters, although I'm not convinced that the people who set the Waymos on fire are the same people who started the day protesting ICE.
And the looters who are
breaking into the Apple
buildings
store
and stealing stuff.
They were not standing out there on Sunday afternoon in a black hoodie protesting ICE.
I'm with you. Yeah,
No.
I don't think they were.
Those are people who are opportunistic criminals.
Ne'er-do-wells.
Yes, exactly what it is. But it doesn't matter. We conflate it together. We go, oh, look, riots. This is protesters, right? So what happens, though, if we actually have protesters who start marching in multiple locations simultaneously? Right now, you can concentrate your 300 National Guards people. You can concentrate your 700 Marines who are on standby. They're not on location yet, but they're on standby. You can concentrate them on this very small 3-block area around the federal building, which has also got some of the other city buildings nearby. That you can concentrate them right there. Done.
One city in the country.
Right.
Easy.
Done. Now, you may have enough National Guard. Greg Abbott has called for National Guard in Texas because they have issues in Dallas. What happens when that happens in Houston? And then San Antonio? And then Austin? And what happens when it's not just one block in Dallas, but it's Dallas and McAllen and Plano and Denton and the other suburbs, or Houston and Katy and the other suburbs, right? And then what happens when it's multiple locations in each one of those places? We saw it happen in Phoenix where it wasn't even ICE, but protesters showed up in Peoria. What happens when something's going on in Peoria and Glendale and Tolleson and Avondale and Phoenix and Scottsdale and? And it happens in multiple cities, in multiple suburbs, in multiple locations. If protesters start marching simultaneously, which is being planned for Saturday, all of a sudden it overwhelms the law enforcement and the military apparatus. And that's when the efforts to clamp down on the protesters starts to look like a display of futility. And the administration that's trying to convey authority and control over the circumstances cannot afford to look like they don't have control over the circumstances. That's my first point.
Mm-hmm.
The next reason I think that this is a delicate balance for the Trump administration. I'm going to quote from Axios this morning. When the TV explodes with images of burning cars and lawlessness, Trump wins. But what about families torn apart or longtime neighbors yanked from their homes and taken away in handcuffs? That's when America's rawest views of immigration will be revealed. That was from Axios this morning.
Haven't we seen some of that?
We have. And which is why I started the show by telling you that there are reports now of ICE doing raids inside a church in Southern California. And I'm going to tell you this. We are fickle. We're so fickle. Do you remember when the war, Russia and Ukraine broke out?
Mm-hmm.
And we went, Viva Ukraine. We're not so much like that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the country is largely divided over Russia, Ukraine, whether we should be involved. We're like, it'd be great if Ukraine could do their own thing, but whatever. And some people are even like pro-Russia at this point. We are very fickle and we burn out very quickly. If the protests continue and the military is spread throughout the United States, we're going to reach a tipping point. And then all of a sudden you're going to have the small government Republicans that are going to have something in common with the protesters. They don't want to see the military in their streets. And you're going to have them start coming out and saying, our country was founded on self-governance, not on military personnel patrolling all of our streets. And that's when things are going to get dicey for this administration. Now, Trump will continue to have supporters who say we got to do whatever we can at all costs. But I do think you're going to start to see some divides, including on the middle of the road people. And remember, Trump said that he's going to send troops to any city that he deems at risk of riots or possibly even protests that he doesn't like, including Saturday's military parade in Washington, D.C.
And you feel like at some point, though, there will be a tipping point if there's dozens of cities where he has to send personnel to.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if they can't keep control over that. And then one final point that kind of dovetails on this, and that is one bad episode and public opinion is going to swing wildly. And we've seen this before. I want you to think of Kent State, okay? When you think of Kent State, you think of the Kent State shooting. You think of the National Guard shooting students. What you may not know is that the students were acting far worse than any of the protesters are today. But prior to that time, Nixon was saying, these students, these college students, these hippies, these liberals, they got to be stopped. Sends the National Guard. National Guard isn't trained to deal with crowd control. And so when they hear an order to fire into the air, which was meant to scare the students away, not everybody in the National Guard got the orders right, and they killed students. And when we think of Kent State, we don't think of all the unrest before the National Guard showed up. We think of the hell that broke out when they started shooting students. That's a bad situation. I feel like we're right on the precipice of something bad happening.
I really appreciate your prediction. I think it's very well thought out. I'm just not sold. Every time that I see Trump do certain things in the country. I really think more his first term than his second term. You think about Charlottesville, his comments on good people on both sides, what we saw on January 6th, and call it protests, insurrection, whatever you want to call it. Every time I think things will go poorly for Trump, he seems to bounce back. He seems to rebound. They call him, the Teflon Don.
Teflon Don.
He lost to Biden, then he beat Biden 4 years later. I'm profoundly saddened by what I see going on. I hate to see, whether it's National Guard or police clashing with protesters in the streets. To your point, I would think you don't lead a country by division. You lead by unity. That's what I think. And I don't see Trump doing that. I see him leading by division, by trying to divide people. I think he likes the cameras, like you were alluding to. He loves the cameras. I'd think that would be a liability to the administration. But
not this one.
It continues on every single time. I think the support for the president will erode when he does something, and that the tide could turn. But I continue to be surprised by what I see happen.
It just doesn't.
And I'm taking more of I'm honestly uncertain. I would like to agree with you that, hey, if we see protests break out in dozens of cities, we're going to see what you said happen. We're going to see the tide turn. I'm not sold yet because it always seems to work out for him.
One advantage that Valley cities have when it comes to dealing with the protests is seeing the mistakes that are being made in California. And we made mention of a Phoenix councilman who thinks he knows how to stop the protests from turning violent. You're going to find out his very simple and obvious solution that nobody else seems to want to try. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Put Amazing Arizonans with Mike Broomhead in your summer road trip playlist.
We've had Jerry Colangelo, the late Al McCoy, former Governor Ducey, former Governor Brewer, former Senator John Kyle. So there have been political people in there, but their stories and personal stories of success have been amazing.
Mike Broomhead sits down with some of the most interesting people who happen to live in our great state on the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
Anywhere really that you download podcasts, you can find the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
Amazing Arizonans is presented by Resolution Copper.
It's one thing to suffer from allergies as an adult, but it's really tough on kids. Sniffles, stuffy nose, yuck. And then you feel bad because you forgot to give them their allergy meds. All of that can be a thing of the past, thanks to Aspire Allergy and Sinus. They've helped thousands, including children, with their kid-friendly allergy testing and pain-free allergy drops. Schedule your appointment today while the kids are out of school. Go to aspireallergy.com. That's aspireallergy.com.
Leave it to Pat Hickey over at Peoria Ford to break the rules. It's the unauthorized factory Ford tent sale. You might have heard about employee pricing. Well, guess what? They got better than employee pricing going on under the tents right now at Peoria Ford. Over 1,000 cars to choose from. You can find out all the details right now at PeoriaFord.com. Remember, you buy your Ford anywhere other than Peoria Ford, and you paid too much.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel, walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpracticed your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A blown call at the plate?
Safe.
Frustrating. Spilling your nachos in the stands?
Aw, man.
Disappointing. Finding a scorpion in your home?
Honey, I need a little help in here.
Unnecessary. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control, the official service provider of the Arizona Diamondbacks in Chase Field. While we can't do anything about the nachos, we can definitely take care of the scorpions. Call 602 Blue Sky today and get big league pest protection for your home. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 12th annual Diamondbacks Race Against Cancer presented by Dignity Health Cancer Institute. The 5K run or walk is downtown at Chase Field on Sunday, September 28th. Register now at dbacks.com/race.
You know, you've heard me talking about advanced window products, but forget it. Don't even listen to me. Listen to this guy. Joey Flieger has been with Advanced for over 20 years. And Joey, I got to tell you, it's an honor to have you in here because I've been telling people about the Cardinal glass in your windows.
Yep.
Why? What makes Cardinal so special?
Well, number one, they're probably the number one glass manufacturer, in the United States, maybe even the world. I mean, they're huge. And the great thing is they're right here in Arizona. In fact, it's in Buckeye.
So it doesn't get any better than that. I mean,
they're like, if you ever been down there, they're about 5 football fields long. This place is huge. It takes you a quarter of a mile to walk to the front door.
So we've been telling people that when they call Advanced Window Products at 480-764-2002 and they order up 10 windows and get the summer special, get $2,500 off. I think it's a pretty incredible deal.
Number one, it's an excellent deal, first of all, because we are the manufacturer here in Arizona. And the great thing with us is we don't sell to window companies or dealers. We just sell direct to the public. Okay. And by doing that, you cut the middleman out of it. So you're already getting a great price. Now, to get an additional $2,500 off, and we're going to talk about that here in a second because I'm actually going to up it.
Oh, you are?
If they call during our commercial here between, I think we're on between 2 and 4.
Until 4, yeah.
Whatever. If they can call and schedule the appointment, we're going to give them $3,000 off 10 windows or more. But even more so, we're going to give them a free upgrade to what we call a 452 quad low E glass. This glass is manufactured. It's made specifically for the climate here. I mean, you look at if you're in your home and it's 100. Well, it's going up to what 110.
Yeah, we're close to 110
today.
this weekend. Yeah.
And you stand in front of that window and you got that 452 quad low E in there. Unbelievable! It will blow your mind.
All right, glass
on
upgrade.
How much cooler it is.
Glass, I think, Joey, you're the best. Glass upgrade and 10 windows. We're going to up that to $3,000 off, but you're going to have to call before the end of the show. Yep. 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002 for Advanced Window Products.
Now.
It's 2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Police departments all across the state are sharing results from Operation Safe Online Summer to help keep your kids safe. KTAR's Balin Overstoles joins us live from the News Center to tell us more.
Robert Berghofer will spend the next 17 years in state prison.
That's Attorney General Chris Mays recapping one of more than 70 arrests made since April for the operation, which aimed to find and prosecute child predators in Arizona. She adds,
"To those who would target Arizona's children online, let this be a warning. We will find you, and we will prosecute you, and we will protect our kids."
Investigators considered nearly 150 online tips and identified 25 victims who were being exploited. Live in the News Center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
We are less than a month away from the 4th of July, Independence Day, a holiday traditionally celebrated with hamburgers and hot dogs and fireworks. But ABC's Jim Ryan reminds us where most of our fireworks come from. China.
Organizations representing fireworks distributors, vendors, and professional display companies have gone to President Trump to ask for exemptions to the 30% tariffs imposed on Chinese fireworks. The industry fears that price hikes and supply chain issues will cut into their business this year. The American Pyrotechnics Association insists its request for an exemption isn't political, but, quote, rooted in economic reality.
A day after the Republican candidates squared off, the Democrats made their cases for the open congressional seat formerly held by the late Raul Grajal. Grijalva. The debate was moderated by KTAR's own Steve Goldstein, who joined Arizona's Morning News to talk about what surprised him the most after the debate concluded.
I'd say a lot less attacking than I expected to be. Even if it were subtle, they were all mostly on the same page.
You can find both the Republican and the Democratic debate on the KTAR YouTube page. The Tucson Federal Building may have a new name thanks to a bipartisan effort from 4 Arizona U.S. representatives to honor the legacy of the late Representative Grijalva. Representative Greg Stanton says renaming the building is a small but meaningful gesture, recognizing Grijalva's years of dedicated service and commitment to opportunity and justice for all. Time now for a check of the roads. Let's go to Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Unfortunately, we already have quite a bit going on the roads right now. North Phoenix, we've got a crash at the 101 eastbound at 64th Street heading into Scottsdale. In Tempe, there's a wreck at Loop 101 northbound. That's at Broadway. In Phoenix, another crash, I-10 eastbound at Litchfield Road. All these are slowing down right now. In Scottsdale, a crash at Loop 101 westbound approaching Scottsdale Road. And as for the surface streets in Scottsdale, there's a crash at Hayden and Via Linda. Another in Peoria at 83rd Avenue and Emile Zola. That is southwest of Thunderbird and the 101. And in Chandler, a crash at McQueen and Pecos Roads. Traffic brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
108 today is what we're expecting. Same for tomorrow and 109 on Friday. Right now, we're at 108 in Peoria. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
On air, online, on the KTAR News app, and you can watch and listen to the show on our KTAR YouTube channel. That's where you're going to also find exclusive interviews and reaction to the latest local and breaking news. Subscribe to the KTAR News YouTube channel today.
You didn't want to read the new memo on the YouTube channel?
No,
there?
we already did that. Oh, did you put a new one in there?
Yeah, it's a new.
Okay, I didn't realize it was new. All
yeah.
right, just as a reminder to promote YouTube, check out the sexiest voice on radio. That'd be me and Joe. Well, he's still working on it. All right.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yep.
I thought you were going to give yourself credit on that. I thought you were going to make me say you had the sexiest voice.
No.
That's what I would have done.
I know. That's not what I did. I gave the credit to you.
Pablo says we didn't even have to read that today, but you threw it in there anyway.
No, Pablo, we like to promote the YouTube channel. We love the comments that we get. We like engaging with the listeners, the viewers.
Joe, marketing with like a word?
We love our YouTube channel. Go on YouTube right now, KTAR News, streaming live all the time.
Do you know who I saw on the YouTube channel?
Who did you see?
Kevin Robinson was on with Mike Broomhead.
Former assistant police chief, the city councilman?
I did, yeah.
How about that?
So he was talking about if we have protests, if we have ICE raids in Phoenix, and we have protesters, how do we make sure that we don't end up on the news like Los Angeles
One
has?
thing is key.
Let's see what it is.
Yeah.
The Phoenix Police Department does an exceptional job at reaching out to these organizations and let them know you have a right to protest, but you have to protest within the laws. And we make it very clear that if you step outside of those laws or outside of those lines, it's not acceptable and you can be arrested. In most cases, you would be arrested. So the conversations have always gone on, and they're going on now. And it is, I think, a really good way for policing to move forward.
I think so.
So aside from eating the phone, it's all about communication.
It is. But I also think it's all about people doing what they set out to do.
Meaning
if you're a
law enforcement, government?
I'm going to put this on the protesters.
Okay.
Okay. So if you're a protester and you're there to peacefully protest,
yes,
yell, scream, whatever you're going to do, right? That's peaceful protest. When you cross that line, it becomes a problem. And I think sometimes people get undisciplined, and I think sometimes people have a different agenda. You may have leaders that say, do not become the story, right? Do not let the story become our behavior. Make sure the story is ICE raids on innocent immigrants, right? That's what the leaders want.
Yes, I have a question for you.
Go.
Is it the protesters' job to make sure, you were talking earlier about some of the ne'er-do-wells, the people who are setting Waymos on fire, the looters. Is it the protesters' job to make sure they don't do that?
No, it's the police's job to enforce the law. However, we're also talking about the court of public opinion.
Mm-hmm. And some people lump all of those people into the protester basket.
And I think you've got 3 different groups there. You've got law enforcement, and really, if you wanted to break that into subgroups, you've got local law enforcement, you've got federal law enforcement. I think you have protesters, and if you want to break that into subgroups, you've got peaceful protesters and protesters who lose their minds and start throwing water bottles. Because I do think there are protesters that are throwing water bottles and doing things that they shouldn't.
Okay, but that's still two separate groups there.
Third group, looters of opportunity.
So...
who are not part of the protest groups. They're not part of the law enforcement. They're just there because something's going down. How do I
see? Peaceful protester, radical protester.
Those are protesters.
But then you've got, the looters and
who don't care about what the protest is about. They just want to
cause problems.
Want to light the world on fire.
Or steal stuff.
Where I think when we get the radical protesters, this is where things can get ugly. Little history lesson here, my friend.
Oh, I love history lessons.
Do you know who fired the first shot in the Revolutionary War?
I'm not good at history. I'm going to say the Revolutionary War.
Yeah.
It's in the 1700s.
That is correct. Yep. So far, you're doing very well.
It's before 1865. First shot.
You want me to help you out here with a little bit of...
Can I get like a phone a friend? Give me like multiple choice or something here.
The
first shot. Okay. Are you saying, is it like the U.S. versus the British kind of thing?
That was the Revolutionary War, yes.
Right. So is it like who fired or a specific person?
Who fired the first shot?
And you want a person?
I want a person. I'll make it multiple guess.
Oh, I love this. Right. Yeah. Give me some choices.
Was it Patrick Henry?
Okay. I've heard that name before.
Samuel Adams. Ben Franklin. Or unknown.
Unknown.
Why did we get pimp music thrown in there? That's what happens when Pablo's in charge of the sound effects.
It's unknown.
Yeah. All right.
Am I correct?
Let me see if I got the right. Is it
unknown?
Hold on. Is it unknown?
Yeah! I got it right. Yes.
So what happened was during the Revolutionary War, somebody fired that first shot. Now there's speculation as to who that might have been, but it's all pretty well agreed that it was somebody who wanted things to pop off.
Yeah.
It wasn't peaceful protesters who were standing in front of the British military lines. It was somebody who said,
enough of this.
We're going to do something. Right. So I think when we talk about communication being key, you may have leadership that says, hold the line, right? This was Gandhi's thing. Hold the line. But you can't engage. But that doesn't mean that everybody's going to listen to you.
No.
And then when they don't, that's when things get ugly, and that's when everybody gets lumped into the radical protester bucket. Now, as long as Phoenix PD is communicating well with the leadership of the different protest groups, and then the leadership is communicating well with the people that are protesting and continue to communicate during the protest, you certainly reduce your chances of seeing things get too heated. Fair?
Fair.
All right.
Yeah.
Seems simple, you'd think, but not necessarily all that simple. All right, surely by now you've seen the aerial shots of the LA protests and you've noticed all the cameras. I mean, it seems like there are as many journalists as there are protesters. There is one other group there that outnumber the journalists. If you can stop scrolling long enough, you're going to find out who is adding to the crowded chaos next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Lifeguard Imaging in June is Men's Health Month. Lifeguard Imaging wants you to know that. Let me hit you with some tough truth for you guys out there. Heart disease and cancer, top 2 killers of men. Most of the time, you won't even feel it coming. 1 in 2 men going to be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime. And heart attacks, most are silent and deadly. Here's the thing, though. Lifeguard Imaging, they can detect heart disease, hundreds of forms of cancer, and more before symptoms even show up. They've got high-accuracy CT scans. They're fast, painless. They could literally save your life. I got my CT scan. The peace of mind that came with it, priceless. So much data in there. Oh, gosh, just the wave of safety, security, and knowledge that I had afterwards. I felt so good. Here's their phone number. Give them a call today, 602-483-4837, 602-483-4837, or visit lifeguardimaging.com. Right now, if you book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, as a first-time patient, you're going to receive a free heart scan. 60% of guys out there, they don't even go to the doctor unless something feels wrong. By then, though, it could be too late. And if you're a dad or a husband and you get sick, it's going to rock your whole family. Be the guy who gets ahead of it. Father's Day is right around the corner. Maybe this is a perfect gift for your dad out there. Forget about the socks, the ties, that kind of stuff. You know, if you're a dad or know somebody who is, give the gift that truly matters, the gift of peace of mind and a long, healthy life. Take the guesswork out of your health. Go to Lifeguard Imaging today, 602-483-4837. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The city of Phoenix has named 3 finalists in its nationwide search for a new police chief. Those chosen include law enforcement veterans from Arizona, Texas, and Georgia, each with decades of experience in large agencies. And the candidates will be speaking directly to residents in a public forum that's set for June 16th. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. We should see a high today of 108 and the same tomorrow, getting even hotter as the weekend approaches. Right now in Queen Creek, it's 103. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
Chris Merrill, along with Joey Flieger from Advanced Window Products, and we've been talking here about not only are we talking Cardinal Glass, best in the business, which actually is made here in Buckeye, right?
That correct. And again, we are the manufacturer here. Our factory's right in Tucson. We got a beautiful showroom there. If anyone wants to come down, we're at 1950 South 91st Avenue, again in Tucson. But the great thing about being the manufacturer, we have a model. We manufacture it, we install it, we warranty it for life. And that's everything. We warranty the window, we warranty glass breakage, and we warranty the labor.
Even the breakage?
Wow. Glass breakage.
Wow.
And the labor, but think about that.
That's all of it.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. And the thing is it gives people peace of mind knowing that, hey, look, if something happens down the road, all they got to do is make one phone call. There's no middleman to deal with. It's just you're doing strictly with us. It cuts the middleman out, makes the windows a lot more affordable, which is, with that special we have here, makes a big difference.
Yeah, Joey, you mentioned the special. It's 10 windows. You get $2,500 off. But as you mentioned, today until 4 o'clock, when you call 480-764-2002, you get another $500 off.
That's right. They're going to get
$3,000. Oh, my goodness.
$3,000 off, 10 windows or more. And we are going to give them a free upgrade to the what we call the 452 quad Louis glass, and that glass is made specifically for Phoenix. I mean, for the climate
valley,
here.
yeah.
I mean, because so hot it gets, and this stuff makes a huge difference. I was in a house the other day, so somebody had solar screens on there. You know, the black things.
Yeah.
I said, you won't need those.
Don't need them.
Not with this glass.
That's amazing. I mean, that is amazing. And I've seen these before, too. In fact, there's tests you can do where you're standing in front of it and you can feel. I mean, it's
unbelievable. I wish they could see in the radio. I could show you pictures. You know, but the other thing is, too, is there's a lot of homes out here. They still have aluminum windows. And there's a lot of people, they know they need them, they want them, but money says otherwise. Well, you know what? Hey, we finance it. And
great.
We have financing programs that will literally fit anybody's budget. We have low interest programs. We have zero interest programs. We have one at zero interest for 60 months. I said, but we just try to make it available and easy for everyone.
Joey Flieger, give him a call, 480-764-2002. Take advantage of that extra $500 off before the end of the show. That's $3,000 off 10 windows or more. 480-764-2002 with advanced window products.
You're never more than 15 minutes away from today's top news stories. Arizona's breaking news and traffic leader with Arizona's largest radio news team. KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
Happy Wednesday. Boy, it's been a long week. And it's only halfway through. The War Room convenes at 5 to debate all of this. Join us for a spirited exchange of views today at 5 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News on air, online on the KTAR News app. And remember, when you're on that app, you see that little microphone button at the bottom. Tap on that. That allows you to leave us a little feedback. Say something insightful, funny, crazy. We might even play it on the air. Joe will make fun of you, but I will respect your opinion.
Oh, but I will be the one who listens and ultimately judges if your comment is good enough for the Chris and Joe Show.
Wow, that's right. That's partnership there.
That's what we do.
Did you happen to see that at the protests in L.A.? You've seen those aerial shots, right? That are the ones from the helicopters that are like, look at all the protesters that are here. And, depending on the day, on Sunday you saw them out on the freeway. Yeah. Yesterday you saw them kind of near the federal building. And then I was seeing some photos yesterday, and it looked like there were more people with cameras than there were with placards.
Oh, especially today.
Yeah.
It seems that way.
Yeah, that's a great point. In fact, we were watching some TV footage today that was right out. That's Alameda Street that the federal building is on, and it was looking straight on down Alameda, and that's where you see the National Guard lined up protecting the loading dock of the federal building, which is where all the protests have been going on. And I didn't see any protesters. I saw the authorities lined up out there.
I think they're just kind of over it.
But then, or they're planning for later today. But then I saw just a row of satellite trucks from the TV stations. I mean, it was all TV trucks there.
CNN, MSNBC, the locals.
I noticed something else. And that was, they were doing a stand-up shot with whatever the reporter was and whatever the network. I don't know which network we had on that time. We flip around for those unfamiliar. And I saw this guy behind the reporter who was sitting down, and he was talking into his phone. And I thought, this guy's doing his own live shot. This goober is going to go, I'm on TikTok.
Yeah. You got to be on the YouTube and TikTok. You got to.
Oh, my gosh.
It's all about the clout, man.
It's all about the clout.
So you're a live streamer.
Yes. I'm an online creator.
So is he protesting, or is he just, hey, I'm here with the protesters getting my clout?
They say that there may have been more of the influencers and online creators there than there were journalists at the protests.
More than the protesters, too?
Not necessarily more than the protesters, but more than the journalists.
Okay.
And so I was fascinated by that because there's no check or balance to the content that they're putting out. So in many cases, you've got a right-wing influencer or a left-wing influencer, and they're going out and they're pushing their narrative.
Of course.
Right?
That's their right, yeah.
Of course it's their right, but there's no check or balance. So
they're just doing their thing. You sign up for their stream, you check it out, you're going to get their opinion.
Which I think is really funny because the people that are watching that are the same people complaining about news being opinionated.
Yeah.
So you may have reporters on the street. For instance, Erin Burnett was there yesterday. I didn't see her today, but she was there yesterday for CNN. And you're going to have people that are like, you can't watch her. She's a liberal. Well, who are you watching? I'm watching this guy, Cam Higbee. He's a conservative. So your issue is
No, he's not a conservative. He's telling the truth.
He's right, exactly. He's a conservative online creator. And I just thought that's really interesting that really your issue is not that you feel like CNN is biased. It's that you feel like they're not biased toward you.
Dude, more and more, it's just the truth is what you want to believe. That is the truth to many people, and that is the greatest threat, I feel, to our country. That it's not the truth, it's what you want to believe is the truth.
Remember when Stephen Colbert coined the term when he was still part of The Daily Show? He called it truthiness.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, that was a decade ago that he called it truthiness. And I was fascinated by that because I think he was right on the money on that deal, too. And so now what we're seeing is all these guys showing up and they're posting their own thing. And by the way, I brought up the conservative blogger, but that's not to say there isn't I called him a blogger. I don't know. Is he a vlogger, creator, influencer?
Streamer?
What they're doing, though, is also very interesting because it's very commercial. So I have to try to be here live. I have to try to paint the picture that you want to hear, truthiness, because then you'll watch my stream longer and I will get more influence, more clout, and I will make more money on this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, news now, especially when you've got independent journalists, quote unquote, online creators who are pseudo-journalists.
It's about numbers.
It's all about the dollars, isn't it?
Yeah.
People have complained about media for a long time being about chasing they're sensationalizing this because they want to make $1 on it or whatever else. My God, that's exactly what everybody is doing now. It's not even close.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we went from yellow journalism to just creating the story altogether. Forget it. Man bites dog. No, dog is monster. Right? I mean, that's what we do. We just make it up one more. Hey, you want to know what's going on with the economy? Forget the CPI, the PPI, the S&P, and the other abbreviated indicators. All you need to do is check your freezer and your underwear drawer. You're going to find out why the biggest signs are already in your home. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Chris, give me a number, 1 to 10. What are you feeling?
17.
No, okay, Chris, I was going to say that number 1 to 10 is how many miles I'm going to do tonight. Thank you very much, Chris. 17 miles
17.
You just signed me up for.
Yeah.
But you know what, Chris?
Can you do it?
Good Feet personalized arch supports in my shoes. 17 miles tonight. Okay. 100% can do it.
How long does that take you? 17
miles?
Yeah.
Well, if I'm going to run some of it, or am I just going to...
I'm asking you how long.
If I'm running 17 miles, I would say that would take about 3 hours.
Okay.
At my current pace. So thank you very much, Chris, for 17 miles you signed me up for.
I put it in the notes for tomorrow to follow up on
that
it.
may or may not happen.
Come on!
I was thinking 10, Chris. I was thinking 10. Let's talk about Good Feet, though, and their personalized arch supports. I used to have plantar fasciitis. It was awful. Now it's a thing of the past. You need to go to goodfeet.com right now. Book your free fitting and your totally free appointment for the Good Feet store closest to you, or walk in to one of their 5 convenient Valley stores: Glendale, Gilbert, Goodyear, Ahwatukee, and Scottsdale. If you have any ankle, foot, leg, knee, or back pain, you need to find out how Good Feet personalized arch supports can bring you significant pain relief in just 4 weeks. It's summer. It's the hottest time of year. Apparently, I'm doing 17 miles tonight since Chris said so. It's also the best time to take care of your body and make sure you're doing everything you can to feel your best. It doesn't matter if you just want to be, walking around the house and feeling better, or if you want to put big miles on your feet, running, walking during the early morning, late nights, weekends. Get to goodfeet.com. Book your free personalized arch support fitting today. Enjoy summer to the fullest. Get to goodfeet.com today. Good feet, good life.
Mike Broomhead.
Medical school morgue manager entered a plea in relation to allegations of stealing and selling body parts.
No. What? Like, how do they even find this out?
I don't know.
I bought a bad foot.
Yeah.
Who do I complain to? I want to see your manager? It only had 4 toes. Like...
Man, you guys are twisted. I thought I was sick.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Here's a scenario I think that we can all relate to here in Arizona. Driving down I-10, minding your own business.
and bam! A rock cracks your windshield. That could ruin your whole day, but take a breath. Rocks happen. I mean, we basically live in a pile of rocks anyway. Call or visit newvisionautoglass.com and see if you qualify to get up to $375 cash back. That's pretty much free money. Okay, so let's run down the checklist. Mobile service? Check. New Vision Auto Glass comes to you. Your insurance rates stay the same. Check. See, Arizona's a no-fault state, so if you're properly covered, no raising of insurance rates and no cost to you. And the best part, right after New Vision replaces your windshield, they'll give you instant cash back of up to $375. And that ends the checklist. Also, because you had a monkey wrench thrown in your day, New Vision Auto Glass wants to treat you to dinner. Every customer gets a free all-you-can-eat buffet voucher from the famous Brazilian steakhouse Rodizio Grill. So call 480-210-9090 or go to newvisionautoglass.com, a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on any new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1776 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with 1519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
We all like cash, right? No one likes clunkers. Paul Calvisi here, and this is where Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, they step in with cash for clunkers. Yep, trade in your old clunker AC and get $3,000 off a new AC unit right now. That's right, say goodbye to the clunker AC and say hello to cold, hard cash while it lasts. $3,000 off a new AC unit when you trade in your old inefficient AC. And let me tell you, that's one of the best decisions we've ever made as homeowners. Total game changer. When we recently got brand new AC with Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, we got rid of that old outdated AC that I'd fixed 3 out of 4 summers. What was I even doing? Seriously, this new technology is so much more efficient. We have saved so much more money on our summer AC bills, and now is a great time to upgrade and save during the Cash for Clunkers sale. Get $3,000 off a brand new energy-efficient AC system when you get rid of that old clunker AC. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dayandnightair.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has already deployed the National Guard to multiple locations in his state in anticipation of ICE protests this week. During an unrelated event in Austin, Abbott explained why he made the move he did.
First of all, we want to make sure that what has happened in California does not happen in Texas. Texas is a law and order state, and we will use every tool that we can to ensure order across our state.
19 U.S. attorneys general, including Arizona's Chris Mays, released a joint statement today, speaking out against President Trump's deployment of the California National Guard. The statement denounces actions from the Trump administration that aim to inflame tensions and emphasize the importance of communication between federal officials and state leadership. A wrongful death lawsuit's been filed after a 25-year-old woman overdosed at a Tucson treatment facility. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center to tell us more.
Taria Lewis had checked in to Buena Vista Health and Recovery Center in September 2023. About a week into her stay, she was found unresponsive from a fentanyl overdose.
Yes, they gave her Narcan. She was there at the facility for approximately 5 days.
Attorney for Lewis's estate, Petoskey Bailey, says they're seeking compensation on behalf of Lewis's death. The lawyers argue Buena Vista owed Lewis a duty of care to ensure a safe and secure treatment environment free from illicit drugs. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
KTAR has reached out to Buena Vista Health and will bring you a response if and when we get one.
Robert Berghofer will spend the next 17 years in state prison.
Police departments all across Arizona say Operation Safe Online Summer in April resulted in more than 70 arrests of alleged child predators. Investigators considered nearly 150 online tips and identified 25 victims who were being exploited during the month and say some investigations are still ongoing. The Arizona Department of Transportation wants you to be aware of a scam asking you to settle unpaid traffic tickets. ADOT says the scam comes in the form of a text to your phone that threatens you with suspended vehicle registrations and driving privileges, plus a ding on your credit score.
We proudly have a motor vehicle division, so we refer to it as MVD. This text says DMV, so that's one tell that they don't know what they're talking about. Also, look at the top of the text, and it will show you that it comes from another country, in this case, the Philippines.
Steve Elliott with ADOT says the scams is an effort to get your personal information, and he says ADOT is not involved in collecting unpaid traffic tickets. And by the way, the one I just got on my phone came from the, quote, Arizona Ministry of Communications. Yeah, that doesn't exist. Time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's June 11th, and back on this day in 1982, E.T., the extraterrestrial, was released.
A bald monkey? Is he a pig? He sure eats like one.
Produced and directed by Steven Spielberg, it tells the story of Elliot, a boy who befriends an extraterrestrial dubbed E.T. The film's concept was based on an imaginary friend that Spielberg created after his parents' divorce.
I taught him how to talk.
After the concept was shopped around Hollywood, Universal Pictures eventually bought the script for $1 million. Filming took place from September to December in 1981 on a budget of $10.5 million. It was a smash hit at the box office, surpassing Star Wars to become the highest-grossing film of all time. And with the re-release in IMAX in 2022, E.T. eventually has raked in some $435 million, and it all started when it was released back on this day
E.T. home from
in 1982.
Let's check traffic. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yes, thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got quite a bit going on the roads on the way west side of Buckeye. You've got a crash with a motorcycle that just happened on westbound I-10. That's west of Johnson Road or milepost 107. Quite a slowdown going on there. In Phoenix, a crash at 101 eastbound the Pima Freeway at 64th Street. As for the surface streets, we've got Glendale with a wreck at 43rd Avenue and Bethany Home Road. In Tempe, another one, Alameda and Hardy, that's east of the 10, south of Broadway. In Scottsdale, you got a crash at Hayden and Via Linda. And in Peoria, you've got one at 83rd Avenue and Emil Zola. That's southwest of Thunderbird and the 101. Traffic brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Overnight low right around 82. Tomorrow, 108, much like we're expecting today, and on up to 109 on Friday, with an excessive heat warning kicking into gear Friday and Saturday. We're going to definitely hit 110 over the weekend. It's 107 now in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Special thanks to the Ministry of Traffic for reaching out to...
No, the Ministry of Communication.
Ministry of Communication.
The Arizona Ministry of Communication,
All
yes.
right.
Yeah.
Communication.
All I could think of was the Ministry of Magic.
Ministry of
That's
Traffic
very-
sounds good, though, Chris.
I like Ministry of
that
Traffic.
It does.
Mocked.
Ministry of Traffic.
Ministry of Traffic. You have unpaid traffic tickets.
That's right,
Contact
yeah.
the Ministry of Traffic.
Can I just pray to them? The Ministry of Traffic?
No, stop.
No.
No. Joe, why you got to ruin everything?
Went to Catholic school. I mean, I hear
Why you gotta-
ministry,
why you
and I
gotta
just
ruin
think,
everything?
just think monks chanting. Sorry.
Still to come this hour, we're number 2. And you're going to find out in our headline volley what the lost art is that some people are trying to revive. That is still coming up. Happen to notice that there are different metrics when it comes to measuring the economy. You may have seen the inflation report came out and said that inflation went up like 0.1% or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
And some were saying, well, May was better than some economists had expected when we saw the tariffs start taking effect. And then others are saying, well, we got to keep an eye on those unemployment numbers. What's the new jobless rate, that kind of thing. And these are all fine. I remember hearing about inflation. You could track inflation by watching the price of a Big Mac.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever hear kind of the Big Mac rule?
Yeah, I was never good at economics.
What were you good at? Because you've told us now you went to Father Ahmad Rashad's
School of Wayward Boys.
Well, I think there were a few other things. Culinary and woodworking.
Oh, definitely didn't have culinary. Heck no. Woodworking, definitely not that either.
For Wayward Boys.
It was bare bones is what we had there.
And Olympic swimmers. Okay.
Chris, I can tell you, I believe I had a 3.54 GPA in high school.
Okay, but
and
you told us
3.73 in college.
Hang on. Today you've told us, okay, one, you were not good at religious studies.
No, I was not.
Okay.
I was, compared to the other students, no.
You told us earlier on the show you're bad at history.
In my opinion.
Okay,
I actually got fine grades in it, but I don't recall it.
And then you
very
just
well.
said economy.
Only class I got a C in college.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
I was good at math. I never got less than an A in a math class.
You got math. Okay, math.
Math, I was good.
Helpful on the radio.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
What about English?
Not goodly.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
All right.
Never had a good English teacher. I got good grades. I didn't feel like I was a master.
Well, that was my question. Did Father Gabriel Julio
Thomas Aquinas
Iglesias School for Wayward Boys have were they stringent requirements for graduation? Because it sounds like you've given us your religious studies, your history, your econ, and your English you were poor at.
I'm a tough grader too. Keep in mind, when I say wasn't good at, doesn't mean I didn't get a good grade.
Oh.
I didn't retain the knowledge. Econ, I got a C. Everything else there, I got an A or a B.
Okay, so they had low standards, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come
All
on.
right,
They let me graduate.
So when it comes to econ, there's a bunch of different metrics. We can take a look at the job
I
list
have
reports.
heard of the Big Mac Index.
Okay,
Yes.
so the Big Mac Index is the thing where you can kind of, not only can you look at inflation based on what the price of a Big Mac is doing, you can also weigh the value of currency. How much is a Big Mac in the United States versus a Big Mac in Japan? And the reason is McDonald's does the best job of maintaining their profit margins. They go, we got to make this much, and this is what the price has to be. And McDonald's is kind of ahead of the curve. There's a couple of other more human behavior type indicators that are going to clue you into just how bad the economy is at any given moment. You've probably heard about the Consumer Sentiment Index. That's where your University of Michigan will keep track of how people are feeling. What's the vibe?
Isn't there a CPI too, Consumer Price Index?
Well, that's based on what are the prices of the products on the shelves.
Okay.
All right. So, which again is another indicator. Yeah, all these different things. There are some other things that you can weigh.
Or wear.
Kind of a vibe check in your shorts.
All right. Need to know, Chris. Might be TMI to some like Becky Lynn, but your underwear holy today?
Today?
Yeah.
Atheist.
Oh, okay.
No holy at all.
Okay.
In the underwear.
Yeah, the men's underwear index, some out there say, is that's the way to see how the economy's doing. So if you're stretching the dollar, maybe you got some more papal underwear.
So it's funny you mention that because I did end up getting rid of a pair of Fruit of the Looms that I'm pretty sure are no less than 15 years old.
Were they?
I finally got rid of those.
They were theological in nature?
Very. Mm-hmm. Oh, they went to heaven. Last weekend I threw them away, and I thought, this pains me. Dudes don't like to throw away our underwear for some reason.
Huh.
The newest pair of underwear I have is probably the one I'm wearing right now, and I think they're a year and a half.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I get them pretty much every Christmas, and then they go into the rotation.
Do you pull them out of the rotation at any point?
When they get holes in them.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, and it has to be holes.
Oh, I know
plurals.
some people out there where it's like just the elastic band is good enough. Keep wearing that.
Yeah.
It's like that, no.
Women don't do this, which is why the men's underwear sales will tell you more about the economy. When guys want to start cutting back, they definitely don't want to get rid of their religious underwear.
No, the MUI. So they just keep rocking them. But see, I look at it where if you are wearing a bunch of underwear that are beat up, that also means maybe the economy's bad. And
that's exactly what it means.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's how I look at it.
Would you think it was good if I was wearing old, nasty underwear? You thought it was good?
Well, what if guys are just cheap?
This is why you failed econ.
I didn't fail. I almost got a B. I didn't fail.
I almost got a B.
I did. I got a 79. It was Dr. Roberts, man.
It's like when I finished third place and I said I got almost second place.
Dr. Roberts, I told you. Remember Blind David? That was the course where the blind kid did better than me.
Of course he did, because you just...
How do you read charts and graphs when you're blind?
What is one other human behavior indicator? This is the one that drives me crazy, and I pay close attention to this. It's similar to when you drive to work and you go past the QT station and you see what the gas prices are today.
Mm-hmm.
For me, my adult son, who has a job still and lives with me, still comes to me on Friday afternoon and goes,
"Hey, Dad,
we're getting pizza." And do you know what that means? Let me just translate for you. Are you buying me dinner tonight?
And
we getting pizza?
Let's translate further. The answer is yes. You are.
I mean, I don't say
buying
no.
him dinner.
Yeah, of course, because he's, I try to eat healthy, and then he comes to me and goes, "Do you want pizza?"
So we got a pizza index too.
The pizza index. And one thing I've noticed is pizza's pricey right now, which is kind of bringing out new pizza wars.
So what does that tell you, that pizza is pricey as it pertains to the economy?
I feel like that's inflation.
Okay, so but if people are still buying it, doesn't that mean that the economy is all right?
Great point. They're not.
They're not buying it?
They're not buying as many, which is why we're starting to see some pizza wars heating up.
Okay.
If this were simply a situation of they've upped their prices $1 a pie and it hasn't affected sales at all, in fact, they are actually making a little bit more, we wouldn't have pizza wars.
Are we just talking the Little Caesars, Domino's, the TV chains, if you will?
Which also makes it more difficult for the locals or even your small regionals like Streets in New York, right? It makes things a little more challenging. My son loves Barrows.
I love upper crust.
You like upper crust. Yeah. Great. So these are the places that are like, man, we got to try to compete. They already know that their product's going to be a little bit more expensive, that there's going to be a premium on it because they don't have the mass buying power and that the Domino's and the Pizza Huts do.
Yeah.
But now all of a sudden they're going, we've got prices that are increasing, and now you've got pizza wars going on where Papa John's and Domino's and Pizza Hut are all fighting with one another. So I can get a medium pizza, medium one topping at Domino's or Pizza Hut for $7. But if I want a medium from Barrows, that thing's still going to cost me $12 or $13, right?
Yeah, so you're paying more for what seems like less.
Right. Now, it's a good quality pizza, which is why my son convinces me and we keep going back there. But when we start seeing the pizza wars combined with the inflation that goes with the regular price of a pie, that's an indicator that things are getting more expensive on our own personal private pocketbooks. These are the.
You want to throw some more P's in there?
I was working on a little alliteration.
Uh-huh.
All right. Hey, during the Great Recession, 3 metros got hit harder than the rest of the country. You and I talked about this before. You remember what they are?
Oh, one more time, huh? What? I didn't. I heard 3 indicators. I didn't hear what the question was. 3 indicators of what?
During the recession, 3 metros got hit harder than the rest of the country.
It's Vegas, Phoenix, and that pesky third one, San Diego, L.A.?
Yeah, bingo. You got it. Southern California, yeah.
Thank you.
So we have battled inflation since the pandemic, and Phoenix, once again, is one of the top states. But this time, the news isn't so bad. You're going to find out why next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Here's Becky Lynn with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Things are heating up in the Middle East as Iran and the U.S. trade threats with high-stakes nuclear negotiations. ABC's Shannon Kingston has more.
Officials say the State Department is now ordering a partial evacuation of the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad and authorizing the departure of non-essential staff and family members from its missions in Kuwait and Bahrain due to increased security risks in the Middle East. This comes as Iran has vowed to strike American military bases in the region if nuclear negotiations fail and conflict erupts. Shannon Kingston, ABC News, the State Department.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check on the roads now with Heather Larson, who's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yes, thank you, Becky Lynn. Quite a bit going on across Valley freeways right now. In Buckeye, you've got a crash with a motorcycle. That's I-10 westbound, just west of Johnson Road. In Phoenix, a crash at 101 eastbound the Pima Freeway at 64th Street. Heading to the surface streets of Glendale, there's a wreck at 43rd Avenue and Bethany Home Road. And in Tempe, you've got a wreck at Alameda and Hardy. That's going to be east of I-10. I-10 and south of Broadway in the neighborhoods there. And that's it for traffic for right now. I'm Heather Larson, KTAR News.
82 overnight and 108 again tomorrow. It's 107 right now in Surprise. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
It's Gatos, and LA is a mess. Protests, looting, chaos. We talk about it at 5 o'clock inside the War Room.
Remember, the War Room is a symposium of great political thinkers discussing the hottest topics today. That starts at 5 o'clock tonight. And I've spoken with Bruce St. James and the star of that show, Gatos.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You know, we were discussing the Phoenix market got hit hard during the Great Recession.
Mm-hmm.
Now we've got inflation happening. And does that mean that we are susceptible to problems in our market, not only Phoenix, but also Los Angeles and Las Vegas, who also got hit hard during the recession?
Mm-hmm.
Are we in the same boat when it comes to those cities, when it comes to this inflation stuff? And I was curious about this. Wallet Hub put out a survey, and L.A. did get hit. They're getting hit with inflation. When we take a look at the cities that are getting hit right now, in fact, let me see if I can just do Vegas is not metered. The hardest hit by inflation is Boston. Boston has seen the largest increases in the consumer price index change over the last couple of months. So you've got two different metrics that Wallet Hub weighed. They've got the change in the consumer price index for the last year and the change in the consumer price index for the last quarter, basically. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And what we're seeing is Boston got hit hard in both of those. They've seen their inflation go up 3%. Okay? San Diego, we mentioned Los Angeles and Southern California got hit hard during the Great Recession. San Diego's gone up almost 4% in the last year. That's rough. And New York, 3.5%. Other Southern California cities who also got hit during the recession, they're up. Their inflation is up over 3% as well. But Phoenix, we're doing pretty well here, my friend. We're actually seeing our inflation hanging out below 1%.
That is
over
really
the last
good
year.
because like 2%-ish is
that's the target.
Yeah,
2% is always the target.
You want to hit the bullseye.
So this is according to Wallet Hub, and to be honest, it's pretty exciting for me.
So now, again, you know I stunk with econ. So
you got to see, Joe, as in see me after class. You're failing.
Oh, Dr. Roberts, don't remind me. So you said we're below the 2%. We're below the target, which is better for us here in Phoenix.
Yeah,
so
CPI change.
But what does that mean? Like, okay, we were a 0.3 or a 0.4%.
Yeah.
So let's just talk about bananas. Let's say they're 50 cents a pound.
Right.
So if there's 0.3% inflation on my nanners.
Yeah.
Like, what does that mean?
It means your bananas are going to go up basically a little bit.
If there was 10%, I would be paying 55 cents for my nanners.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So some people
and
in some parts of the country
that
are
you
paying
can't pay
more.
half a penny, aren't you?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm not.
I was almost sure I was going to get Huizinga on that one.
No.
Yeah.
I guess I struggle with the fact that I understand things are more expensive in L.A. and New York than they are in Phoenix. I get that.
Right.
But I wouldn't think of things being the cheapest here.
Well, they've gone up. It's not necessarily that they are the cheapest.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a great point that you're making. It's not that our cost of living is less than some of the...
I know our gas prices are way up compared to other people.
You make a really good point, Joe, and that is, or I should say you ask a good question.
It's through not understanding that I make a good point.
You ask a good question, you have no points.
Correct.
So the point... we are not cheaper cost of living.
Mm-hmm.
It's that those other cities that we just discussed, whether it's San Diego, Los Angeles, New York, Boston, and the like, it's that their inflation has gone up faster. So if we know that their cost of living is higher, let's use your banana example, okay? Let's take a town where it's probably a little bit cheaper to buy bananas. Give me a town where bananas are cheaper. Omaha. Beautiful town. Lived there for a year. It's a great place. So Omaha bananas might be 45 cents a pound.
Man,
ours are 50 cents a pound. Right. Okay. In New York and L.A., that same pound of bananas
70 cents.
is already 70 cents. So the point is that while our bananas are going to go up basically a penny,
Mm-hmm.
right? In L.A. and New York, they're going to go up
multiple cents.
Not just a penny. Not just.
So they're already more expensive, and they're going up more.
Exactly.
Aha.
And it's a percentage. So it's not only that they're going up more, they're going up a higher percentage as well. And whereas in Omaha, they're already at 45 cents, and they may only go up a penny. Even if they go up 2%, their 2% may still be a little bit less than our 1%.
I got
It's not exactly the same way, but yeah. So it may go up faster, but the price could still be lower. But you raise a really good question. We're not cheaper as far as cost of living goes. The things that do cost us a little bit more here and then lead to a higher cost of living in the Valley, it's not necessarily groceries. Groceries are a little more expensive than you're going to find in some other parts of the country. But you hit it when you talked about fuel, and then housing prices are way more expensive than many, many places. But I think that we also have a couple of other things that lead to us accepting the higher housing prices. First of all, we still have migration from the West Coast, where people are used to seeing prices that are still 2 to 3 times more than what they might pay here. Second of all, I think that because we're close to these other places, we still feel like, well, it could be worse. Whereas if Phoenix were closer to, say, Omaha, I think we go, why is the same 2,000 square foot house that is $650,000 here only $300,000 there? I think then we might be less willing to accept it. More people might be sitting on the sidelines before they jump into the housing market. I could be wrong. I'm merely speculating. Now, it is so good that we are second in the nation when it comes to inflation.
We're number 2.
We're number 2. The only one's better than us as far as inflation goes, year over year, total inflation numbers. If in the Wallet Hub survey, again, it considered inflation over the last year and inflation over the last quarter. Only Dallas is doing better than us. Yeah. I say that, but if you take a look at another metric, we're actually number 1. We're the lowest urban inflation rate among the 23 metro regions tracked by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. But again, that's over the last year.
So to be real clear, too.
Yes.
So during COVID, our inflation was raging here in the Valley.
Yeah.
So we went up,
7,
and then all
8%.
of a sudden, it's the rate of inflation slowed way down.
Yes.
So it doesn't mean, whoa, our prices have come down. It means we're going up less rapidly, is what it means.
Yes. We're not experiencing deflation.
Yeah.
Did they teach you about deflation in econ?
Let's save that for another day.
You didn't show up for that one, did you?
No.
Other stories you need to know about today are going to harken you back to a time when you learned a lost art. But if you learned the art, is it really lost? For many of us, we learned this art and then forgot about it. The people who are trying to bring it back and why you'll think that they are either wasting their time or fighting the good fight are next on the Headline Volley on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
We're talking to Peoria Mayor Jason Beck.
One of our officers was in an altercation with an individual on scene. They are trying to incite a riot.
You're ticked off.
I'll tell you what, you come to my city and try to touch one of our police officers.
Yeah.
I'm more pissed right now than I can express.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau financial services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about Why Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Fernando Tatis Jr. and the San Diego Padres return to Chase Field for a weekend series starting June 13. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Chris Merrill in with Joey Flieger, who is with Arizona Window Products, and I'm so excited when we've been talking about not only the Cardinal glass that has this incredible low E value to it, that when you stand in front of it on the hottest day in the summer, doesn't feel a whole lot warmer in your house. That also saves my furniture from fading, too. That's in front of the window, doesn't it?
That's exactly right. I mean, think about it. 122, 123 degrees outside. You can open up your shades and blinds and stand in front of your window.
Now, this is something that Advanced Window Products has been doing for a while. I mean,
40 years. 40 years, long time. And the great thing about Advanced Window Products is, they're family. It's a family-owned business, and I've been with them for 27 years for a reason. I mean, because they treat their people like family, and it shows. Even I could tell you this: if you take care of your employees, they're going to take care of you. And I could tell you, with our installers, phenomenal. I mean, these guys, when you take care of your installers, they're going to go through a brick wall for that customer. Yeah, and they're very meticulous on how they do things. I tell people they could literally. You could leave when they show up, come back after they were finished. It would look like there was no one there. That's how good they are.
Yeah, it was either this or burglaries, right? They could have done one or the other, and they decided to go the straight route.
They are phenomenal. I mean,
when you see houses in Arizona, one of the things that I know when I bought my house is that my windows, they were all aluminum. The framing was all aluminum. That got so hot.
Yeah.
What are the windows that you've got?
It conducts. So with vinyl, vinyl doesn't conduct. So in other words, on a hot day, I mean, sometimes you can go up to the glass of the frame and it's hot.
Yes.
Where with vinyl, it's going to be pretty much what the temperature is in your house. And that's what's so great about it. And it's maintenance free. You don't have to worry about painting it. That's why we can give you a lifetime warranty on the windows. Because you don't have to worry about that. We get a lifetime on the window, glass breakage, even the labor for life. I mean, so, it's a phenomenal warranty.
One of the great things that Joey just told me, Joey Flieger from Advanced Window Products, is that when you call today, in fact, before the end of the show here, 480-764-2002. I'll give you one more time. 480 764-2002. Not only can you take advantage of their summer special, $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows, he's going to give you another $500 off and upgrade the glass to the highest level of the Cardinal glass you put in there.
452 low E, that quad low E, that glass is phenomenal, and it's made for us here in Phoenix. I mean, I'm just telling you, it's phenomenal.
480-764-2002 for advanced window products.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. As protests over mass arrests during ICE raids spread across the country, a second night of an overnight curfew in a 1 square mile section of downtown Los Angeles. Alongside DA Nathan Hochman, Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna again urging protesters to make their voices heard peacefully.
There's a big distinction between individuals that protest and demonstrate to violent, destructive, basically anarchists. I mean, just creating that chaos.
And we have an update on the Phoenix woman who was arrested yesterday for allegedly assaulting a police officer near a protest demonstration. In a new police document, 23-year-old Tyler Hitty is accused of wrapping police scene tape around the officer's neck. Peoria police say Hitty resisted arrest and a taser was used to regain control. Hitty is facing a charge of aggravated assault on a first responder. She was released without bail. And Peoria Mayor Jason Beck is promising more arrests are on the way after protesters attacked that police sergeant during a drug bust that they mistook for an immigration raid. On Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, Beck says he wants the activists and politicians to stop fanning the political divide for personal gain. That one person, as we mentioned, was taken into custody, and the sergeant is expected to be all right. A special law enforcement operation by 23 agencies here in Arizona has now been wrapped up. KTAR's Balin Overstolz joins us live from the News Center to tell us more about it.
Operation Safe Online Summer was conducted through April and aimed to find and prosecute child predators. Now more than 70 people have been arrested, 243 search warrants filed, and 60 terabytes of data has been gathered as evidence. Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell says this will help protect kids, but says a lot of that work is on parents too.
We are continually adding resources to the Maricopa County Attorney's Office website so you can spot the warning signs, grooming, luring, and sex trafficking before your child becomes a victim.
And she urges families to make sure kids have a trusted, non-judgmental adult they can talk to about these issues. Live in the News Center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Time to check on traffic, so let's go right to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center and Heather Larson.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. As you're heading westbound on I-10 outside the city in Buckeye, once you hit Sun Valley Parkway, after that there's a bit of a slowdown. That is due to a crash with a motorcycle that happened about half an hour ago. That's on I-10 westbound, just west of Johnson Road. In Phoenix, you got a crash on 101 eastbound, the Pima Freeway at 64th Street. In Tempe, there's a wreck at McClintock and South Shore. On the city streets in Phoenix, a vehicle fire on 96 Lane and Albanese Place. That's between Lower Buckeye Road and Broadway at 99th Avenue. In Glendale, there's a wreck at 43rd Avenue and Bethany Home Road. Traffic is brought to you by Arizona Business One Stop. Launching your business with Arizona Business One Stop is easier than ever. A free online tool to plan, start, and run your business in one easy-to-use place. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear skies and 82 overnight for the low, then up to 108 again Thursday. We've hit 108 today, 109 on Friday, and excessive heat, 110 by Saturday. It's 109 right now in Tolleson. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Every day, right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news, and a check on traffic with Heather Hot Lap Larson. I'm still workshopping that one.
You have to shop work that a lot.
We touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Joe.
Chris.
It's a salmonella outbreak linked to a large egg recall that's made dozens of people sick in 7 states, including Arizona. The August Egg Company recalling about 1.7 million brown organic and brown cage-free egg varieties distributed to grocery stores between February and May because of the potential for salmonella. We've seen millions of birds euthanized locally in the last couple of weeks due to the bird flu. What is more likely to make you cut back on your egg consumption, the price or the risk?
The price.
Okay, you don't care about the risk. You know, sometimes the first sign of salmonella is death.
That'd be terrible.
It's true.
Yeah. No.
It's true.
Nah, I'm not worried.
You didn't even know
about
that, did you, Pablo? Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, you don't want that. No, the price. But the price has been low lately, too.
Let's come down. Let's not say low.
Compared to where it was.
When I think of low, I think of under $1. It doesn't.
Oh, my
right.
goodness.
Yeah.
Don't be crazy,
That would be
Chris.
low, right?
We're like $3
Okay,
right now.
that's still high to me.
Well, it was $7.
Well, that seems higher to me.
See, this is how they get you. They're like, whoa, that price is a deal. You can get them for $3 now. They used to be $7.
That's how they get you, not us.
You got to put that. Hang
You know
on.
what the first sign of lower egg prices is, Chris?
Death.
That's right.
All right.
Terrible.
La muerte.
Hang on. I'm adding this to my list of Joeisms.
How many do you have?
I've just got a handful in here.
Oh, my
so far.
goodness. What
6.
do we have over there?
I've never gambled during the show.
Every day on the show is a gamble, but that's still. That's true, but between the hours of 2 and 4, I have gambled, just not on the show. That is true, yes. What else you got?
That'll go over like a fart in church.
Yeah.
You also said the Democrat will win the White House in 28, and now that's how they get you.
That's how they get you? You like that one?
I do like that one.
That's really not very good.
That's how they get you.
Huh.
What was the other one he had the other day? I was thinking about it. I needed to add it to the list. It was, I don't remember what it was. There was something like chicken nuggets aren't chicken or something. I don't know what it was. I don't remember.
Wow.
Yeah.
I just I've never gambled during the show. Pablo really likes that one. That's true, by the way.
Go ahead there, my friend. What do you got?
Oh, you want one for me? Okay. Content creator Mr. Beast recently paid $500,000 to rent out an entire Disneyland theme park for a romantic date with his fiancée.
This is why we can't give those millennials money.
There's some controversy about this, though, as I read through the article.
Yeah.
Some say, you can't rent an entire Disneyland. They won't do that. But the article says he did it. So in a new YouTube video, the social media persona of Jimmy Donaldson took his fiancée, Thea Boyson, I guess that's her name, on 6 dates that range from $1 to $500,000. Concluding with what he says was an evening at Disneyland all to themselves, in addition, of course, to a handful of friends and crew. Chris, how much would you pay to rent out Disneyland? And if you could rent anywhere in the world, where would you pick and what would you say it was worth?
I mean, I would rent an island.
Okay. So what would that be worth to you?
Depends on the island.
Okay.
Let's say I'm renting... it's just a few acres. I don't want to have a nice beach. Maybe have it catered.
Okay.
You know, something like that.
All right.
Yeah, $500,000 sounds
Okay,
nice.
and how about Disneyland?
No.
No, but you have to. How much would you pay to rent it?
$1.
There you go.
But, here's what I will say this, though.
Yeah.
I would rather rent Disneyland than go to Disneyland with everybody else around.
Of course you would, because you like to put everyone on the shot clock, and we know that people bother you.
Shot clock. Let's go. Get out the way. Let's go.
You would be the worst at Disneyland.
I'm terrible.
It's nothing but cattle call.
I hate it.
So
my wife.
You don't deal well at big box stores.
No.
You don't deal well at the grocery store.
Hate it.
You don't like Costco.
No.
So you just get angry at everyone.
Yes.
And you always say you're not going to go.
Right.
And then you go and you're miserable.
That's because my wife makes me.
Or you usually...
She's a horrible person.
Sometimes you even pay someone else to go for you.
I've done that.
And have it dropped at your door.
That's Instacart.
Uh-huh.
Greatest invention ever.
Pay
Instacart.
me. I'll do it for you.
See?
You will.
You could have Pablo Cart.
You would go to Costco and do the shopping for me. And I tip him like $12 or something.
Oh, dude, I'd do that.
I wouldn't take a tip from you. You're my friend.
Oh, I'd take money from you.
Oh, so you can gamble?
That's right.
Not during the show.
Not during the show. I never gamble during the show. I just check my results.
Hey, I don't
gamble. Put the money down. I just check and see if I got the money picked up.
I never gamble during the show. I have integrity.
Lifelong Phoenicians, and even those of us that have only been here a few years, know that leaving something in your car when it starts to heat up is a recipe for disaster. You're going to learn about the biggest mistakes people make when they lock the doors to their Subarus, Saabs, and S10s next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Were you going to read that?
I was going to.
Go ahead.
But you started waving at me.
Go ahead.
I thought you wanted to say
I was trying
hi.
to tell Pablo, don't go to commercial yet.
Chris, you know it's Father's Day coming up this weekend. That's a
I get
great
free
time
stuff.
for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you want to hit it out of the park, head to the contest page now on KTAR.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the D-backs take on the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball, gear, and great memories.
Now, if you're somebody that likes to go and spend time near one of those big box stores, the last thing you want to do is add to your misery and have to commute a long ways. So when I start shopping for a house, this is not a joke. I actually check distance to the nearest Home Depot. Did you know that?
I did not.
100% true. I do this, and I go, how far is the nearest Home Depot? My father gives me a hard time. He's like, how far is it to Home Depot? Which is why when you find that house that's near your favorite big box store, man, you got to act fast before Pablo sweeps in there and picks it up. That's where Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program steps in. Here's how it works. Orchard is going to talk to you, and they're going to say, here's what your house is worth right now. And you go, cool. They're going to give you cash for it. Then you're going to be able to go and buy your new home and move in first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. And then Orchard experts take over. They handle the repairs on the old home that's a long way from the box store. They make the price-boosting upgrades. And when they're done, it's a local Orchard agent that lists and sells your home for the most you're going to get. And then when they sell the home for more than they gave you to start with, you get a second check. Orchard's Move First program, giving you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first. Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's Orchard.com. Again, Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've heard me sing the praises of Bulldog security screens for a long time now because these screens will protect your home like a fortress. Not even those crazy South American burglary rings can break through these beautiful-looking shade screens. Now, trust me, these screens are the real deal. You can leave your home with your doors and windows wide open, go out to dinner, even out of town with a guarantee that no one will break through your Bulldog security screens. Whether you're a high-profile athlete, a national celebrity, or an average homeowner like you and me, stay safe and protected with Bulldog security screens. They are truly the best. Been talking about them for a long time. I tried to break through them myself and wasn't able to. The only thing that broke was the baseball bat that I used to try to break in. You're going to love this product. Get all the details. Schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
This is Jim Sharp for New Life Dental Implant Center, where they offer better than all-on-4 implants because New Life uses more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support at about half the price. And New Life Dental Implant Center digitally designs your smile so you heal faster. And they craft your teeth from solid zirconia for lasting strength and comfort at about half the price with easy financing options. Call New Life Dental Implant Center at 602-855-00 or visit newsmilearizona.com.
Hi, I'm Jamie West, and this year Beatitudes Campus celebrates 60 years of bright living in Phoenix. Since 1965, they've been redefining senior living with purpose, connection, and care. From independent living to healthcare and wellness, growing with the community and always putting people first. Join Beatitudes in honoring 6 decades of innovation, compassion, and vibrant living. Visit beatitudescampus.org to learn more and be part of the celebration. Beatitudes Campus, living brightly, aging boldly.
Did you know SRP is a not-for-profit utility? So what does that mean for you? It means everything we do is done with you in mind, like offering flexible rates, payment plans for every income level, and best-in-class reliability. It also allows us to make decisions that benefit our community. As a not-for-profit, SRP prioritizes power, water, and you. Find savings, reliability, and more at srp.net/value.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. As the protests continue to get more violent in Los Angeles, President Trump has made the decision to deploy hundreds of Marines to California in an effort to help restore the peace. ABC's Karen Travers joined Arizona's Morning News to talk about how long we should expect these Marines to be in California.
He said, we'll know when they're ready to leave, but they're going to stay there until we feel it's necessary.
Local officials, along with Governor Newsom, have condemned President Trump's decision to send in the military to California, saying it's likely to create more resistance. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking those afternoon roads now. Heather Larson's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Continued slowing in Buckeye due to an earlier crash with a motorcycle on I-10 westbound, just west of Johnson Road at milepost 107. In Tempe, there's a wreck on McClintock and South Shore. That's going to be southwest of Baseline in the 101. In Phoenix, we've got a vehicle fire at 96 Lane and Albanese Place. That's between Lower Buckeye Road and Broadway at around 99th Avenue. Glendale, you got a wreck at 43rd Ave and Bethany Home Road. And in Tempe, Alameda and Hardy, we've got a wreck that's east of the 10 and south of Broadway. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
I've had the chance to talk with Joey Flieger from Advanced Window Products throughout the show today. It's been great, Joey, because you talked about not only do we have the summer special where when people buy 10 windows with that Cardinal glass made right here in the Valley, not only will you upgrade the windows, but also $2,500 off. That's the summer special if they buy 10 windows. And then you said $500 more during the show.
That's right. Hey, look, if they call us before the end of the show, we're going to give the additional $500 off. So that's $3,000 off 10 windows or more and a free upgrade to the 452 Quad Loe glass. And that glass is specifically made for the weather
heat.
here, for the climate, for the heat. So I'm telling you, stand in front of that thing 120 degrees, you're going to feel a lot cooler.
What's it going to take for me to twist your arm a little bit and extend that offer until at least the end of the day? I mean, we're tight here. We've got 10 minutes left until the end of the show. What about like end of the day?
Hey, I'm all for it. Yeah, you know what?
Really?
If they could call us at the end of the day and say, hey, you got to say that you heard us on
KTAR?
KTAR and news, and we'll give you that for you.
Thanks, man. 480-764-2002 is that number. 480-764-2002. And let's remember that warranty. You even talk about broken glass warranty.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Listen, the great thing is we'll cover, accidental glass breakage. So, if a bird flies into the tank thing, we'll cover it for you. And even the labor to put it back in it's warranted for life. And it's transferable. So if you ever sell your house or if you give it to your kids, guess what? It's going to transfer over to them. That's how the quality of these windows are phenomenal. And again, we are the manufacturer. We sell them directly to the homeowner. As soon as the day we show up, that's the day we install them. You don't have to deal with any middlemen. So you're getting them at a lot more of an affordable cost as well.
Family-owned company. They've been doing it for 40 years. They've got the best warranty in the business and the best financing. And as you just heard Joey say, he'll extend that offer here until the end of the day as well.
Yeah, call me, 480-764-2002. I'll even answer the phone, and I'll come out and see you.
All right, love it. Advanced Window Products, 480-764-2002. Tell them you heard it at KTAR.
You're never more than 15 minutes away from today's top news stories. Arizona's breaking news and traffic leader with Arizona's largest radio news team. KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
Happy Wednesday. Boy, it's been a long week. And it's only halfway through. The War Room convenes at 5 to debate all of this. Join us for a spirited exchange of views today at 5 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, on air, online, on the KTAR News app. Tomorrow on the program.
Yes.
You want to kill that music so I can sing this?
Oh.
Oh,
this is one of the fatal flaws of doing this.
All right. Well, yeah, because remember, you're going to hear this for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
As immigration raids from around the country are flooding your evening news and talk radio, a handful of Americans claim they are the real victims. With ICE nabbing workers but not cracking down on the employers, How is it the companies are crying foul?
You might be surprised to find out gaming the system is much easier when the system is broken. That's on the next Chris and Joe show, KTAR News.
The great Bruce St. James.
I'll be listening to that.
Yeah, I know it's right in your wheelhouse. You and I feel the same about this. Like, go after the employers.
Somebody's hiring them.
Yeah, somebody is.
All the people coming here working, they're coming here for work.
Yeah.
Who's hiring them?
Who's hiring them? Well, we've got an advance on that story because one of the guys in the meatpacking plants that they cracked down in Omaha today
He said, E-Verify doesn't work.
Yeah.
He said, I E-Verified everybody here.
Yeah. And even ICE said, well, the system's broken.
Yeah. Okay.
And he's like, well, whose fault is that?
What do you want me to do?
Yeah. Hey, Easy Central put out a reminder of things not to leave in your car on a hot summer day.
Ooh.
Things like food, lighters, electronics, and medicine.
Fair.
Is there anything that you have learned the hard way can't stand up to the elements?
Chapstick.
Wow.
Good call. How much that mess must have been a real pain to clean up.
Well, it just turns to liquid like in your cup holder.
Huh. Yeah.
And then it's hard to get out.
Yeah.
Because it's not a full liquid.
No, it's like
chapstick. It's don't.
That's like
just get rid of it.
It's like pouring vegetable oil under your console.
It's horrific. And then it kind of comes back and hardens again if you don't get rid of it right away.
I know a bunch of people learned during the pandemic that hand sanitizer rather explosive.
It blows up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that'll teach you.
Because it's ether that's in there, right? Or ethanol
you tell
or something?
me.
It's a lot of alcohol.
I just sniff it. What do you guys have going on in the program today?
We got the War Room coming up at 5.
That is so good, too. Hey, great job with the governor yesterday.
Oh, well, thank you.
Did you see that ABC 15 was using some of your show on their news last night?
Really?
Yeah.
Front page on ABC 15
We'll
today.
replay a little bit of that today. Some of her remarks on vetoing the quote-unquote China bill that would prevent the People's Republic of China from owning land.
Okay.
And why she vetoed it. So we'll play you some of that in case people are like, you're not going to ask her about the China bill. Well, we asked her about the China bill.
Okay. And then what do you have? What's going on in the War Room?
It's going to be a lot of immigration
obviously.
talk. We have a DACA recipient who will be joining us, and we have some people that are rather hawkish on kick everyone out. So it ought to be interesting.
Yeah, this is going to be really fascinating to me, especially the whole kick everyone out thing. I was having a conversation earlier, and I was talking about the agriculture, the farms, the meatpacking plants. Yeah. Okay, well, I still want my beef.
You're not going to get that.
How much is that going to cost me?
A lot.
Yeah. But Stephen Miller says that illegal immigration is costing us trillions of dollars.
Yeah, it's not.
I feel like it's not.
Yeah,
especially when it's like $100 billion that people are paying into Social Security.
Social Security that they can never get. Yeah. See, it's what's propping up Social Security.
Yeah.
Is people paying into it that can never withdraw.
That blows my mind. All right, my friend. Outspoken to Bruce St. James and Gatos starts straight up at 4 o'clock. Joe Huizinga. Anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow. 2 o'clock, Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Mike Broomhead.
The big bombshell that was dropped is that the Justice Department is dropping their investigations in Phoenix, Arizona. Joining us right now is the president of the Phoenix Law Enforcement Association, Daryl Kripling.
The federal government abandoning this Phoenix investigation is a clear vindication for the city and our department.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
What if I told you you could get into a brand new home with a new home smell for under $150,000? You'd say, impossible. And I say, not impossible. Totally possible. A new home for under $150K is a big deal. You go big this year with a new affordable and energy efficient modern manufactured home from Clayton Homes, changing the way that homes are built. I visited the Clayton show homes over the weekend. Man, was I stunned. You walk in there, it is a whole new world. And sure enough, it's got that new home smell. Beautiful backsplash, amazing high-end finishes, and bathrooms better than anything I've ever had. The craftsmen at Clayton build their homes in state-of-the-art facilities, protecting your new home from the elements during the construction. And then when it's installed, I got to tell you, you're living like a king. Now, don't wait, because this incredible Go Big sales event ends soon. Under $150,000 for a new home? It's so. Sales prices for the home only. It does not include required taxes, delivery, and installation. Installed price is going to be higher. Contact your local retailer for complete sales price information and for a list of eligible homes. Discount may not be available in all models, may not be combined with any other offer or promotion. Visit your local Clayton Homes or Oakwood Homes near you or browse their limited deals at gobigandgohomesale.com. Inmigration.com.
Here's a definition of a win-win situation. Getting your windshield repaired or replaced and getting a guarantee of up to $375 cash back in your pocket. Time for you to check out New Vision Auto Glass. See clearly, drive safely. See what I did there? Give them a call at 480-210-9090 or go to newvisionautoglass.com to see what kind of incentives and cash back you qualify for. Look, the valley heat, potholes, flying rocks, it's only a matter of time until your windshield gets cracked or chipped. So why not get the experts to come to you? Repair or replace your windshield, give you instant cash back of up to $375 and give you dinner from Radisho Grill. Wait, hold up. 30 seconds, $375, new windshield, dinner. You know what? I was wrong. It's not a win-win situation. It's a win-win-win-win. And it all starts with calling 480-210-9090 or going to newvisionautoglass.com, taking 30 seconds to fill out a form to get cash in your pocket, repair or replace your windshield, dinner at Rodizio Grill, and peace of mind. To me, the choice is clear. New Vision Auto Glass, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
We're talking to Peoria Mayor Jason Beck.
One of our officers was in an altercation with an individual on scene. They are trying to incite a riot.
You're ticked off.
I'll tell you what, you come to my city and try to touch one of our police officers.
Yeah.
I'm more pissed right now than I can express.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Mike Broomhead.
Kimberly Yee, she is the state treasurer here in the state of Arizona, and she has decided to primary the sitting superintendent of public instruction. She joins us now.
I am an education leader that believes in opportunity for all. Educational programs should be high achieving and world class for every family, whether you live in North Phoenix to Yuma.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides solar zone sun shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, up front. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. And protests are still taking place in Los Angeles over ICE immigration raids. Now they're growing in other cities across the country. New York, Chicago, the Twin Cities, and now even San Antonio are seeing groups of people speak out against immigration raids. ABC's Maria Villarreal is in San Antonio, where Texas Governor Greg Abbott preemptively called up the National Guard.
We just spoke with the mayor a few minutes ago. He says there has been absolutely no coordination between the state, the governor's office, the National Guard, and his local leadership or his office. But he also says that is not a surprise. He actually talked about the alignment between Governor Abbott and the president, basically saying that when it comes to immigration, they are on the same path here.
ABC's Ike Jachi is in New York today in Foley Square. Two protesters there.
What does success look like
It's a good question. I think success is stopping as many people from being unlawfully taken from their families. Success is seeing people treated like human beings. People
putting due process back in place, right?
Yeah.
And actually respecting
Following
our
the law.
Constitution.
Arizona's Attorney General Chris Mays was joined by attorneys general from 18 other states in a statement released today condemning the Trump administration's decision to deploy California's National Guard without approval from state leaders. The statement also expresses support for California Attorney General Rob Bonta in his lawsuit against the Trump administration's actions. A Tucson rehab facility is being sued after a woman overdosed on fentanyl during her stay in September of 2023. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center with the details.
The wrongful death lawsuit seeks compensation for the mother, Nikia Walker, over the loss of her daughter, 25-year-old Taria Lewis. Attorney for Lewis's estate, Bataski Bailey, alleges Buena Vista Health and Recovery Center's preventable failures in supervision and security led to Lewis's death.
Ms. Lewis was a valuable member of our community, and so we are making sure that, number one, this never happens again, but number two, that Ms. Walker is compensated for the loss of her daughter.
Lewis was given Narcan at the treatment center but died at the hospital a week later. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And KTAR has reached out to Buena Vista Health. We will bring you a response if and when we get one. More than 20 Arizona law enforcement agencies conducted Operation Safe Online Summer from April to through April to prosecute child predators. And now 72 people have been arrested. Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell says this will help protect kids, but says that's also on parents, adding kids should have a trusted adult in their life.
Should be someone who will stay calm when a child comes to them. It's someone who will listen without judgment and then help the child by reporting it to the police.
Some investigations from the operation are still ongoing. Meanwhile, France is looking at banning social media for teens under 15.
French President Emmanuel Macron saying he plans to push for European Union regulation to ban social media for children under the age of 15. This comes after a 14-year-old at a school in eastern France stabbed a school assistant to death during a bag search for weapons. Macron says if the EU doesn't do it, France will pass the regulation because, quote, it cannot wait, end quote. Earlier this year, Australia banned social media for those under the age of 16. Inez de la Cuetara, ABC News, Paris.
Time to check those afternoon roads now. Let's go to Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Traffic slowing in the usual places and a couple other trouble spots in the East Valley. And Chandler on the 202 eastbound at McQueen, you've got some slowing there. And then 101 westbound in the North Valley, the Pima Freeway from Scottsdale to Cave Creek, that is extra slow right now. On the surface streets in Tempe, you've got a wreck at McClintock and South Shore, that's southwest of Baseline and the 101. And in Phoenix, a vehicle fire slowing things down at 96th Lane and Albanese Place. That's between Lower Buckeye Road and Broadway at around 99th Avenue. Traffic brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight's low 82. Tomorrow 108 degrees and 109 on Friday. We're heading for 110 by Saturday. It's 107 right now in Scottsdale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
Speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, first hour of the show.
A lot of people really like the first hour.
Well, second hour, we've got the War Room.
Oh, we do today.
A political symposium, if you will.
Even if you won't.
We've got some of the great folks around Arizona to join us on our panel. We've got 3 terrific panelists, and so join us at 5 o'clock. We do the War Room every Wednesday from 5 to 6. Plenty to talk about.
You think?
ICE, Trump, Immigration, protests, dangerous activists. What happened in Peoria yesterday? What happened in Tempe today?
That was on too.
Okay, so we're going to hit that in the War Room at 5, but we will start a bit with what's happening in Los Angeles.
Okay.
All right. So I think that you have a pretty interesting take on this.
Really?
Because I believe the reality of the situation doesn't even matter anymore.
By the way, I'll grant you that.
Yeah.
The reality is irrelevant, but there is a reality.
Tell me what the reality is in Los Angeles, because you have friends there.
Oh, yeah.
You're there all the time.
Well, I'm going to use some numbers.
I also have some friends there, too, who are telling me really what's going on. So go ahead.
So the city of Los Angeles is 500 square miles. Okay? The city.
Yeah.
L.A. Less than 1 square mile is under a curfew where all these people are.
All right.
It is in the downtown area. It's not where people live, by the way. It's office buildings, things like that. It's a little more industrial, if you will, but it's where the federal building is, and that's what's kind of drawn people to this.
It's where the protests are.
It's what's drawn people to, because the federal building's there. I'm assuming that's the flashpoint, the idea that they would go there. The idea that L.A. is on fire, L.A. is burning, L.A. is a hellscape is absolutely factually incorrect. It's just not true.
Cars burned over the weekend, but if you want to talk about Los Angeles burning down, like buildings, that is not happening.
No, and it's all happening in a very small area in downtown LA.
Right, but
it is happening.
Right.
It's not LA.
There was looting.
Yes.
Very
small area.
Yeah, but I mean, does it really matter if it's a small area?
I think so.
Okay,
I think
so
because
why does that matter?
Because I see it being portrayed by some people who I think have a vested interest in it, as in all of Los Angeles is rioting. It's not even remotely close.
Yeah, all of Los Angeles is not rioting.
Not even. I talked to my friend, like, oh, yeah, we went to the movies, and then we went to dinner. No, there's no rioting going on.
So I talked to a few people that were in L.A. last night for business.
Okay.
And they didn't really want to go out. They're staying in that area where a lot of business is taking place.
There's a lot of business. It's industrial-ish and hotels and office buildings and things.
So my friend sent me a video from his hotel room.
Yeah.
And it is sirens going on all day and all night.
Yeah.
So you're right. All of Los Angeles isn't burning.
No.
But there's a small portion that's complete and utter mayhem.
Yeah, and it's surrounded by cops, and all the protesters go there, and it's like everyone's playing their part.
All right. But then, if we understand the reality of the situation, it doesn't make it like less awful. I mean, what's happening there isn't good. We saw, people throwing rocks at police cars. We saw people getting arrested because they were shoving cops.
We also saw people peacefully protesting.
We did. That was Saturday and Sunday. I don't think they're there anymore.
During the day, I think during the day, you see peaceful protest.
At night?
Then those people, we've seen this for every other type of protest. Then they go home, they're there with their kids or grandmas or whatever. They go home, and the people who are there to take advantage of a situation and merely want to create chaos regardless of the situation, or couldn't care less what anyone's protesting about, they show up just to fight with the cops.
But are you saying that we're overblowing this?
Oh, yeah.
Because what I see is bad. What I see isn't good. I don't care that it's not all of Los Angeles. What I see, yes, a small part of L.A., but I don't like what I see.
Yeah, but it's a couple hundred people. It's not even thousands.
Yeah, but we've got the National Guard out. We've got the Marines
no need
there.
For that. Absolutely none.
I think there was a need for it over the weekend.
I disagree.
You think there was no need for it over the weekend?
No. LAPD, the sheriffs. Notice how you're not seeing military people involved in this because the cops have it taken care of. They're arresting people as well they should. Right. They're going after lawbreakers as well they should. Yep. But the idea that L.A. is turned into a hellscape because of this, absolutely ridiculous.
Are people really saying that? Because I never thought that Los Angeles was burning.
Really?
No.
Let me show you. We have a TV channel up in here that you should watch sometime.
No, that's a great point.
You should watch this channel.
Guess what I don't watch?
Yeah.
Cable news.
Yeah.
I don't care what Fox says. I don't care what CNN says. Yeah. I don't care what MSNBC says. Yeah. You know when I watch cable news, right?
Yeah.
Hurricanes.
Hurricanes. Why
That's
not?
it.
Yeah.
That's it. I don't care what these people say.
Right.
That's not. And by the way.
But there are some people that only get their news from very siloed information.
On the right and the left.
On both sides. Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But it's also, by the way, I think both sides are, they're both telling a narrative that isn't true.
But it's also like, if you want to go online and read, stuff that's not real life either. So I don't really do that as much.
Yeah.
So I talk to people in Los Angeles. You talk to people in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I have a house there.
Yeah. I still think it's a serious situation in part of L.A.
Yeah.
So when you say people are saying all of L.A. is burning down, or it looks like all of L.A. is burning down.
Yeah, L.A. riots in L.A.
Do you think they're riots?
It's a city block.
I don't think they're
riots. It's less than a city block.
Are they riots?
I think it's at night. It's riots.
Okay, all right, then that's
during
fair.
the day. It's protests.
Yeah.
I
don't disagree with that.
And they should be arresting the people that are rioting. They're not arresting the people that are protesting. They don't arrest them during the day.
They shouldn't. Protesters shouldn't be arrested unless they get out of hand.
Right.
That's it.
Agreed.
Okay. All right. So yes.
But there is a narrative that's being told that I don't think it's completely true.
I don't even think. Okay. So it's from the cable news, which I think is garbage. But if you are someone out there, or some people that are kind of just dipping in on this story, seeing it here and there,
or seeing a picture here or a meme here,
the images,
they're horrific.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
People standing on burning cars or whatever.
Terrible.
Yeah. You're like, oh my God, LA's gone to hell in a handbasket.
But it's still happening. Those pictures are real. We shouldn't.
Yeah, they happened during the Eagles Super Bowl celebration also. I never thought Philadelphia was burning to the ground.
But we shouldn't downplay that those pictures were taken, because they do tell a story. The story isn't, as you said, that all of LA is burning.
That's the entire story.
That's
right.
not the story.
But that's how I think a lot of people are portraying it. Here's the story.
Well, I mean, you can tell a lot from a picture and an image. And I'll tell you what, Trump's winning on this one.
Oh, no doubt.
Of the pictures and the images.
But keep in mind, that is a very small thing. I use a great example. I was watching one of these, one of the reporters, can't remember who, and they're like 6 inches away from people, and there's cops and protesters like, nose to nose, and they're right in the middle of it. And the whole time I'm like, back out. So give me a wide angle view. How many people are we talking here? Where's the helicopter shot? Because I don't think it's thousands. It may not even be hundreds. I think it's dozens of people. But when you're only showing it through such a narrow lens, you can control the narrative of what is going on.
But look at what it's done. Let's say that you're right, that there are just dozens. I think there are more, but we had something happen in Peoria yesterday.
Yeah.
Where an activist got loose, thought that there was some immigration raid. No, there wasn't. And she put her hands on a cop and got arrested.
With a cop and got arrested. Absolutely.
What happened in Tempe today?
So, so in Tempe, outside of the Yucca Tap Room, and again, the only reason I know it is an Arsenal bar, and I go there for my Arsenal games.
I don't know what an Arsenal
is. They have a large parking lot. It's like a...
Is that soccer?
Like a strip mall.
Is that soccer?
Yeah, it's the greatest sport in the world. And it's... a large strip mall that is kind of abandoned.
There's a place that actually shows soccer in
all
Phoenix?
over the city.
Really?
Oh, there's hundreds of them.
I'm not sure that's true.
Yeah, and
I don't know.
So the parking lot is abandoned most of the time.
What is it? A restaurant?
Well, the tap room is a bar.
Bar. Okay,
yeah.
What happened at the bar?
But there's very little other businesses. It's again like I would call it an abandoned strip mall. Be a nice way to put it. There was a massing of ICE, HSI, government vehicles. So they were doing some sort of a raid, some sort of a, you know what I'm saying, like staging or whatever. And guess what? People were like, hey, did you hear about this? To the point that the Tempe Police Department had to put out a thingy-maboober on the Twitter machine saying, we're not involved. Like every time they do it. Remember yesterday, Phoenix says, we're not involved. This wasn't us. We didn't do it.
I think that the police departments around the Valley are trying to say, hey, we want to keep the peace. If ICE is going to do something, we can support them, but we're not going to be involved in arresting people. You know, we've heard that from people. We've heard that from Sheriff Sheridan, who says our guys are not going around and arresting people.
Well, there's a federal judge that's watching them as well. Yes.
Well, that's because
they're still having trouble from that.
Of Arpaio, right?
And so they can't even get close to it.
Right.
MCSO.
And I think like the Peoria police, they're there to assist.
They were yesterday. The Peoria police were doing, what do you want to call it? Traffic control.
Yeah.
They were not involved in the actual law enforcement side.
But
of it.
we've seen Tempe and Phoenix come out and say, hey, these things are going to happen. ICE is going to be here. There are going to be raids. That's their deal.
Yeah.
That's their deal. If they want us to support them, we can do that.
Yeah.
But they're not going to be going in and arresting people.
Yeah.
And I think they want that known.
Yeah, without a doubt.
There's no question.
Yeah, I was going to make it over to L.A. this weekend, but I can't. I got things to do. But I'll be there next week. How's that?
Oh, I wouldn't go. It's a hellhole right
now.
now.
Yeah, it's burning to
All
the ground.
of it is burning to the ground.
Yeah. Well, my place there isn't. So
that's not what I heard.
It's doing okay.
That's not what I heard.
Doing just fine. Hey, coming up next, why did Governor Hobbs veto a bill that banned the country of China from owning land in Arizona? We asked her that question yesterday. If you missed any of that, we're going to replay it for you. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Aria Dental Implant Center, they're changing lives. And I love these folks there. They work so hard to try and make you happy. And the first thing that you need to do if you have broken teeth, if you don't like the way that your teeth look, if you have missing teeth, if every time you chew it's painful, go and see Dr. Joe, 20 years of dental implant expertise. He is one of the best in the world, and he lives right here in Phoenix. One thing I love about Dr. Joe, I've seen him with people who go in for a consultation, and I've kind of watched it, and it's really interesting. He sits right next to you. He's there answering every one of your questions. He wants to make you comfortable with what's going to happen, and then he wants to change your life. Eat the foods you want again. Smile in pictures again. All right? Go to Aria. They have transparent pricing, no hidden fees. They make it simple and cost-effective. Tell them Gato sent you. It is Aria, spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. Phoenix residents are going to have the opportunity to hear directly from the new finalist for police chief at a public forum set for next Monday, June 16th. The candidates, Malik Aziz, Matthew Giordano, and Martha Ramos, have all held top positions in major law enforcement agencies and are looking to fill the city's top policing role permanently. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking in on your drive this afternoon, here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Right now in Phoenix, you got a new crash, and that's going to be on 202 northbound at Lower Buckeye Road. Traffic is slow there from Lower Buckeye Road to Buckeye Road. And in Mesa, you've got a crash on the right shoulder at the Loop 101 southbound near Southern. And just a gentle reminder for East Valley drivers, tomorrow night, eastbound Loop 202, the Santan off-ramp at McQueen Road will close for 60 days, and that starts tomorrow night at 11:30 p.m. and it'll go through about mid-August. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from the best-selling models like Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, Tundra, and more. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Thanks a lot, Heather. This portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping their customers and community. Call Parker. So, last week, Governor Hobbs vetoed a bill that would ban the People's Republic of China from purchasing and owning Arizona land. Okay? That's the headline. Why did she veto Senate Bill 1109 that would keep People's Republic of China and state-owned enterprises from buying land in Arizona?
We got a ton of reaction even before the interview of many of you saying, make sure you ask this question. And we were already going to ask the question.
We were on it.
All right. So here's part of it. All right. Here's Governor Hobbs, joins us every 2 weeks.
Well, I'm going to be clear on this bill. It did not actually prevent the Chinese Communist Party or the Chinese government from acquiring land in Arizona. It was a weak bill that would allow them to own property for up to 3 years, and then had all these loopholes that would allow them to transfer that land to political proxies after that 3 years. And I am concerned about Arizonan security, the security of our military bases, and the influence by foreign adversaries, which is why I subsequently proposed a bill that would actually take action against not just the Chinese Communist Party, but other foreign adversaries like Russia, North Korea, and Iran, and others. And I would like to see the legislature take action on that proposal.
Okay, so that was yesterday with Governor Katie Hobbs. Also yesterday, before we had her on the show, Mike Broomhead had Warren Peterson on. Senate President. Okay. And so what we did was we played a clip of Peterson talking about this.
Being critical of her veto.
And then you'll hear Hobbs' response, okay? Okay, so Warren Peterson was on the show with Mike Broomhead earlier this morning. Mm-hmm. Take a listen to what he said about you wanting to rewrite it or look over it again or have something different. Here's the Peterson.
She's vetoed 5 of these bills. She's never approached the legislature. This is purely reactive. This is a desperate move by the governor. She's obviously running for office. She sees that she lost on this issue. I hope she's sincere. Obviously, we'll work with her on this issue. She's not approached us. She's not talked to us. We'd be happy to engage, draft a good bill, and put that on her desk and have her signature. I hope she's sincere. Sadly, I feel like this is more rhetoric, just like the border rhetoric. If she's serious about it and if she's sincere, I hope so. I'm always an optimist, but her actions have not matched her current rhetoric.
Your reaction, Governor?
President Peterson, I am 100% sincere. Send me a bill that actually restricts foreign adversaries from owning property near our military bases, and I will sign that bill. That is not the bill that you sent me.
Well, it's he said,
well,
she
it sounds
said.
Like the door's open.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, but it certainly is a he said, she said.
Do you really think the door's open?
I
These
have
two
no idea.
don't get along.
Yeah, but listen.
They barely work with each other.
We know that a lot of this is posturing. The Republican-controlled legislature passes bills that they know she's going to veto.
At times, sure.
So
absolutely.
that they can say, ha-ha, she vetoed it, right?
Uh-huh.
But this one didn't sound like she was opposed to the concept of it. Do you see what I'm saying?
I think she wants it in her words and more on her terms.
Well, I asked her the question, why just China? Because this bill just stipulates China. I go,
France?
It's China today. Well, yeah, I was going to say, what other countries? Well, Russia, I
put Russia on the list.
North Korea,
sure,
we're going to let them buy
the
land and everything. You see what I'm saying? Like, where is the list? Is China the only one that we don't want buying land?
China should be.
Saudi Arabia buys land here.
They were stealing our water for a long time.
They sent 19 hijackers on 9/11 also.
They sure did.
Just saying.
Yeah.
If you just remind yourself if you think Saudi Arabia is our friend.
Yeah. I don't know if the government sent them. But they were, yeah.
There's certainly some arguments behind that.
Some arguments.
There are some arguments behind that.
All right, so that's Governor Hobbs.
Governor Hobbs.
Every 2 weeks, we at least get to pick the brain of the governor and try and find out what's happening in Arizona. So in a couple of Tuesdays, she'll be on.
You can go back and watch on our YouTube channel. You can watch the entire interview.
Go ahead.
If you
go ahead and do it.
We didn't selectively edit or anything. You can go check out the whole thing on the KTAR YouTube channel. Also on the YouTube channel today will be the War Room coming up at 5 o'clock. All right, political symposium, if you will, Gatos.
Yes, if you will.
Up next, though, what's it like to serve hungry children? We're going to talk to somebody who sees it every day and what they're doing about it. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Mike Broomhead sits down with some of the most interesting people who happen to live in our great state on the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
This is surreal for me. Someone from my youth. I'm talking with the one and only Young MC.
Download Amazing Arizonans before you hit the road this summer.
Former Maricopa County Supervisor Clint Hickman. Arizona Sports Authority Jody Jackson.
Download Amazing Arizonans for your summer road trips wherever you get your podcasts or check it out on the KTAR YouTube channel. Amazing Arizonans is presented by Resolution Copper.
Hey, you know what? A lot of reasons to get your home painted this summer, interior, exterior paint by the Arizona Painting Company. So, the average Arizona resident lives in their home 5 to 7 years. Get it painted now. Probably never have to do it again. You enjoy it for years. You have the best painting company in the state. Do it. Painting your home will make it look brand new. I know that. This time last year in the summer, had the Arizona Painting Company paint the exterior of my house. Here's how it works. You call them, they come over, and they give you a free estimate. You pick the colors. They have someone who can also help you pick colors if that makes you feel better. I mean, it made me feel better. They buy the paint. You do nothing. You sit back and let them do their job. So call the Arizona Painting Company. Get your home painted this summer. Prices are a little bit better in the summer, by the way. You mentioned Gatos. Text the word paint to 620-620. I'll send you a bounce back text. Everything you need to know about the Arizona Painting Company.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
What if you could use your home equity to pay off your debt without monthly payments so you could focus on reaching your other financial goals? With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you can. Get access to your home equity in cash, get closer to financial freedom, and get more out of life. Learn more and see if you pre-qualify for an investment at HomeTap.com. Subject to eligibility, terms and conditions apply. Get access to your home equity in cash. Visit HomeTap.com to apply in minutes. That's HomeTap.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You can get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors right now at Red Mountain. If you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, great focus. It'll boost your sex drive. If you have low T, go to redmountainweightloss.com and you can start for free right now this month. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about Why Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Midwestern University Eye Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and their student and faculty providers offer affordable, unhurried, and thorough vision care. I've known about it for years, but now I want you to experience the Midwestern difference for your family's vision care with adult and pediatric eye exams, designer eyewear, dry eye care, and ophthalmology services. Midwestern University Eye Institutes in Glendale on 59th Avenue, just off the 101. Visit MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for health care.
Mike Broomhead.
Rick Smith is the CEO of Axon. He loves Arizona. He moved here in the mid-'80s, and he tells that story of relocating here in the mid-'80s. He built his company up starting in a garage in Tucson, and he made it very, very clear to everybody, we are not leaving Arizona unless they push us out.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Oh, it is hot in the valley, and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've heard me rave about how Plum Smart Heating and Air is about half the cost of the other guys. But did you know replacing your worn-out AC unit with a new high-efficiency HVAC system can save you up to 50% on your annual utility bill? And with Plum Smart 0% financing, the new unit can actually pay for itself over its lifetime. Call Plum Smart today to schedule a free estimate, 602-892-6000, or go to itsjustplumsmart.com. Plum Smart, because AC guys charge too much.
KTAR News now.
It is 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. LA has become ground zero for protest over President Trump's immigration policy spreading across the country now. ABC's Alex Stone is in Los Angeles.
There are two suspects who are charged with possession of a destructive device,
for when things were going down on Saturday in Paramount, and then one of them was here outside the federal building. They had Molotov cocktails in both of those.
And the protests aren't just in Los Angeles, but in other parts of the U.S., Chicago, Columbus, Ohio, New York, Meriden, Connecticut, over the mass arrests carried out by ICE agents. A nightly curfew imposed by L.A. Mayor Karen Bass helped to quell any clashes between protesters and police overnight. The National Guard and active duty Marines are still in L.A., but Mayor Bass has said that local law enforcement has been able to handle any clashes that have happened. In a news conference today, Mayor Bass also condemned the reports that military are accompanying ICE agents on their raids, which may overstep the boundaries of federal law.
I posit that maybe we are part of a national experiment to determine how far the federal government can go.
Police departments across the state are sharing results now from Operation Safe Online Summer to help keep your kids safe. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the news center to tell us more.
Robert Berghofer will spend the next 17 years in state prison.
That's Attorney General Chris Mays recapping one of more than 70 arrests made since April for the operation, which aimed to find and prosecute child predators in Arizona. She adds,
To those who would target Arizona's children online, let this be a warning. We will find you, and we will prosecute you, and we will protect our kids.
Investigators considered nearly 150 online tips and identified 25 victims who were being exploited. Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
And new this afternoon, a family of 8 will be displaced after a fire broke out in their attic and quickly spread to the main structure of their home. This happened near 67th Avenue and McDowell. Despite significant damage to the home, luckily there were no reported injuries. Let's take a look at the road home this afternoon. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. You got a pretty decent spot of slowing on the 101 westbound Pima Freeway at Scottsdale Road. I can't point to a particular incident there. It's just a little more slow than usual. Heading out to El Mirage, there's a disabled vehicle blocking the intersection on the 60 eastbound near West Thompson Ranch Road. In Phoenix, a crash at 202 northbound. That's at Lower Buckeye Road, causing a snarl there. And in Mesa, you've got a crash on the right shoulder of the 101 loop southbound near Southern Avenue. Traffic is brought to you by Arizona Business One Stop. Skip the lines with Arizona Business One Stop, a free online tool to plan, start, and run your business in one easy-to-use place. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies, a low of 82, 108 tomorrow, and 109 on Friday. We're at 107 in Chandler. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Congressman Andy Biggs gives us an update on what's happening in Washington. It happens on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9:30.
All righty. Hey, appreciate you guys spending some time with us. Don't forget, we're up on the YouTube, as the kids call it, KTAR YouTube channel. We live stream video the entire show. Just as shocked as you are. We've been, this entire month, we're outspoken against hunger. And specifically, we are, along with you, working to make sure kids aren't going hungry over the summer when they're missing out on maybe those school meals they were getting. Mm-hmm. Fair way to put it?
Yep.
Joining us in studio right now is somebody who sees this on a daily basis, sees it with his own eyes. Steve Anderson, Steve, we've met before, by the way, so I'm going to pretend like we don't know him. We know Steve.
We know him.
Steve's a volunteer down at St. Mary's. I've seen you volunteering down there. I've seen you working with it. And that line is pretty amazing when we talk about it. The people who show up, the line starts in the morning, it goes all day long. You see children in that line, don't you?
A lot of kids right now, especially right now with school being out. They're with their parents. They're pulling through the line. You can see the stress on the kids' faces. You can see the stress on the parents' faces. And giving them food, loading food up in the car makes a big difference in their, you can see, makes them happy.
Yeah.
Makes a difference in their lives, and really, I'm sure it takes a lot of stress off their parents as well.
Yeah, we're asking you to text the word food to 620-620. And we are trying to get as much money for St. Mary's Food Bank as we possibly can. And Steve, I know that, like, you know, there's some people that call you the candy man. Tell everybody why there's some people that call you the candy man.
Well, a lot of times when kids are pulling through with their parents, you know, to make a little difference in their day, I'll go up to the walk-up station and grab some pastries or some treats or something and give them to the kids, and, you know, puts a smile on their face, makes a difference in their lives.
Yeah. I mean, great. I think that's awesome. Steve Anderson's joining us. It is Outspoken Against Hunger. We are partnering with St. Mary's Food Bank. Steve's a volunteer there. Tell me about one kid or one family that I know that you see a lot, and you've been doing this for a lot of
hundreds,
years.
Right? I mean, hundreds a day practically.
I mean, does one stand out? Are there a few that stand out for you?
I think they all do, Gatos. I mean, you can see, you know, sadness in their eyes sometimes, and just making a difference, and, you know, asking them how their day's going, if they're behaving themselves, you're being good. You listen to your parents, you're doing well, and just to put a smile on their face and interact with them a little bit and really humanize the situation.
Yeah.
We know there are tens of thousands, if not 100,000 or more, children who are facing food insecurity, hunger here in the Valley. Steve, what brought you to volunteer at St. Mary's Food Bank? Why? You could do anything you wanted. Why?
You know, I saw on the news about 2.5 years ago, people volunteering. I think it may have been Jerry on TV promoting volunteering and giving out the food. I think it was a special occasion, maybe been the turkey drive or something like that. But wanted to get involved, came down. I wasn't expecting to be as engaged as I am, but actually today, within 2.5 years, I volunteered 836 times.
Wow.
So I normally do a double shift and load boxes in the morning and then load cars in the afternoon, which I really enjoy, loading the cars, engaging with the people.
How many did you load today?
I would imagine there was probably 1,200 families that came through.
Wow. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, every day.
That's a real need.
I mean, when the gates open, right?
Absolutely.
Cars are in line, they come in, and all you guys do is just fill trunks and back seats with food boxes.
Yeah, absolutely. So the donations, they really make a difference. I see it firsthand.
Yeah. We're talking to Steve Anderson, St. Mary's Food Bank volunteer. Text the word food to 620-620. We desperately need your help to feed children this summer. 1 in 5 kids in Arizona are food insecure. I think it's really interesting why you do it. I mean, giving someone who is hungry food. I mean, I can only imagine the parents, like, they get to breathe after they get that box of food.
Yeah, they're dealing with, right?
Yeah, because the box of food, and I put boxes of food in people's trunks. You've done that, Bruce. You do it all day, Steve. You can see that the parents exhale. They're like, you know what? I don't have to take my little meal and cut it up 3 different ways for my kids, and I get 1 bite. And also, what's in the meal is a good meal, right? What do you put in there?
Absolutely. They get the emergency food box, which is non-perishables, but also produce, protein, bread, typically beverages. So it's a really nice array of food that is given on a daily basis. And it makes a difference for the families because helping them, squeeze that budget together, a choice between food maybe or rent or your car payment, it fills the gap, and it's a real need that you see every day.
Again, you can help further the mission of St. Mary's Food Bank by texting the word food to 620-620. All this month, we're outspoken against hunger, and we're thinking about those kids. We're thinking about those kids who are missing meals. We don't want them to go hungry.
Yeah. Something interesting happened the other day on the show. We were talking about Axon, huge company in Scottsdale, negotiating with the city council, and we had the president, Josh Isner, on, and the interview ended like this.
It took a turn.
It did take a turn, and it was all about St. Mary's. Listen to this.
Again, thanks a lot for the support.
Yeah.
Pleasure speaking with you guys. And if there's anything I can do for you in the future, don't hesitate to reach out.
Oh, boy.
Right,
careful what you wish for. You might get that here from Gatos again.
Oh yeah.
I love it.
Josh, we do have this little fundraiser that we're doing, Outspoken Against Hunger.
Oh, man, now that you guys brought up our stock, like, I feel I have to do it. All right.
You can help us feed some kids
We're
this
We're feeding
summer.
kids over the summer, and we know you want to help.
Guys, I'm happy to match donations up to $50,000.
Oh, my
Lanta. For this effort.
$50,000.
Go raise the money, and we'll make it happen.
Josh, you're the man.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to talk about Axon being a good partner, right?
Bye. I told you I was going to ask him about that.
You did.
Okay, so that was what happened the other day.
Yeah.
So right now, your donation will be doubled. Text the word food to 620-620. Bruce, and I know, Steve, you can talk on this. Some of the people going through the line are living in their cars.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want that to just sink in. There are families that are living in their
families.
Cars. We have to feed them.
Yeah. Listen.
We have to feed them.
We talk about, and you use the term, not on our watch. Not on our watch. This is our community. We love the Valley. The Valley offers so many wonderful things. Many of us are very lucky, very fortunate. Here's an opportunity to do something for the least fortunate amongst us.
So text the word food to 620-620. Give what you can, and your donation right now is going to be doubled by Axon.
Yeah.
Right this second. So don't wait. You have to text now and give, and let's feed some kids.
Just text the word food to 620-620. That's food to 620-620. We make it as simple as possible.
Steve Anderson, you're fantastic.
You're amazing for all the work you've done there.
Yeah, good for you, man. I love that you go and you help these families down there.
Thank you for what you're doing for St. Mary's Food Bank.
You are an example of the great and the good of
That
the
is
Valley.
it. That is
all
100%
right?
true.
Absolutely.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
man. Good to see you.
It's outstanding. He's Steve Anderson, one of the volunteers down there.
Got some texts coming in.
Long-term volunteers. We do have texts coming in. I'm seeing
here.
They're coming in right now,
We
Gatos.
got to double this.
Text food to 620-620. Yes.
So 50,000.
Yeah. 50. We're going to take 50 grand of Easter's money.
Yeah. This is awesome.
He's gleefully going to do that.
I know.
He volunteered it. We didn't even ask.
Well, we asked.
Well, I mean, we didn't give him a number.
I was hoping for $1 million, but
for goodness
maybe
sake.
next year.
Okay.
No, 50,000. It's fantastic. All right, we got the War Room coming up 5 o'clock. But up next, do you need a smile every time you go to a fast food restaurant? Next.
You know what? If you've got good credit, then don't finance your home the same way people with poor credit do. The traditional 30-year fixed mortgage was created for people with poor credit. You are better than that, and you should be treated better than that. A Life Changer loan lets you have access to your equity. Yet 30-year mortgage doesn't let you do that. A Life Changer loan will save you tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars in interest paid to a bank. 30-year mortgage doesn't let you do that, all right? A Life Changer loan puts you in control of your family's finances. You could pay down, pay off. You can even borrow back, all on your timeline. The reason it's up to you, you've earned it with your fiscal responsibility. So you've got great credit. You're good with money, right? You should not be in a traditional mortgage. Simple. Go to lifechangerloan.com. Lifechangerloan.com. And remember, it's not magic. It's just math.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Market volatility isn't slowing down.
If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:45. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Arizonans, beware. ADOT is not after you for unpaid traffic tickets.
This is a scam. It's another attempt on your phone to try to get you to give up personal information and money. It is an ADOT. We're not involved in that kind of thing. We just want people to know.
That's ADOT Steve Elliott getting the word out about people around the state getting text messages demanding payment for outstanding traffic fines. It is not legit. Elliott adds a telltale sign that the text is fake is their use of DMV, when in fact ADOT uses MVD, short for Motor Vehicle Division. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking on traffic right now, Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Quite a bit of slowing on the 202 northbound South Mountain Freeway. At Lower Buckeye Road, there was an accident about half an hour ago. It's not so bad in that spot, but most of the backup right now is from Buckeye Road on the northbound 202, heading all the way up to the 10. You've got a disabled vehicle to look out for in El Mirage. It's blocking the intersection of the 60 eastbound near Thompson Ranch Road, and in Mesa, you've got a crash on the right shoulder of the 101 loop southbound near Southern Avenue. That's traffic for right now. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
If you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. An accident victim suffered neck and arm and back injuries after a car ran a red light and hit them. The insurance company offered them nothing for their injuries. Sweet James recovered $600,000 for their client and the medical care needed. They can't guarantee the outcome of your case, but if you're hurt in an accident, don't take it on alone. Call Sweet James. Pay nothing until they win. 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
This time of year reminds me of my husband. Jim was a devoted father. When he passed away unexpectedly, I was left with 2 teenage daughters. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. Thankfully, we had a living trust. Our assets were protected, and his life insurance paid for our daughter's college. Even in tragedy, Jim's love carried through because he planned ahead. And when I pass someday, my daughters won't face delays in probate court or get buried in legal fees. My living trust ensures they'll inherit everything quickly and privately. This Father's Day, honor the dads in your life by protecting your family's future. And if you're 60 or over, save 65% on a living trust. Schedule your free consultation before June 16th.
Call 480-896-9597. That's 480-896-9597. RJP has helped over 40,000 families since 1995. Call 480-896-9597.
Hey, it's Joe Huizenga. A Phoenix guy tried to blow up his home with bleach. We're going to find out how Chris would make his home go kaboom tomorrow at 3:30 in our Headline Volley.
You know, a lot of people out there that a big part of their childhood died today. Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys passed away. An amazing influence on music that I think is still felt today. And a songwriter, amazing. Just amazing.
I didn't grow up with the Beach Boys.
I didn't either.
No.
But I rediscovered them later. Like, and went back, you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And was just blown away by some
Do
of
you
these
know
songs.
that my 7th grade science teacher
Okay.
was the brother of one of the Beach Boys?
Really?
Yeah.
Well, they're all buddies. They all they went to high school together. They grew up together.
I remember the last name was Love.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's lead singer.
Yeah.
Mike Love.
I didn't do well in that class.
Okay.
7th grade science.
No, nobody does.
Mr. Love. He was one of the.
Wow.
He was outside the box type of guy, teacher.
Really?
Yeah. He was a little nuts, which was kind of fun, to be honest.
He would have been right at home in the group. Too
Yeah.
bad they didn't take him in.
You went into his class and you really didn't know what to expect, and that was kind of interesting. But I remember him being a little out there, which was kind of cool.
Yeah. Listen, again, I think for a lot of people that it touched them, and you know, when you start to lose pieces of your childhood like that, no matter how old you are, I think it affects you.
So remember, we just spoke with Steve Anderson.
We did.
A volunteer at St. Mary's Food Bank. He was packing so many boxes today.
1,100.
That was, I got to write that down. That's
He said he did 1,100.
1,100.
But they give out awards. I say awards. You have different colored shirts for when you how much you volunteer. They've run out of colors for him.
Yeah, he's awesome.
They're well past like where the buses run with him.
We're finding out that there are families going through the line in their car, and they are living in their car.
Right. And they're putting food in the car, and that's the only food they're going to have.
So text the word food to 620-620. Let's feed some kids. Let's feed some families. And remember, our friends at Axon, they've matched. They've matched
They're
it.
doubling it.
They've doubled it up to $50,000.
All right.
Let's get the donations in.
I say it with all due respect to our buddy Josh Isner there.
Yes.
We want to take every penny of that $50,000.
Every penny of the
Okay, we
$50,000.
want to get every penny and get them to match it.
If we get up to 50, they'll give us another 50.
So when you go to a restaurant,
yes,
do you notice a difference in employees? Let's just just restaurants in general, any chain. Let's say chains. Do you notice a difference? Are some better, happier than others? Because I notice a difference at some places.
Okay, so when you say notice a difference,
Do you notice a difference?
Are you talking like in
attitude?
Employees that are serving you the food or the drink? Yeah, I do.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah. There's a it's a website called Glassnote, and it lets employees anonymously rate their workplace. If you don't know it, you can go on there now and go after your boss. But guess what? A burger chain that we have here, a hamburger chain that we have here, has finished in the top 10, and as a matter of fact, number 1 10 years in a row for employee satisfaction, and I think it shows in every single one of their employees. In-N-Out Burger.
Of course.
People at In-N-Out just seem happier, don't they?
Yes.
They seem fired up. They're like there's this team camaraderie going on. Even though the places are always busy, there's the drive-through line is around the corner and blocking traffic somewhere probably.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody there's got like a smile on their face.
So I'll tell you why. They pay their employees better.
They do pay well.
But I think the biggest thing,
But that isn't all.
Also going to liken this to QT.
Oh, okay,
'Cause
okay.
Our son used to work for QT when he was in high school and college.
I would tell you that QT employees seem to have a positive attitude.
In-N-Out Burger and QT are looking for something specific.
You mean when they're hiring?
Absolutely.
Ah, gotcha. So just
100%.
everybody's not going to waltz in and get that In-N-Out
Not
job.
a chance. You have to have a good attitude.
Yeah.
You've got to prove you have a good attitude. And if you don't, you don't work there.
Yeah.
It's really that formula that I think In-N-Out and QT has. Go to a QT today.
Yeah.
They'll tell you to have a nice day.
They do every time.
Why?
Yeah.
Because sometimes one of their employees secretly goes
The
in.
checker.
And he'll hand $100 to you if you're an employee and you say that. So they have some perks.
91% of In-N-Out Burger employees said they would recommend their friend to work there.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's huge.
Yes, it is.
Delicious.
All right, we've got to check the headlines on the way, and then up next, it's the War Room.
Here we go.
We're convening the good and the great. We're bringing everybody together, a political symposium, if you will.
We're going to war.
We're going to war inside the War Room. It's coming up next, Outspoken here on KTAR.
All right, I want you to call my friends over at Howard Air and Plumbing. Howard Air and Plumbing, best in the business. They've been doing this for over 40 years. I've made the call to Howard Air, and they are coming this month to service my air conditioning unit. Now, a couple years ago, they put in that air conditioning unit. I only use the best. I've been using Howard Air for well over 20 years. Here's something for you to make sure that your air conditioner is working. All right, we're in June. Obviously, summer has started. It's brutally hot, 109, 110 tomorrow. This is what it's going to be like. You don't want to wake up in the morning on a Saturday and you're sweating. And you're like, what is going on? My air is not working. What's the deal? Did you turn off the air? No, I didn't turn off the air. Did you turn down the air? No, I didn't turn down the air. Your air doesn't work. There's a very good way to make sure that doesn't happen. Call Howard Air, get on their schedule, and get a full system maintenance, okay? Don't let some company come out, oh, we're going to charge you $20. It's a great deal. That's a terrible deal. They'll do nothing. And you will be out of air very, very, very soon. Call Howard Air and Plumbing. Get on their schedule. Professional cleaning. 602-953-2766, howardair.com.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides solar zone sun shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, upfront. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
The secret to sustainable weight loss isn't the endless cycle of counting calories, extreme exercise, or taking the next trendy shot. It's about resetting your metabolism and creating simple, healthy habits to support it. I'm Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, and that simple secret could change the rest of your life. So stop yo-yo dieting and let's reset your metabolism naturally, safely, and effectively with our exclusive 3-step protocol. Go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation. That's PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com.
If I can do it, you can too. Jamie West here, down nearly 50 pounds and keeping it off. Not with shots or drugs or prepackaged foods, just eating the right combination of healthy foods at the right times of day. I feel great. I look great. Don't wait. Schedule your free consultation right now. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. That's PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Dave Ramsey here. Give the outside of your home some greatly needed curb appeal with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating. Painting your home with traditional paint means you'll have to repaint every 4 or 5 years, costing you more and more money. But with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating, you won't have to touch the exterior again for years. In fact, Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty. Your home will always look like it's been freshly painted, guaranteed. No kidding. So, if you're thinking about painting your exterior with traditional paint, please call Rhino Shield first for a free estimate and ask about their ceramic technology and its ability to reduce your cooling costs. Rhino Shield is perfect for the Arizona climate. Tell them Dave Ramsey sent you to receive 15% off the regular price. Call 855-487-4466 or visit rhinoshieldaz.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. More information about the mobilization of U.S. military personnel in Los Angeles in response to protests over mass arrests at ICE raids. Major General Scott Sherman said today that 4,700 personnel have been mobilized, including 4,000 troops from the California National Guard and 700 Marines, now in different locations in L.A. as some undergo more training for the mission.
These soldiers do not conduct law enforcement operations that like arrests or search and seizure. They are strictly used for the protection of the federal personnel as they conduct their operations and to protect them, to allow them to do their federal mission.
And we have an update on the Phoenix woman who was arrested yesterday for allegedly assaulting a police officer near a protest demonstration in Peoria. In a new police document, 23-year-old Tyler Hitt is accused of wrapping police scene tape around the officer's neck. Police say Hitt resisted arrest and a taser was used to regain control. Hitt faces a charge of aggravated assault on a first responder. She was released without bail. The police incident was a drug investigation, not an immigration raid. A wrongful death lawsuit's been filed after a 25-year-old woman overdosed at a Tucson treatment facility. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center to tell us more.
Tiara Lewis checked into Buena Vista Health and Recovery Center in September 2023. About a week into her stay, she was found unresponsive from a fentanyl overdose.
Yes, they gave her Narcan. She was there at the facility for approximately 5 days.
Attorney for Lewis's estate, Petoskey Bailey, says they're seeking compensation on behalf of Lewis's death. The lawyers argue Buena Vista had a responsibility to ensure a safe and secure treatment environment free from illicit drugs. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
KTAR has reached out to Buena Vista Health. We'll bring you a response if we get one.
Eyes on Education.
State Schools Chief Tom Horn plans to report Scottsdale Unified School District to the federal government.
Horn says the district could lose federal funding over curriculum he says violates the federal DEI policies. Karen Martinson is a parent in the district who reported the curriculum using the Empower hotline. She says the curriculum does not meet state standards in the way LGBTQ issues and religion is discussed.
Parents, we have the right to opt in or opt out as to what our kids are learning when it comes to sex education, and that doesn't give us the option if it's part of the core curriculum, does it?
Martinson brought up specific excerpts from a textbook mentioning more than 2 genders. The school district tells KTAR the book does meet state standards after a process to approve it. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
Yesterday, Democrats made their case for the open congressional seat formerly held by the late Raul Grijalva. KTAR's own Steve Goldstein moderated the debate and joined Arizona's Morning News to talk about why he thinks Republicans might have a chance, even if District 7 has long been a Democratic stronghold.
There's a possibility only because it's a special election, and it's not November, which means turnout is going to be super low.
Goldstein added that even though it's possible the seat is flipped, it is a long shot. Time to check on traffic with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. I've got quite a few wrecks to report for your rush hour. Let's start with the Valley Freeways in Goodyear. There's a wreck at 303 northbound, the Outer Loop, and Van Buren. That's going to be on the frontage road there. In Phoenix, you got a crash blocking the left lane on I-17 southbound, the Maricopa Freeway near 7th Street. And in El Mirage, look out for a disabled vehicle blocking the intersection on the 60 eastbound near Thompson Ranch Road. As for the surface streets in Phoenix, we've got a crash crash at Cave Creek in Union Hills that just happened. One at 43rd Avenue, Myrtle, that's north of Glendale Avenue, and a wreck at 56th Street and Bell. Traffic brought to you by New Vision Auto Glass. Tired of looking through a cracked windshield? Get it replaced with New Vision Auto Glass and get up to $375 cash back. It's easy. They'll come to you. NewVisionAutoglass.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Overnight, 82 for a low temp, 108 for the high on Thursday, and 109 on Friday. Right now, in Levine, 108 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents The War Room, a political symposium cutting through the noise from the Arizona State Capitol to Washington, D.C. The War Room starts now.
And we are live on the KTAR YouTube channel. You can watch The War Room over the next 60 minutes. All right. Bruce, here's our panel.
I'm ready.
Go. Democratic strategist Tony Conti makes his return to the War Room. Tony, how are you?
I'm good.
We've got our buddy Luis Acosta, DACA recipient, partner at Oracle Strategies. You work with both political parties. Great to see you, man. How are you?
Great. Thank you for having me.
And we've got Scottsdale Mayor Lisa Borowski. First time in, Mayor.
Welcome.
Nice to have you here.
Thank you. I'm
All right.
excited.
We've got a lot to get to, and we're going to start in Los Angeles. So we've got people getting arrested. We've got ICE raids that took place, and now we're, 6 days in? We've got a curfew in L.A. Things are a bit messy. So why don't we start with this from each of you on the panel? What image or picture comes to your mind that best captures what you think is happening in L.A.?
Wow.
Who would like to go first?
Well, I'll start as
Luis?
the DACA recipient and the immigration guy on this panel so far.
Yes, sir.
I'll just start by saying that I think the situation in LA has been completely overblown by the media.
Really?
This is not LA is on fire. This is not LA Battlefront or Battlefield, whatever the name of that movie was, where aliens were invading. This is none of that. This is everything that's happening in LA is within a quarter mile of the police station, I believe, or the sheriff's office, whatever it is. And all the pictures and everything that we're seeing streaming on TV, streaming on our social media accounts, etc., makes it seem as though the entire city of Los Angeles is on fire, and that's not the truth.
Okay.
It's not.
But we can't ignore cars being set on fire and looting. And, there are some certainly protests that are peaceful. But it seems when the lights go down and the sun goes down, it gets nasty over there, and even if it's a small part of L.A.
No,
right?
I completely agree.
Yeah, you can't just ignore all that stuff.
Yeah, you asked me the image. Still the image, what the guy standing on a burning car waving the Palestinian flag might be the... I have a feeling that Trump will be running that as ads in the midterm.
I
The
think
one
you're
that
probably
popped
right.
in my head was, and it's because I'm too online, I guess.
Okay.
It was the social media, people were sharing a thing of bricks saying, like, look, these bricks were all put out here because this is a planned protest, blah, blah. And it turns out that was actually from some other country, some other time, because I'm thinking a lot about the, very deliberate exercise going on social media to make this look worse than it is.
Interesting.
Now, listen, obviously, I think that any sort of, violence in a protest shouldn't happen. We should condemn it.
Right.
But I think that in that regard, it is, when it comes to the scale of it, it's overblown. I'm thinking about a lot of that misinformation.
Mayor, do you think this thing is overblown in L.A.?
No, I think it's very serious. And you asked what's the
image in your mind? Right?
Cornerstone image of what's going on. Just the smoke plumes, the toxic smoke plumes that are going up over these cars that are getting set on fire. I mean, that
the electric cars specifically,
yeah,
right? Waymos and whatever. Yeah.
I think that's very, very sad. I mean, there's a lot of talk about the environment in California. Who would do that? I mean, that's just complete, disaster. So I think it's very, very sad. And of course, media is going to go to that because that's a very big deal. It poses huge risk to the members of the community and the city itself.
We're inside the war room. What do you guys think of some of these protests? And Bruce, I think you mentioned it earlier.
Yeah.
Anti-Trump protests?
Yeah, well, that was my question. Are these about immigration anymore? Or is this just anti-Trump, anti-government at this point? I feel like when I'm looking at New York and Chicago and other cities, Dallas, it feels like they're morphing into something. It's more than just immigration. Am I reading it wrong?
No, I think there's two things that are happening here, and I think it does lead to this morphing into it. One thing is that in Southern California, there are people who, because of the Marines coming in and because of the sort of military presence, they feel like it's their civic obligation. They're, as patriotic Americans want to defend the Constitution, to go and protest. And so there are more people who
even if immigration wasn't their hot button issue or whatever.
There are more people that are showing up because, immigration against Trump, that's one thing. Two, as the president plans his big waste of money military parade that he's about to do on his birthday, there are concurrent protests planned around the country that have been planned for months.
On that day.
Right. And
this Saturday.
Right-wing influencers on social media are pretending like these are planned riots to build off of this thing. And so I think that you're seeing the activity start to really ramp up, these two things coming together. And yeah, I think that there's a lot of focus on it.
I keep looking. Go ahead, Mayor. You were going to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say, obviously, my opinion is it's a confluence between frustration, right, of just what's going on politically,
right,
potentially, especially in LA. There's been so much going on there, right, over the last 6 months, what they've had to deal with. And, between that and those things are contagious, too. So when you start talking about peaceful protests that then turn, take
violent.
A turn for the worst, right? Then, that's all the social media and it's a business for people too. I mean, these protests, there's volunteer signups, they pay people to go out.
Right.
So it's a thing, right?
I would love to meet one person who's paid to go to a protest.
You don't think
I've been
it
doing
happens?
this for over 20 years.
Okay.
And I have not had the opportunity to meet
who wants
somebody
to pay
who's
me?
done
I'll
it
go
yet.
wherever you want.
Because I would
free.
love to be paid to go to a protest. If somebody can give me checks. There are organizations that go to provide support. They go there and they're sort of handing out water. They're making sure things are safe. Those organizations, you want organizations like that in a protest because their job is to de-escalate, to try and make sure things stay calm. But I just don't know where this very common notion that there's this big horde of paid protesters. I just don't know where that's coming from.
No, I mean, I agree with Tony on that one. I don't think George Soros is paying everybody off the street to go protest. But I do think that when you talk about the core issue at the end of the day, I think that the core message that the people are trying to get across is that this immigration issue is still top of mind and the thing that people care most about. It's unfortunate that these protests and these activations against what's essentially a broken immigration system are being co-opted by members of the general community. I don't know which party they belong to, but I'm assuming they're probably Democrats in some cases, who are deciding to turn these into anti-Trump protests and are taking it way too far by, again, setting, stuff on fire and whatnot.
That's Luis Acosta. We've got the mayor of Scottsdale, Lisa Borowski. We've also got Tony Coney, Democratic strategist. Trump's winning this thing, right? I mean, America's looking at this. And, at the beginning, I looked at this and said, okay, I don't know why you're starting at a Home Depot. I don't think there's necessarily a criminal there. I think that's kind of a waste. But then, you do see the images and then you get sucked into it. And they're like, hold on a second. There are all these people that are going after cops. And there was something in Peoria. We're talking about that.
I think it's fair to say that most people are not engaged maybe to the level that we are, and they just see clips or they see something on Facebook or they see Instagram or they catch something.
That's how it goes.
No, I agree.
Right.
And so they see the most extreme example of whatever's going on.
I get to the point where it's like, okay, I guess Trump called in the California National Guard. I really think that was, the right thing to do. But I'm to the point where I'm like, okay, clean them out. Get rid of the rioters. I'm tired of this. And, I think people are looking at Donald Trump and saying, yeah, okay, go ahead and do your thing.
I think that there are probably people who, because of what they're seeing, really want this to get cleaned up, want to make sure people are safe, that kind of stuff.
Right.
I think where Trump is going to run into problems is with the Marine deployment. There is consistent, constant data and polling that Americans do not want military to be
Marines on the
ground
streets of their cities.
doing these kinds of things. I think that was... I think that in that regard, that was a really big
But
mistake.
I don't hear that many people
escalation.
talking about that now.
I think
And maybe it's a good thing, but maybe it's a good thing
because
because the Marines aren't, like, I don't see Marines involved. You know, I mean, maybe that's a good reason. There isn't tanks in downtown L.A.
Mayor, if the Marines were to show up in Scottsdale because there was unrest, how are you feeling about that as the leader of the city?
I mean, it depends. Obviously, there's a lot going on in LA, and we would need, if it's a federal mandate, we would need to defer to that. Our job in Scottsdale, and I feel like we're very much prepared for upcoming, demonstrations, peaceful protests, and what could come. But our job and our PD's job would be to protect the citizens and people in our community, and that would mean, diffuse the situation and whatever backup resources we have. I mean, you just can't let it spiral out of control, right? What do you do? And I think there's a sense there, and hopefully that's not the sense about Scottsdale, that there's not going to be a forceful response, meaning to protect the citizens and the community.
Okay.
All right, last one for this segment.
Ooh.
Is Trump at war with blue states? He's doing this in L.A. He's got what they're calling ICE is preparing a full assault on 5 other Democratic cities. Is he picking on the blue states, or are the blue states the ones that are housing a lot of illegal immigrants?
This is it's theater in that regard. He governs by theater, he governs by showmanship, and he's doing this. Like, he's not going in any cities in Texas where there's Democrat mayors that are right. Like, he wants to go in to tap into the preconceived notions of people in his base about what a terrible place LA is and all this kind of stuff.
Right,
And
what a hellhole California.
And so I think that is part of the problem. And I really appreciate the mayor saying, like, one of the jobs of, like, law enforcement in the city is to sort of, like, calm things down, de-escalate. But that doesn't seem to be what Trump's priority is. Trump's priority is to inflame and to sort of really make a spectacle of this. And I think that's why this is getting to the point it is. It's that he's really helping this spin out of control.
Well, but again, I think the protesters, in many cases, especially the ones that are there to commit crimes, are playing right into his hands.
Sure.
I
totally agree.
Giving him exactly what he wants, right?
I agree with that, yeah.
I mean, if you're going to say it's theater, it could be theater, could be easily viewed as theater on both sides, right?
Sure.
Trying to make
protesting.
Gavin Newsom is playing a role in this as well, right?
Yeah, protesting is by its very nature, it's a theatrical thing. It's when you're going there and you're putting your body on the line to say, these are my rights.
All right. Segment 1 of the War Room. Here we go. We're just getting started. When we come back, all right, Mayor, this is your deal here.
Your wheelhouse.
All right. So we got Axon, right? Why did Axon cut off its negotiations? Was the negotiations with you, right?
It wasn't just with me.
Not just
and it
with
wasn't
you?
because of me.
Right.
It was not.
Why was it not because of the
There
mayor?
you go.
Okay, we're going to talk about that. The meeting took place a couple days ago. We're going to ask the Mayor Scottsdale as she is here with us. It is the War Room on KTAR.
Hey, I want to tell you a pretty crazy statistic. 1 in 4 retirees end up going back to work, and not by choice. How do you prevent yourself from becoming one of those statistics? I got something pretty cool. This Saturday out in Mesa, we've got a movie. It's a new documentary that, guess what? I had a chance to be a part of. Got to do some of the interviews for it. It's called Retirement on the Brink. And it tells the stories about retirement that maybe the industry doesn't want you to know. If you think you're ready for retirement, think again. Retirement on the Brink is eye-opening, and you can be there. Just go to retirementonthebrink.com. That's retirementonthebrink.com. Get your VIP seats, and I'll tell you what, Saturday, 5 o'clock out in Mesa, popcorn and sodas on me. Exactly. Come on. We'll all get together. We'll all learn, and I guarantee you'll leave knowing more. My friends at Trajan Wealth have done an amazing job. Again, it's retirementonthebrink.com. The advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:18. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., is moving forward with his plans to change the makeup of a key CDC advisory panel that makes vaccine recommendations. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has more from Washington.
The health secretary calls it a major step toward restoring public trust in vaccines, having earlier this week dismissed all 17 former members of the Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has named 8 replacements. Some of the names will raise eyebrows. One, Dr. Robert Malone, has been repeatedly accused by fact-checkers of making misleading claims about the safety and effectiveness of COVID vaccines. Other appointees have aired similar skepticism.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check your ride this afternoon. Heather Larson's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Goodyear, you've got a wreck on the 303 northbound, the outer loop, and Van Buren. It's on the frontage road there. In Phoenix, a crash blocking the left lane of I-17 southbound, the Maricopa near 7th Street. A bunch of surface street crashes as well today in Phoenix at 43rd Avenue and Vineyard. That's between Baseline and Southern. Another one at Cave Creek and Union Hills in North Phoenix. A crash with a pedestrian at 43rd Avenue and Myrtle. That's north of Glendale Avenue. And finally, another wreck in Phoenix at 56th Street and Bell. Traffic brought to you by the Beatitudes campus. It's 5 o'clock. Do you know where your parents are? They could be dining and mingling with new friends at Beatitudes campus. Learn more at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
Inside the War Room today, Democratic strategist Tony Connie, partner over at Oracle Strategies, and he works with all kinds of political parties, plus a DACA recipient. That's Louis Acosta. And for first time in the War Room, welcome, Scottsdale Mayor Lisa Borowski. So glad to have you with us today. The big news coming out of Scottsdale, at least from our perspective, Mayor, and you can tell us different, I suppose, is it was an interesting headline. Is that a fair way to put it, that we had a couple days? Axon cuts off negotiations with Scottsdale following meeting with mayor. We're like, what the heck just went on? It was a provocative headline. I think it's fair to say that maybe the headline wasn't entirely accurate. I think that's a fair thing.
So before we get the mayor's...
Those two things were not related.
Okay,
I'll just leave it at that.
Fair enough.
And I think the way it played on the first, when they first released that, they revised it.
Fair enough.
Because that was not the case.
I hear you.
So Axon President Josh Isner joined us. So let's play a clip, and then Mayor will have you react. Take a listen.
Yeah, ultimately, we went to the city about 3 weeks ago, and we said, look, we're willing to give back some of what the state law allows us to do in the interest of being good neighbors. And part of that was solving a few problems for the neighboring HOA that we had committed to in our zoning agreement. Part of it was exploring a joint development of a performing arts center on our campus with the city. And part of it was we offered to give the city, we offered to cap our apartment build at $850 instead of $1,900. So we were going to give them 1,000 apartments back in the interest of just moving forward as partners. And because of 3 city council members, there aren't going to be 1,000 less apartments in Scottsdale now.
All right, Mayor, what were the 3 city council members doing in this negotiation? It sounded like, to me, Axon's like, hey, we're going to give you some stuff back. And the city council's like, no, we don't need that. Why did it go that way? Why did it go down this way?
So I've done commercial litigation for 27 years, been in the courtroom my entire career. So, when warring parties, I'll use that.
Okay.
Not that we're warring,
Fair
but
enough.
even the most,
adversarial at times.
Yes, even the most significantly adversarial conflicts have a resolution point. So I've maintained from the get-go that there is a middle ground, and maybe not right in the middle, but there's a middle ground that can be accomplished with Axon and the city, meaning including the residents, including, the council, including what's best for our community. And I will tell you that I've maintained that, and we've met a couple of times, several times actually, and I've found them to be of that same mindset, which I really appreciate. And I think that, left to our own devices, right, we could accomplish a great result. But again, we talked about this on the break. The legislation is what really haunts me, because that's a footprint that we're going to be, that's going to remain even if an agreement was obtained.
And this was a piece of legislation that allowed them to move forward with their plan. And for time alone, that kind of did an end around the Scottsdale city government. Is that fair?
That's the goal of the legislation, to take the city out of a decision.
Out of the decision. Yeah. Yeah.
But it sounded like Axon wanted to say to you, listen, we don't need to talk, but we're going to give you some of the things you want back. And then the Scottsdale City Council said no. Why would they say no? Why wouldn't they take some of the stuff back and get a better deal?
I can assure you, I speak for no one on the city council but myself.
You didn't like what they did, right?
Well, I don't even know what you're referring to, what they did, but what...
well, we'll give you 1,000 apartments back. No, we don't need that. Well, we wanted 1,000 apartments back.
For the record, these were discussions that I had with Axon, so they were not necessarily communicated to widespread on the council.
Okay.
And I did not talk to any of them about these terms. In fairness, I wanted to see where we could go just with our discussion, and we went pretty far. I thought we it came up with some great deal points that I can live with. And he talked about the details of which, and I don't know how many apartments he just said, but we had a little even better deal than that, honestly. And it was the phasing and the terms of the phasing that was a stopping point. Not that we couldn't have overcome it, but I think they just in the end saw, I'm just speaking
your impression,
suspicion of what they could have been had enough of. They just, I don't know that they wanted to have to go back through the council.
Gotcha.
And, rely on agreements. And so, I never say never. I don't think we're done still.
Okay.
I really don't, because I think there's opportunity here. And, the issue really is 1,000 less apartments, but I think certain people on the council see it as, and I could be one of those, the legal argument that law may be unconstitutional.
Gotcha.
Okay. So there's that. So there's a lot of moving parts. It can't be reduced into one, this was the problem.
Gotcha.
Far from easy.
One thing I think that's interesting is a big part of the reason this passed in the legislature is because Democrats wanted the housing stock, because they were worried about affordable housing. And so Axon is now using that
kind of
law as leverage, but saying, but we're going to do less housing. So it's a very interesting
There's always more than one thing, right? Always more. Hey, we are inside the war room. We got a quick check of the headlines on the way, and then we come back around. Is Arizona ready for clashes between, let's say, ICE and activists following them around town? We're talking about it next, Outspoken, on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Hey, it is time to get a Kinetico system. You'll have great drinking water at the tap. You'll never mess with bottled water. It's summertime, right? 110 degrees. Last thing you want to do is go food shopping, go to the grocery store and buy all that bottled water and lug it out in the heat and put it in your hot car. Drive home, lug it out of your car, going into your refrigerator. It's ridiculous. Get a Kinetico system. It'll save you money over time for sure. They've been in business since 1970, A+ rating with the BBB. I mean, they've got every award that you could possibly imagine. They are the water experts. They live right here, and they know that you don't like drinking chlorine because that's what's in your water. They can fix that problem. 602-910-6570. You can check them out at aquazona.com.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For
For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. Protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
Tired of taking allergy pills every day to treat your allergies? Aspire Allergy and Sinus has helped thousands who spent years suffering before finally doing something. Like Erin, whose migraines were alleviated almost immediately after her sinus surgery with Aspire. Or Julie, who didn't even realize it was allergy season because she felt so much better after taking her allergy drops. Fixing your allergies is easier than you think it is. Go to aspireallergy.com to set your appointment today. That's aspireallergy.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and as many of you know, about 15 years ago, I had LASIK surgery done by Dr. Jay Schwartz, and I swear to this day, one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures. He has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and he's a team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks and Phoenix Suns. If you want a free LASIK evaluation, call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Craving a mouth-watering lunch that won't drain your wallet? Rush to Venezia's Pizzeria for daily specials starting at just $8.48. Sink your teeth into two giant loaded specialty pizza slices or a massive New York-style slice with a crisp, fresh salad, both with a drink and under $10. Dine in, grab it to go, or hit Venezias.com. Forget bland fast food. Indulge in bold flavors at Venezia's. 7 Valley locations where family tradition delivers irresistible value. Venezias.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump attending the opening night of Les Miserables at the Kennedy Center. And on his way into the theater, the president was asked about sending in the National Guard to deal with protests over ICE raids in the city.
If we weren't there, if we didn't bring in the National Guard and the Marines, you would probably have a city that was burning to the ground, just like it was a number of months ago with the housing.
The president also confirming that U.S. personnel are being moved out of parts of the Middle East.
Well, they are being moved out because it could be a dangerous place, and we'll see what happens. But they are being, we've given notice to move out, and we'll see what happens.
The State Department has ordered a partial evacuation of the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad and the departure of non-essential staff from missions in Kuwait and Bahrain. It comes as Iran vows to strike American military bases in the region if nuclear talks fail. A special law enforcement operation by 23 agencies in Arizona has now wrapped up, and KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is in the news center live this afternoon to explain more.
Operation Safe Online Summer was conducted through April and aimed to find and prosecute child predators. Now more than 70 people have been arrested, 243 search warrants filed, and 60 terabytes of data gathered as evidence. Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell says this will help protect kids, but adds a lot of that work is on parents, too.
We are continually adding resources to the Maricopa County Attorney's Office website so you can spot the warning signs, grooming, luring, and sex trafficking before your child becomes a victim.
And she urges families to make sure kids have a trusted, non-judgmental adult they can talk to about these issues. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
A Let's take a look at your ride home this afternoon now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center and Heather Larson.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Let's start in the East Valley in Tempe. There's a crash on Rural Road and the 60 westbound on the Superstition Freeway. And heading over to Goodyear, you've got a wreck on the 303 northbound on the outer loop, and it's actually on the frontage road there at Van Buren. As for the surface streets in Glendale, you've got a crash at 65th Avenue and Olive. In Phoenix, a crash at 43rd Avenue and Vineyard. That's between Baseline and Southern. And also in Phoenix, a crash, Cave Creek and Union Hills. Traffic brought to you by K2 Vision, RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at K2VisionRLE.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We're expecting our overnight low to be around 82 degrees. Tomorrow's high, 108 and 109 on Friday. Right now in Tempe, it is 105 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
Welcome to the second half of the War Room. You can watch us on the KTAR YouTube page. All right, we got a lot to get to, so let's get going. All right, we've got Luis Acosta, who is here. He's a DACA recipient, partner at Oracle Strategies, works with both political parties. We've got the mayor of Scottsdale, Lisa Borowski, here as well, and
first timer,
Democratic strategist Tony Connie. He's been here a while. I've told him he's wrong a lot.
Well, I have been wrong a couple times, for sure.
You've been amazingly wrong a few times.
The famous one.
Yes.
Tony,
you're
Biden,
crazy if you think Biden isn't the nominee.
That's what I said.
Running. He's never dropping out.
Yeah, you said he's never dropping out.
Yeah, I was wrong about that.
Yeah, might have missed that one.
But I came on right after.
You did. You're a man of your word.
I appreciate that. Okay, is Arizona ready for clashes between ICE and activists? We saw what happened in Peoria yesterday.
Yes.
Homeland Security was serving a drug-related warrant in Peoria, and protesters mistook it for ICE.
And they've been following. Apparently, they're following the vehicles, and they have spotters.
We had the mayor of Peoria, Jason Beck, on. Yeah. You're ticked off.
I'll tell you what. You come to my city and try to touch one of our police officers.
Yeah.
And I'm more pissed right now than I can express.
We had Governor Katie Hobbs on yesterday. She says Beck has every right to be angry. So what are we going to see here in the Valley? What is it going to look like? Because you know that ICE is going to be here doing raids. They're going to do raids in all type of cities. Are we going to see mayhem like we were seeing in L.A.? Who wants to start? Luis, why don't you start?
I'll just jump in here and say
Please.
that I do not think that there will be the same level of mayhem that there are in places like L.A. or Chicago, just given
New York,
just given the different populations.
Yeah,
right?
Why not?
Those communities are, I think, in my opinion, have a larger component of folks who are Latino and Democrat, and I think that, as we talked about earlier on the show, they're taking these opportunities for peaceful protests, and these peaceful protests are being co-opted into other movements, right? I think that Arizona specifically, and the organizations that have done a lot of work here locally, have done a great job in educating the folks that go out there and do protests, and have shown them or taught them how to actively engage respectfully and peacefully.
Luis, I have a question for you, and maybe you can help me understand. I know first generation, second generation, third generation Latino is part of the issue, and we just know this from numbers. I think Trump won like Latino men by 54% or something. There are a lot of, I'm guessing, second, third generation Latinos who agree with him on immigration. Maybe not so many as in L.A. Because the populations are different.
Yeah, I'll say that, at least from my perspective, when you talk about the Latino culture, and specifically, I can only give the perspective on the Mexican culture, we're traditionally a very conservative, very conservative people, very Catholic, very, very matriarchal, and we go to church and we do the thing, and I think that a lot of Latinos, Mexicans specifically, if it weren't for the immigration issue, would probably be Republican, and I'll just say it that way. Now, when I think about Latino men, a lot of them are machistas, and that's the word that we use when you're the man of the household and you're the one that controls everything, and that's just a cultural thing. And I do think that a lot of Latino men probably saw that Trump was a lot stronger in a lot of the issues that they cared about as opposed to Kamala Harris.
Fair enough. Okay.
So when we're talking about possible raids in the Valley,
which are going to happen, they're not possible. They're going to happen, right?
That's why they're possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could certainly be here. Mayor, let me ask you this. Because are we going after just someone who is here illegally that doesn't have a record? Or are we going after criminals? Would you support ICE coming into Scottsdale and arresting day laborers who are here illegally at Home Depot specifically? Because that's what happened in L.A. Are you for that?
So our job in Scottsdale and our public safety is to enforce the law, right?
Right.
And federal law, if they're coming into our community, our city, and making arrests or doing what their job is, it's on us to, again, getting back to diffusing the situation, protecting the community, and making sure that these processes are calm and nonviolent. And so that's, I know, talking to our chief of police, we're prepared. We're prepared. We're in dialogue with these organizations, and we'll, be prepared if and when that comes.
Mayor, does Scottsdale have and I don't know the exact number, I'll get a cooperation agreement with ICE? Do you work with them? Like some law enforcement in cities do.
Well, we have communication with them.
Okay.
I can't tell you exactly what.
Fair enough. I think it's like called an 87G or something like that, where
there's nothing formal as far as I know, but I may not know that. I wouldn't know that.
Okay.
Potentially, and but there are open lines of communication, and we won't be caught off guard. And I think there's that reciprocity, if you will, just from a respectful perspective. I think that does create a level of trust that you don't need to do a surprise attack on a community. I think that's bad form. I think that's really that's hard, right?
I think things have changed. I think at the beginning, I was certainly somebody who thought, okay, Trump said he's going after the bad ones. Let's get the bad ones out. Nobody's arguing that.
The criminals, the rapists, the murder, absolutely.
Whoever has committed one of those crimes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
It has changed. So now they're at Home Depot. They were at a church the other day. So I want to direct this question to Luis Acosta. You're a DACA recipient. You've got some protections. But what is it like to live in the Trump era? Well, because especially after the last 6 or 7 days.
I mean, do I really have protections?
I don't know.
Well, I guess that was going to be my question. How confident do you feel in DACA protections?
Not very. I mean, if I'm at Scottsdale Fashion Square and I'm shopping at Lululemon and I'm speaking without an accent and I go outside and, I just so happen to have the brownest skin out of all the shoppers there and ICE is there and they pick me up. Well, I've seen the videos of them just throwing people randomly into the back of a van and it speeds off and next thing you know, they're on an airplane to Mexico because their due process has been violated. I mean, the 14th Amendment of the Constitution has just been completely thrown out the window. And so we're in a situation now where this administration just does not care about people's day in court. And instead of focusing on the rapists, instead of focusing on the drug dealers, the people smuggling, the people breaking every single major law, they're focusing on people who are, for lack of a better term, out there trying to make an honest living, paying taxes, and trying to contribute meaningfully to society. And
or even some people that are legally here and they're going through the legal process as they were told to do. I mean, it feels almost like they've got a quota. I mean, you've heard some news stories about the fact that they want to have a certain number of deportations.
And low-hanging fruit.
And it's like, well, we got to get those numbers up. And
is
that's
it
just
3,000?
3,000.
And and like when it comes to protecting, the community, like these people are in our community. These are human beings, and they have due process rights. And if they want to change the Constitution, go try and change the Constitution. But right now, the Constitution supports them.
Appreciate it. Boy, it's yeah. We weren't going to get to the bottom of it, believe me, but we certainly are touching on a lot of things amazing. That was Tony Connie. We've got Luis Acosta, and of course, Scottsdale Mayor, her first time in the War Room, Lisa Borowski. All right, coming up next. Elon apologized. Said he might have gone a little too far.
You think?
Yeah, just saying.
He went a lot too far.
Are we going to see the bromance back together? What's it going to take? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, I want to get you in the program at Red Mountain Weight Loss. There are a lot of different things that Red Mountain can do for you. So many benefits, right? How about losing weight? Okay, you slim down for summer. You go and talk to the trusted doctors at Red Mountain Weight Loss. They've got it all for you, okay? They've got GLP-1 medications. They've got their signature medication, RM3. You can lose up to 20 pounds a month. RM3 only available by prescription, only available at Red Mountain. Guys, how about for you? They have real testosterone that's prescribed by the doctors at Red Mountain. Maybe you suffer from low T. You got some stress. You got a poor diet, lifestyle. It's a health concern. Testosterone can help you. It'll help you maintain your proper weight. So I want you to go and check them out. RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
This time of year reminds me of my husband. Jim was a devoted father. When he passed away unexpectedly, I was left with 2 teenage daughters. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. Thankfully, we had a living trust. Our assets were protected, and his life insurance paid for our daughter's college. Even in tragedy, Jim's love carried through because he planned ahead. And when I pass someday, my daughters won't face delays in probate court or get buried in legal fees. My living trust ensures they'll inherit everything quickly and privately. This Father's Day, honor the dads in your life by protecting your family's future. And if you're 60 or over, save 65% on a living trust. Schedule your free consultation before June 16th.
Call 480-896-9597. That's 480-896-9597. RJP has helped over 40,000 families since 1995. Call 480-896-9597.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. State Superintendent of Schools Tom Horn says he will report the Scottsdale Unified School District to the federal government due to curriculum that goes against DEI policies. Karen Martinson's a parent in the district and explains that she called the Empower hotline to report a textbook.
The problem is it's highly biased. Some other problems is it presents one side of a very complex issue, but it doesn't give the other side. That's a problem.
Martinson focused on the book's description of LGBTQ issues and religion. The district, however, tells KTAR the textbook does meet state standards. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking your ride home this afternoon. Let's go to Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We got a new crash in Phoenix on the northbound 35th Avenue and I-10. Now, I-10 is slow there in both directions, but that crash is on northbound 35th Avenue. In Tempe, you've got a crash at Rural Road and the 60 westbound on the Superstition Freeway. Hitting the city streets in Phoenix, we've got a crash at 55th Avenue in Thomas and Glendale at 65th Avenue and Olive. And finally, in Phoenix, a crash at 43rd Avenue in Vineyard. That's between Baseline and Southern. Traffic brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Hey, it is time for you to call America Roofing. Do it before the monsoon gets here. Get a pre-storm inspection of your roof. It's free if you mention Gatos. If you have a problem area that you don't know about up there, if you have a leak in your attic and you don't even know it's there, do yourself a favor. Do your wallet a favor. Do your family a favor. Call America Roofing, Arizona's largest roofing company in the entire state. I got my pre-storm inspection of my roof done about a month ago. And so when they were up there, they were taking some pictures. They were going over it meticulously, and they came down and said, listen, your roof is very healthy except for one minor area. And I said, well, what's going on up there? And they said, well, we got a spot that we see where water from storms we saw wasn't draining properly. And so I said, let's fix that. And they fixed it. And I'm ready to go. Don't find yourself calling America Roofing at midnight on a Tuesday when a monsoon rolls in and it's pouring in your living room. Go to americaroofingco.com. Here's their phone number, 602-960-ROOF, 960-ROOF, 960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off. Select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Primer and Ceiling Paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I'll fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-329-3737. That's 800-329-3737.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
What a great group we have here. First timer, Scottsdale Mayor Lisa Borowski, Democratic strategist Tony Connie, and DACA recipient Luis Acosta. You're more than that to us, Lisa. I just want to make sure that we're going to work that in. So I'm old enough to remember when Donald Trump and Elon Musk were fighting. Okay, it was public.
It was awesome.
It was
big fight feel.
Well, I would say it was nasty, but it was nasty on Elon's part. Donald Trump, for the first time in recorded history, was measured and didn't punch back as hard as Elon was punching at him.
I think he called him a drug addict.
Okay, who hasn't at this point? But
that actually might be fact.
Elon,
I think, yeah. Right.
Elon has apologized. Elon today said, I might have gone a bit far.
I think when you call somebody a pedophile,
okay, I'm just saying,
and you can't prove it, that's probably going too far.
He went a bit far.
Yeah.
Are they going to come back together again? What is going on with this bizarre relationship? And by the way, Pride Month. They had to break up during Pride Month, too?
That was my joke.
That's sad.
You took my joke from a week ago, Bruce.
There's a big history of Trump having falling out with people and then pardoning them for the crimes that they committed on his behalf. So you can see a lot of people banning, Michael Flynn. But the difference is that those people didn't really punch back. And so I wonder whether or not these attacks by Elon is just too much. And Elon, he regrets the breakup, I guess.
Didn't you say Elon might know some things that Trump doesn't want him to?
I think he does. I think Elon does know some stuff, and I think Trump knows it. I'm not saying Trump's on the Epstein list. I don't know. I would doubt it. I don't think he is, because why wouldn't Joe Biden put that out there if he was on the Epstein list? That's the first thing I'd do if I was Joe Biden. Hey, that guy, he was on the island. And Joe Biden didn't do that. So I don't think Trump is on the Epstein list. But I think that Trump knows that he's going to possibly need Elon down the line because it's all about money. Right, Mayor?
So they're both type A. Can we agree on that,
Fair,
right?
fair.
They're overachievers, if you will.
Yeah.
And that happens, right? Especially with men, dare I say.
Absolutely.
One of the most heated 2-week jury trials I ever had was between two former partners
Alpha
that were
males,
warring,
huh?
right? Yeah, and they were gangsters in their mind, and very, they could have killed each other. I mean,
Sure.
not really, but maybe. The jury came back with a goose eggs, really, all the way around. Counterclaims going back and forth. And you poll the jurors, to see what they thought about these two people, who they liked the least. And one of the jurors said, we were going to include on the jury verdict form couples therapy, that they be required to go to an island together and have it out.
I think there's 300 to 400 million reasons why Trump wants to get along with Elon.
Yeah, I think so too.
Right?
I mean, if you do look at it, Elon did not come out of this smelling like roses.
Oh no,
he didn't. And so, like, even over the last few weeks, it looks like Trump has gotten the nod politically, and people looking at the situation over Elon. I think a lot of people were in Trump's corner and said Elon went too far. And then we saw what happened in L.A., and people were like, well, I'm seeing people burn cars. I think I'm going to side with Trump. Trump hasn't had that bad a couple of weeks.
No, he's
at all. Yeah. With public opinion.
Well, there was a poll that came out just today that was very bad for him. The Quinnipiac poll that showed that his big, beautiful bill was like hugely
People
underwater.
don't like the bill.
His numbers are down.
Well, we're not talking about tariffs.
No.
The bill.
No.
Or ending wars. All things he's failing on.
And he's winning on
We're
immigration.
winning on immigration. He wants to talk about immigration.
Yeah,
that's his winning thing. Yeah, the one block in L.A. Yeah. Guy, thank you all, seriously, for being in the war room today. We sincerely appreciate it. Tony, Lisa, Luis, great to have you with us.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. All right. You'll come back?
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll put it on the spot. Just double checking. Hey, coming up next, besides a check of the headlines, if you're a good parent, you know what? You'll take that cell phone away from your kid. We'll tell you why. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's look at the housing market. It's looking like a buyer's market in the Valley. We've got some homeowners that want to sell, and they're lowering the price a bit. We've got 18,000 homes vacant here in the Valley. And if you're looking to buy a house, your one phone call, first call, absolutely 100% goes to my friends at the Lund Mortgage Team. And here is why. Can't buy a house without them. Get pre-approved for a mortgage. The Lund Mortgage Team will do that for you quickly, efficiently. They will be in your corner the entire time. They can answer any question that you have. One of those questions is going to be, well, how much house can I afford? They'll talk about your finances, and then they'll give you a number. And they'll say, this is how much house you can afford. They're going to get you the lowest rates, the lowest fees. I've used the Lund Mortgage Team over and over again over the past 20 years. I want you to call them. Talk about getting a home. Think about buying that house. 623-875-9940. 623-875-9940. LundMortgage.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Here's a scenario I think that we can all relate to here in Arizona. Driving down I-10, minding your own business. And bam! A rock cracks your windshield. That could ruin your whole day. But take a breath. Rocks happen. I mean, we basically live in a pile of rocks anyway. Call or visit NewVisionAutoglass.com and see if you qualify to get up to $375 cash back. That's pretty much free money. Okay, so let's run down the checklist. Mobile service? Check. New Vision Autoglass comes to you. Your insurance rates stay the same. Check. See, Arizona's a no-fault state. So if you're properly covered, no raising of insurance rates and no cost to you. And the best part, right after New Vision replaces your windshield, they'll give you instant cash back of up to $375. And that ends the checklist. Also, because you had a monkey wrench thrown in your day, New Vision Autoglass wants to treat you to dinner. Every customer gets a free all-you-can-eat buffet voucher from the famous Brazilian steakhouse Rodizio Grill. So call 480-210-9090 or go to newvisionautoglass.com, a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
You know, it's not the most favorite thing I've ever done is paint a home.
Springtime in Phoenix, and Don doesn't want to spend it painting, so he called Rhino Shield.
It's a single story that was built back in 1998. I've had the home painted about every 4 years.
Rhino Shield's better than paint and formulated for our specific climate here in Phoenix and comes with a 25-year transferable warranty.
Initially, the warranty was probably the most important item I looked at. There's a tremendous value.
So stop painting your home year after year and get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield right now for 15% off the regular price.
I cannot say this about the previous 4 companies that I had paint the home, how beautiful the home looks. It has never looked so good, and shame on me for not going to Rhino Shield sooner.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio, as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. 19 U.S. Attorneys General, including Arizona's Chris Mays, issued a joint statement today speaking out against President Trump's deployment of the California National Guard. The statement denounces actions from the Trump administration that aim to, quote, inflame tensions, and emphasizes the importance of communication between federal officials and state leadership. Meanwhile, a new round of nationwide protests over mass arrests at ICE raids are planned Saturday as the nation's military parade takes place in D.C. President Trump warning protesters will be met with force. Administration officials saying they support peaceful protests. ABC's Victor Oquendo is in Washington.
President Trump's massive military parade, set for Saturday, coincides with the president's birthday. We saw dozens of tanks lined up near the National Mall.
We're less than a month away from the 4th of July, Independence Day, a holiday traditionally celebrated with hamburgers and hot dogs and fireworks. But ABC's Jim Ryan reminds us where most of our fireworks come from. China.
Organizations representing fireworks distributors, vendors, and professional display companies have gone to President Trump to ask for exemptions to the 30% tariffs imposed on Chinese fireworks. The industry fears that price hikes and supply chain issues will cut into their business this year. The American Pyrotechnics Association insists its request for an exemption isn't political, but, quote, rooted in economic reality.
A Tucson rehab facility is being sued after a woman overdosed on fentanyl during her stay in September 2023. KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us live from the News Center with the details.
The wrongful death lawsuit seeks compensation for the mother, Nikia Walker, over the loss of her daughter, 25-year-old Taria Lewis. Attorney for Lewis's estate, Bataski Bailey, alleges Buena Vista Health and Recovery Center's preventable failures in supervision and security led to Lewis's death.
Ms. Lewis was a valuable member of our community, and so we are making sure that, number one, this never happens again, but number two, that Ms. Walker is compensated for the loss of her daughter.
Lewis was given Narcan at the treatment center, but died at a hospital a week later. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Lori Daybell's second Arizona murder conspiracy trial is now in the hands of a jury. Ashley Holden with our TV partners at ABC 15 was there for the closing arguments.
A jury of 12 will now decide if Lori Daybell conspired to kill her niece's ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux.
Other than what you've seen, which is no evidence that I made an agreement to commit a crime, because no such evidence exists.
As you've seen and heard in this trial,
Much of this conspiracy, this planning, this premeditation occurred in Idaho.
Prosecutors allege Daybell got help from her now late brother, Alex Cox. Police say the attempted shooting happened back in 2019 in Gilbert, but Boudreaux survived.
In April, Daybell was found guilty of conspiring to kill her estranged husband. She's already serving 3 life sentences for the murders of her 2 youngest children and conspiring to murder a romantic rival. The search for alleged killer Travis Decker continues in Washington state, but Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison says they're still pulling some searchers back. Police still believe they're closing in on Decker, accused of killing his 3 young daughters.
We have found items that are of interest to us that perceive that it could be Mr. Decker. We've also continued to follow up with some of his friends and family, and we believe that we're closing in on his trail.
Turning to Wall Street, the Dow today down just about a point. The S&P fell 16 and the NASDAQ was down by 99. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Let's check on the traffic now. Heather Larson's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Valley Freeway is still pretty busy at this hour. Right now, slow down on the 51 southbound. That starts at Camelback and will head all the way down to McDowell. And Scottsdale, you've got a crash blocking the left lane on the 101 loop westbound near Scottsdale Road. Another crash in Phoenix blocking the intersection on I-10 eastbound near 35th Avenue. Another crash northbound 35th Avenue and I-10. Of course, that is slow in both directions. You got a lot going on right there. And in Tempe at Rural Road and the 60 westbound, the Superstition Freeway, you've got a crash there as well. Traffic brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
After our low overnight around 82, we'll be up around 108 again tomorrow and 109 on Friday. 110 is in our forecast for Saturday. It's 108 now in Glendale. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 3.
Oh, a lot of people tell you hour number 3 is the best of the hours.
Terrific war room, great panel. The war room every Wednesday. It's a political symposium for an hour.
Yeah, appreciate all of our guests. We we rotate the guests. We have lively and spirited discussions about politics.
Like to bring in every single angle. We've got MAGA folks. We've got Republicans. We've got Democrats. We've got super liberals. We've got people in the middle.
Little bit of everything.
Little bit of everything.
Yeah.
All right. Coming up this hour, or really in the next 10 minutes, how you can feed children.
Literally.
Yeah. And wait until you hear this. Coming up.
So, you know, you've probably heard, and I would say anecdotally, we all know that it's probably not great for kids to spend a lot of time staring at a screen, whether it's a phone or an iPad or a TV or a video game, a screen, whatever. It's probably not a good idea. But a new study came out this week that looked at 300,000 children over a 30-year period. And it is not even close, Gatos. The more time that kids spend in front of a screen, TV, tablet, computer, gaming console, the more likely they are to develop problems with aggression, anxiety, and low self-esteem. How about this? It works in reverse. They also found out that kids who were already having trouble, kids who were suffering from emotional problems, were drawn to the screen more as well, furthering the problem, if you will.
I don't think the screen is the issue. I think social media is the issue.
Well, and that's part. Wouldn't that be part of it?
Yes.
Okay.
But I'll just go back to, and I don't know how great of an example this is off the top of my head. You know, I get in trouble. Like when I was a kid. Okay, obviously no cell phone, but man, I watched television all day.
Oh my God!
I mean, I watched TV shows like Perfect Strangers.
Look at you,
Balki Bartakamus. Right? I watched Full House.
Is that when you come home from school? What was on TV?
I recorded it all.
You
right?
You knew how to record
Cheers
back then.
and,
oh wow!
Hey Norm, he passed away the other day.
But
I watched that screen.
Right,
okay?
right.
And I get it that I wasn't taking that screen with me everywhere I go.
Literally.
Okay, so I did watch a lot of TV. We all watched a lot of TV. The problem now is that we have the TV in our hand.
Yeah.
But it's not what I don't think it's what we're watching. I think it's the social media aspect.
It's interactive.
That gives kids depression. It gives them anxiety. I think if you take the social media out of it, you leave the cell phone, the smartphone in, you're going to have you're going to have less problems. Does that make sense? I'm trying to break it down.
I see what you're saying. I certainly think I don't deny
here's your
anything you
here's your
said.
smartphone. Great. Okay, watch it all you want, but you can't go on social media. I think kids would be fine then.
I think you're maybe overlooking the impact that violent video games could have.
We've talked about that since the 80s.
Or how television has changed from Perfect Strangers to some of the shows that are on today, and how they make these kids feel. Did you know this?
So more violent. More adult.
More adult reality shows that push a sense of how you're supposed to look and how you're supposed to act. This is, these dating shows and islands and whatnot, okay? 40% of kids between the ages of 8 and 12 spend more than 4 hours a day in front of a screen.
Say it again.
40% of kids between 8 and 12 spend more than 4 hours per day.
Okay,
and that's what they're allowing to, because they interview them, right?
Yeah.
So it could be even more.
Or what they're admitting, yeah.
Yeah, but some of it could be homework.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not thinking so.
So we're not counting homework at all on a screen. Come on.
Well, I'm just saying. So here's what they're saying. The takeaway from, and this was published in a respected journal. This is a huge study. It was published in a Psychological Bulletin, and they're saying, listen, the goal is not to eliminate screens from children's lives. They're not being crazy, but they did say moderation, use for educational purposes, and watch the social media impact of it.
Yeah.
So France is about to ban social media for teens.
Yeah.
Australia already has. So, yeah, this is becoming an issue around the world. People are taking steps to it.
Well, the point is, I don't think it's a question anymore. Like it's not like, well, maybe. No. It's a thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, this looked at 300,000 kids. That's quite a study group.
It told us again what we already know.
You kind of felt it, didn't you?
Oh,
and I think it's confirming now that especially unmonitored and unfettered, God, I hope that word means what I think it means.
Yeah,
screen use.
Go with it.
Is detrimental to kids' emotional well-being.
And I've said this before, and I know some people are going to go crazy. I'd rather my kids started smoking than go on social media.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
I think that's how dangerous I think social media is for kids.
So what do we do about it? How do you actually ban it?
You made a great point. Okay, so France is banning it, right? What is it? Australia is banning it?
Some countries, yeah.
Parents, you can ban it. You don't need your government to do that.
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah.
But again, it's the whole phone thing. I mean, they're going to have a phone. It's just the way it is. You can say no social media.
Go into flip phones.
Bring
back the flip phone.
Well, in some instances they are. We got to do it.
Yeah. Again, it's a 1-to-1 correlation that they're seeing. The more time you spend with the screen, the higher risks and rates you have of emotional issues.
Again, the example I always give is that, when my wife and I got married, I came into the kids' lives when they were in high school.
Right.
Okay. They had cell phones. I think they were sharing one at one point, like 8th grade, and then, you think she was in 8th grade and he was, that's not going to work. I get it. But when they did get the smartphone in high school, It was real simple. That's not your phone. You think it's your phone, but it's not. And this isn't me talking because I know my role as a stepdad.
Yeah.
Their mom was, that's that phone we're paying. And when we tell you to get off of it, you're going to get off of it. If we take it,
we're lending it to you.
Letting you use it.
No, my wife would go, that's my phone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting to use it. But when I don't want you to use it, we'll take it. And that's what parents need to do.
I feel like there's some parents out there who may not even want to admit it, but there's peer pressure amongst like the parent group too. Well, all the other kids have cell phones.
Tough.
Well, all the other kids, you don't want to be the one. Yours is the weird kid that doesn't have the cell phone.
It's your kid, and you can raise your kid
arguing.
any way you want. You want to get them vaccinated? You don't want to get them vaccinated. You want them to have a cell phone? You don't want them to have a smartphone. Parents make these decisions all the time about important stuff. If you want your kid to have more of a chance to be depressed or have anxiety, you give them a smartphone and allow them on social media.
But it's, you know what? I think you see, and let me extrapolate out of this. Why are kids on medication? Why are we seeing all this? Duh. It's we know why. This is again, it's not the water. You know what I'm saying? It's not fluoride. It's screen time. It's constantly being in front of that and everything that comes with that.
Yeah,
That's why
their brains are not ready.
ADD, Adderall, absolutely.
Their brains are not ready.
All because of this. All right, we've got a quick check of the headlines. Becky Lynn is going to do that for us. And then coming up next, there are kids going hungry in our community. There are children living with their families in cars.
Oh.
We're going to give you a chance to help. It's coming up next. We're outspoken against hunger here. Next up on KTAR.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides solar zone sun shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, upfront. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. State Schools Chief Tom Horn is planning to report Scottsdale Unified School District to the federal government over curriculum that he says does not meet federal DEI policies. Karen Martinson's a parent in the district who reported the curriculum using the Empower hotline. She says the curriculum does not meet state standards, bringing up specific excerpts from a textbook mentioning more than 2 genders. The school district tells KTAR the book does meet state standards after a process to approve it. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the road home tonight. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Phoenix, we got a brand new vehicle fire. That's on the 51 northbound at Northern. In Scottsdale, there's a crash blocking the left lane on the 101 loop westbound near Scottsdale Road. In Phoenix, another crash blocking the intersection of I-10 eastbound near 35th Avenue. And in the same area on northbound 35th Avenue at the I-10. It's actually kind of slow in both directions. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Heather. Thank you very much. You know, food insecurity can mean different things. It has different levels, if you will. We have heard and seen with our own eyes some of the extreme levels of that. And the thing that touches us is the idea that there are children who go to bed hungry. There's children that wake up hungry. There's children that are missing meals. Specifically, during the school year, we have a lot of kids who get a breakfast and a lunch at school.
Yeah.
School's out for summer.
Yep.
Guess who's not eating?
Kids.
You know?
Sometimes their first meal is at night.
Yeah, if that, you know. We are outspoken against hunger, and we're asking for your help to feed kids over the summer. And we've got a way for you to do it.
Yeah, text the word food to 620-620, and you can give, and you can literally put food in children's mouths. Earlier today, we talked to our friend Steve Anderson, who's down at St. Mary's Food Bank. He's a volunteer. Man, he sees a lot. You know what he told us? He said their family, he can tell that their family's living in cars.
Yeah, so to paint the picture.
Oh, gosh, that breaks my heart.
At St. Mary's Food Bank, they have part of it, a specific place where people go to get emergency food boxes. Right. And it's 4 lanes of cars.
Yes.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
And it kind of snakes through the parking lot, and then they pull up under these awnings, and that's where the volunteers place the food in the trunk or in the back seat or whatnot of the car. That line starts in the morning, and it doesn't end.
Yeah.
4 wide, all the way around. And Steve's one of the guys putting boxes in cars.
Yeah.
And he sees this with his own eyes.
He can tell that there's a pillow in the car.
Yeah, they're living in the car.
They're living in the car. So, if that is the case, and we know it is, let's at least feed them well. Text the word food to 620 right now. Here's what Steve said.
Wanted to get involved, came down. I wasn't expecting to be as engaged as I am, but actually today, within 2.5 years, I volunteered 836 times.
Wow.
So I normally do a double shift and load boxes in the morning and then load cars in the afternoon, which I really enjoy, loading the cars, engaging with the people.
How many did you load today?
I would imagine there was probably 1,200 families that came through.
Wow.
But this is every day
Every
at
day.
St. Mary's Food Bank. It's not the same people every day.
Yeah.
This is every day.
A little bit more?
Well, a lot of times when...
I asked him, why do they call you the Candy Man?
The Candy Man.
Well, a lot of times when kids are pulling through with their parents, to make a little difference in their day, I'll go up to the walk-up station and grab some pastries or some treats or something and give them to the kids and, puts a smile on their face, makes a difference in their lives.
Yeah, they're in the back seat, and they know that they're going to get a big box of food, and they get that little treat.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes a
Pretty
long way.
neat, right?
It goes a long way.
Well, by the way, Steve's a pretty amazing guy.
He's awesome.
You heard him talk about how much he's volunteered there.
He's better than you.
Without a doubt. Yeah. There's no argument.
He's better than me.
He's better than all of us. I mean, you talk about somebody, again, he goes down there and volunteers.
Yeah.
Out of the goodness of his heart. And he sees this need. And we just wanted him to be able to share this with other people who you guys understand, I'll say, the severity of the issue.
Right.
And the volume. 1 in 5 children in the Valley faces food insecurity at some point. They don't know where their next meal is coming from.
Right. So text the word food to 620 as we partner with St. Mary's Food Bank. We're only going to be doing this for a couple weeks. Let's give you some more incentive.
I think this is a pretty good incentive.
Kids and parents living in cars, that's incentive to give. Let me give you a little bit more.
Okay.
So we're on the phone the other day. It was a big news story. Axon.
Yes.
They were negotiating with Scottsdale, and obviously the company is staying here, which is a great thing.
Good for them.
Thousands of jobs, brings in a ton of money to this state. So we were talking to the president of Axon, and he's on the phone with us, Josh Isner. And so the interview's ending, and this happened. And this should give you more incentive, I think, to give.
Again, thanks a lot for the support.
Yeah.
Pleasure speaking with you guys. And if there's anything I can do for you in the future, don't hesitate to reach out.
Oh, boy.
Right,
careful
you.
what you wish for. You might get that here from Gatos again.
Oh,
yeah.
I love it.
Josh, we do have this little fundraiser that we're doing, Outspoken Against Hunger.
Oh, man. Now that you guys brought up our stock, I feel I have to do it. All right.
You can help us feed some kids
We're
this
feeding kids over the summer, and
All right,
we know
we're
you want to
sending
help.
Guys, I'm happy to match donations up to $50,000.
Oh, my
for
Lanta.
this effort.
50,000.
Go raise the money, and we'll make it happen.
Josh, you're the man.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to talk about Axon being a good partner, right?
I told you I was going to ask him about that.
You did. That wasn't set up, by the way.
Not a bit.
And
Not a
by the
bit.
way, thank you, Josh, because Josh had no idea the pitch was coming.
He asked me what he could do.
Hey, he opened the door. I won't deny that. But he walked through with a $50,000 match. So we want you to understand kind of the math behind this.
I'll give you a little math. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So if he's going to match up to $50,000,
up to 50, right?
Let's think about what it takes to feed people.
Yeah.
So normally, if you were to give $1,000, text the word food to 620, you would feed. You would buy. You basically are buying 5,000 meals. If you gave $1,000,
every dollar buys 5 meals.
So we're looking at 5,000 meals.
Right.
Now that Axon is involved, that's 10,000 meals.
That's crazy.
If you give 1,000,
right,
that'll feed 5,000 people. But now it's 10,000.
Axon's going to double that.
So let's get going.
Yeah.
Have you texted? Have you decided to give? I mean, we always say this, not on our watch. We're not going to have kids wake up in the morning and be hungry until dinner. We're better than that here. We can fight this fight, and we have, we have this platform that we can do it. So we're going to do it, but we need your help. So text the word food to 620. And let's feed some people who are living in their cars, unfortunately.
Gatos, I think about it like this as well. If you saw a child who needed help on the side of the road, if you were in a store and there was a lost kid, you'd step in and help. Hey, let's find your mommy. Let's find your daddy, right? We don't leave children to fend on their own.
No.
We have an obligation to make sure these kids aren't going to bed hungry. Text the word food. 620. That's food to 620, and let's make sure we take care of it for everyone.
Absolutely.
Hey, coming up next, we got a quick check of the headlines. Becky Lynn's going to get you all caught up on that. And are we getting an accurate story from the media about what's going on in L.A.? We'll debate that. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR. Hey, I'm Bruce.
Hey, it's Gatos. And together we are outspoken against hunger.
This summer, St. Mary's Food Bank will serve hundreds of thousands of meals to kids who usually rely on school for breakfast and lunch.
But they can't do it alone. Arizona families need our help.
Just $1 will provide 5 meals.
Our goal? 200,000 meals. Whoa. And it starts with you.
Hey, just text food to 620 and donate today.
And together, we can change lives.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, I want you to call my friends at Advanced Window Products, and I want you to call them today specifically. And I'm going to tell you why, and you're going to love this. So, they've been around for almost 40 years. They've been in business for, a long time, since 1986. Advanced Window Products. They build it, they install it, and they guarantee it for life. And there's no middleman markups. This is a company that takes turnkey, right? They'll take care of it from the beginning to the middle until the end. Their factory to your front door in just 8 weeks or less. I want you to think of your windows. You probably don't have great windows. They're probably builder-grade windows. They're probably not keeping the heat out of your house. So here's what they told me today. I was on the phone with my friends, right? And what exactly did they say? How about a special deal? It's a Gato special deal just for today. Buy 10 windows or more and get $3,000 off. $3,000 off if you buy 10 windows or more. All you have to do is go online, advancedwindows.com, or call them and tell them Gato sent you. The number is 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. advancedwindows.com.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Celebrate Independence Weekend at Chase Field. Arrive early on Saturday, July 5th to get the D-backs Patriotic Tee. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KTAR News now.
It is 6:30. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has already deployed the National Guard to multiple locations in his state in anticipation of ICE protests this week. During an unrelated event in Austin, Abbott explained why he made the move he did.
First of all, we want to make sure that what has happened in California does not happen in Texas. Texas is a law and order state, and we will use every tool that we can to ensure order across our state.
Police departments across Arizona are sharing results from Operation Safe Online Summer to help keep your kids safe. KTAR's Ballon Overstoles is live now in the news center to tell us more.
Robert Berghofer will spend the next 17 years in state prison.
That's Attorney General Chris Mays recapping one of more than 70 arrests made since April for the operation, which aimed to find and prosecute child predators in Arizona. She adds,
"To those who would target Arizona's children online, let this be a warning. We will find you, and we will prosecute you, and we will protect our kids."
Investigators considered nearly 150 online tips and identified 25 victims who were being exploited. Live in the news center, Ballon Overstoles, KTAR News.
Beware of a new text scam. ADOT is not after you for unpaid tickets.
This is a scam. It's another attempt
on your phone to try to get you to give up personal information and money.
That's ADOT Steve Elliott getting the word out about people around the state getting text messages demanding payment for outstanding traffic fines.
It is understandable when somebody sees a text that says Arizona Department of Transportation, has a little credibility to it, and they'll call us to find out what's going on.
Elliott adds a telltale sign the text is fake if it uses DMV, when in fact ADOT uses MVD, which is short for Motor Vehicle Division. John Roller, KTAR News.
And in sports tonight, the Arizona Diamondbacks wrapped up a 3-game series at Chase Field against the Seattle Mariners this afternoon. The D-backs won at 5-2. They're off tomorrow. They'll open up a weekend series with the San Diego Padres at Chase Field Friday night. Back to work tonight for the Phoenix Mercury. They're playing host to the Dallas Wings, and tip-off set for 7 o'clock. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Let's check traffic now with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. This just in, a crash in Phoenix on the Maricopa Freeway. It's blocking the right lane on I-17 northbound near 7th Street. Another one in Phoenix, a vehicle fire at 51 northbound at Northern. In Goodyear, there's a crash on Bullard Avenue and the I-10. And in Scottsdale, there's one on the city streets of Thompson Peak Parkway just south of Legacy Boulevard, and that's a little bit north of Bell. Traffic is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
And we're looking for an overnight low around 82 with a high tomorrow at 108 and 109 on Friday. We do have excessive heat warnings in effect for the weekend. 110 by Saturday. It's 105 right now in Maricopa. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. A woman goes to treatment for fentanyl addiction and dies of an overdose. How'd that happen? Now, there's a lawsuit. Find out the latest tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News.
All right.
So which song is this from the Beach Boys? Good Vibration?
This is definitely Good Vibrations. Okay. One of their best songs.
Is this one of their best songs?
I like to think it is. It certainly was one of their bigger hits, as we remember. Quite honestly, we're talking about the loss today.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the lead singer, correct? Because I didn't grow up with the Beach
Mike
Boys.
Love was the lead singer.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
So Mike Love's brother, David
Love,
taught me science in 7th grade.
Why wasn't he in the band? I don't understand.
I don't know. I don't
Why
know if
wouldn't
he
he
had
have been in the band?
I don't know if he had any.
All the Wilson brothers were in the band.
Yeah, you had the three Wilsons, basically. So Brian passed away today. Brian Wilson passed away.
82.
Is he the lead singer?
He was not the lead singer.
Okay.
No, Mike
He
Love
played
was
bass.
basically
Sorry,
the lead singer.
got it.
Yeah. He was bass guitar, but he also was, for many people, one of the real creative forces behind it. He was a very
arranger,
interesting,
writer,
unique guy. Yeah, wrote a lot of songs and. Are
they one of the best bands of all time?
If you put the word American in front of it, I'd say yes.
Okay. Because they're not like I know how great their songs are, but they're not on my playlist. It wasn't in my day.
Well,
I didn't
keep
grow
in mind,
up with them.
they were huge and doing great, and then the frickin' Beatles showed up.
Yeah, they're pretty.
And
good too.
the music world changed overnight.
Everything changed. But they were
literally
definitely iconic.
Yeah,
no question.
Yeah, 60s California. It was Beach Boys, without a doubt.
Let me change the topic here for a moment.
Be my guest.
Because I saw this and it's a bit troubling.
Oh,
did you see they closed down a whole bunch of Filibertos today?
Yeah, unclear.
No reason is being reported.
Right, what's going on?
Did Trump shut down my place to go get? Well, I don't go there anymore.
Or did they not have employees to pull?
That's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. Because they shut down a bunch of locations. I mean, there's so many different, Filibertos out there.
There's everything with Berto in it. Yeah, but right. I think Filiberto's was the first one. Okay. I think. Yeah. And I'm going to give them credit if they weren't.
Copycats,
There's lots of Bertos that are not Filibertos.
Because I was first introduced to Filibertos.
Yeah.
In 1996 when I first got out here.
Who is it that said, here, I'm taking you Filibertos?
Right. somebody does that, right? So I'm out
Well, they're
here.
open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
I'm in my early 20s. I meet some friends. We're out at bars. I completely strike out with all the ladies. So what else am I going to do is go and eat a burrito. That's kind of how I was introduced to it. And I got to tell you, you're 23 and you had some booze in you and you're going to Filiberto's and you're eating that thing. It was awesome.
Wow.
Now, I haven't eaten there since, but it's interesting that 8 or 9 places
Phoenix,
closed down
Avondale, AJ, the one out by me.
Yeah.
Chandler, Peoria, and Scottsdale all closed.
That has something to do with something.
Don't you think?
I think. I mean, just out of nowhere. When's the last time you went to Filiberto's?
We go there and get tacos.
You still go?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I haven't been there in 20-something years.
Again, there was one in Apache Junction.
Okay. All right.
Gold Canyon adjacent.
Yeah.
There's one right over there.
You know, sometimes you're eating at Filiberto's back in the day, and I'm sitting.
Remember, I was never drunk when I ate.
I know. I was.
Filiberto's, so.
And so I'm eating that thing, and it is, it's pouring down my shirt. Those are the good days. Those are the good old days.
Well, again, we're speculating because they haven't said.
It's weird.
But is it an issue of employees?
Right. And then you know what I would do? I'd buy a second one so I could eat it the next day when I was feeling awful. And that worked every time.
It worked like a charm.
Like a charm.
Really?
Yeah. 3 a.m, you're eating Filiberto's, going home alone. That's what I did back in the day. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Taco Tuesday is not going to be the same. I'll tell you that.
It's crazy. All right, Los Angeles, right?
Yeah, we're preparing for another night of God knows what. And by the way, I don't think it's just L.A. anymore, right? No. There was issues in New York, other cities out there are kind of hit and miss, depends on where they are. But are we getting an accurate picture of what's going on in L.A.? Because I would tell you, depending on your news source, it's either there was a game of pretty excited patty cakes, or Los Angeles is burning to the ground as we speak.
Yeah. My source is Beej in Los Angeles, my former roommate in college.
Oh, okay.
That's my LA source. When I need to know what's going on in Los Angeles, I call the Beeger. And I said, is LA totally nuts right now, or is the media blowing this out of proportion? So LA Beej texts me back. Media and Trump blowing it up. There are many peaceful protests in the city, but they only focus on downtown, and that's it.
Again, there is a
That's
curfew.
From a resident of L.A.
Yeah, there is a curfew, but it's a curfew in a very specific area of downtown L.A. Have you ever been? I'm going to bring up a dirty word to you. Okay?
Don't you dare.
Well, we can bleep it. Have you ever been to a Laker game?
No.
In L.A.?
Are you kidding me?
Listen,
I'm a Suns fan.
That is the area we're talking about. The Staples Center is down there. There's the convention center. It's a little bitty area of downtown LA that's surrounded by basically 3 different freeways. And that is where everything is contained. And even inside that, it's only a few street corners. It's not all of L.A., and it's not residential. But
just because it's not all of L.A. doesn't mean that it's not serious. I mean, it's a serious
I didn't
thing.
say it wasn't serious.
All right.
But the idea that L.A., there's rioting going on everywhere in L.A., it's burning to the ground.
Not true.
Antifa's... No, it's just not true. It's just not true.
It's a part of Los Angeles that is a mess right now.
Yeah, but I would listen, I'll tell you this right now. There's parts of L.A. I wouldn't go into any day of the week regardless of it, okay?
Right. Yeah.
That's any city. But everyone is showing up and playing their role, basically. They're all going, it's like, hey, come on, we got to go on down to the protest, and you got to go down to this street corner, and you have your little protest there. And then the cops know to show up there, and then they circle it off. And, I mean, everybody's doing their part.
Looting, rock throwing at police
no
cars.
Argument. Listen, criminals are criminals.
Setting cars on fire. I don't think we've seen cars on fire over the last few days, but obviously over the weekend.
Well, do you know what they were doing? They were calling for Waymos to come on the app,
so they
and then light them on fire.
Oh, for crying out loud!
No, that's what seriously.
You know what? That is really interesting. There's no driver.
No, and they were like, "Come pick us up at this street
corner." And then
corner.
they blew the car up,
and then lit the car on fire. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you want to watch cable news, go ahead. they're not telling you the real story.
It's not the real story.
It is a serious story.
Agreed.
It is a very serious story, and there are a lot of different angles to this of Newsom versus Trump, and who called in the guard, and why are the Marines there, and there is the looting and all that stuff. But is all of Los Angeles a disaster? No. But it's a serious situation.
Somebody texts and goes, "Why don't you go there?" I go, well, "I have a place there. I go there all the time."
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
Well,
I'm going to go next week. I'll be there. I'll be fine.
I'm not going to L.A. because I don't live in L.A., so don't tell me to go to L.A. Why don't you go to L.A.?
I like
I'm not
LA.
talking to you. I'm talking to the texter.
I used to live there. I used to work there. I like L.A. I have no problem with it. And by the way, there's nothing going on there. It's a very small.
It is going.
It's in one area,
Yeah,
yes.
but there is something going on.
And guess what? It's also drawing. I think there's an argument to be made. It draws the agitators who have nothing to do, but they just go there to fight with cops.
All right, coming up next, the strangest way you could ever get yourself a one-way ticket to prison. Next.
Hey, it's going on right now over at Peoria Ford. Pat Hickey he's doing amazing things, all right? They've got some pretty amazing deals. You've heard about the employee pricing, okay? Fine and dandy. Peoria Ford is going to take that even farther. They're going to give you the reason that you should go to Peoria Ford, no matter where you are, okay? How about 2 years free maintenance? Yeah, how about that, huh? How about go and take a test drive? Somebody's going to walk away with $5,000. Yeah, no purchase necessary, right? How about this? Over 1,000 cars, trucks, and SUVs to choose from. Even 0% financing. You got to trade in? No problem. Peoria Ford will give you up to 125% of the Blue Book value on your trade. Rebates up to $20,000. Every make, model, and color you can think of. It's going on now at Peoria Ford. They want to give you the reason to go to Peoria Ford. If you're even thinking about a new or used car, Peoria Ford is the place. You can find out all the details online, peoriaford.com, or just stop by Peoria Ford. They're just west of the 101 on Bell Road. And like we say, if you buy your Ford anywhere other than Peoria Ford, well, you paid too much.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've heard me sing the praises of Bulldog security screens for a long time now, because these screens will protect your home like a fortress. Not even those crazy South American burglary rings can break through these beautiful-looking shade screens. Now, trust me, these screens are the real deal. You can leave your home with your doors and windows wide open, go out to dinner, even out of town, with a guarantee that no one will break through your Bulldog security screens. Whether you're a high-profile athlete, a national celebrity, or an average homeowner like you and me, stay safe and protected with Bulldog security screens. They are truly the best. Been talking about them for a long time. I tried to break through them myself and wasn't able to. The only thing that broke was the baseball bat that I used to try to break in. You're going to love this product. Get all the details. Schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
KTAR News Flash.
6:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A suspect's been arrested in a Scottsdale hit and run from last month. Scottsdale police say 27-year-old Edward Novak has been arrested for colliding with a pedestrian early in the morning on May 25th near Scottsdale Road and 3rd Avenue. Novak has been booked on charges related to that hit and run after police found evidence of his involvement a few days after the crash. The person hit in that crash was sent to the hospital in critical condition escalation, although their current condition has not been confirmed by police. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. One more check on the road home tonight. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Just one trouble spot right now in Phoenix. There's a crash blocking the right lane. That's on I-17 northbound the Maricopa Freeway near 7th Street. Other than that, the freeways are looking good. And just a reminder, tomorrow night in Chandler, you have a closure starting on eastbound Loop 202, the Santan off-ramp at McQueen Road. Now, that's going to close for 60 days. And again, that's starting tomorrow night at 11:30 p.m. For an alternate route, you can get off at Arizona Avenue or Cooper Road. That's your traffic for now. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The first symptom in 30% of all heart attacks is sudden death. But what if you don't have to die from the silent killer? Lifeguard imaging can detect heart disease and hundreds of forms of cancer before it's too late. You can do something about it. When it comes to heart disease and cancer, what you don't know could be deadly. I got scanned and I have peace of mind because of it. Book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, and as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. Visit lifeguardimaging.com or call 602-483-4837 today. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, at 8:50 a.m., I hop on the Mike Broomhead show. We talk about the Big Q. And then at 6:50 in the afternoon, Bruce, you like to guess at what the people have answered.
Okay.
All right.
Ready.
This is actually something we're going to bring up tomorrow on the show.
Oh, all right.
But we'll do a little bit now. KTAR.com. Here it is. The Trump administration wants to transfer thousands of foreigners who are in the U.S. illegally to Gitmo. Is this a good idea? Yes or no?
Oh, you know who they're all going to vote for that, aren't they?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
We have a vast listening audience.
Yeah, but the people that would vote on this, well, you know, they share it with their friends. Come on, kick all the Mexicans out. Send me to Gitmo. 72.
See, you misread the room.
It's
only 62% yes.
Hey, just keep in mind, the next time there's a Democrat, he might just deport all the MAGA people to Gitmo. Just remember, if you're okay with it.
You can't deport MAGA people.
Sure,
They're here
You could sign an
legally.
executive order.
No.
They're deporting people that are here legally also. It doesn't matter.
Are they deporting people who are here legally? They're detaining you, but they may be detaining people, but now you can't kick you out of the country. Even Trump can't do that.
Yeah, they're still doing it.
Give me one example, because if I missed
the guy
in
El Salvador had a notice you couldn't deport him.
Oh, you're talking, but he was here illegally. He was here illegally.
But he had legal status to stay in the country.
He's here illegally, though. I'm talking about somebody that, and they brought him back. But again, when we talked about this in the war room, due process, what makes our country different and better.
They don't want due process.
All right, let's move
they
to something
don't want
else.
due process.
It's too late in the show for me to argue with you.
I love your optimism. I think it's wonderful. It's cute.
It's cute.
It's cute.
I try and be a little bit optimistic.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm a pessimist through and through.
Okay.
So there's a guy. He's facing 30 years in jail
Okay.
For what I think is half genius, half stupidity.
Tell me more.
So this guy was an employee of an airline. So he had a badge that would get him around an airport.
All right.
He dressed up like a flight attendant. He was not a flight attendant.
Oh, my gosh. That's dangerous.
Okay. So he presented himself as a flight attendant. He faked some documents, would go to the airport, and would fly free on airlines as they were helping. And, they have reciprocal agreements. You know, a lot of airlines help flight attendants get home. And, they have, if you have an empty seat, you can always jump on.
So he never faked being a flight attendant.
He faked being a flight attendant.
But he never faked working on the plane as a flight attendant.
No.
Okay.
He faked that he was an employee of another airline, a flight attendant.
Unreal.
And that he just needed to go somewhere.
Oh, my gosh.
Are you ready for this? He flew 120 times for free, pretending to be a flight attendant. But here's the crazy part. He did it all on Spirit Airlines. Why the hell would you do that on Spirit? 120 free flights pretending to be a flight attendant.
I'd say a lot about Spirit.
Let me ask you a question. He could get past,
So did he pretend to work for Spirit? Or
pretended to work for other airlines.
Okay, what other airlines did he do? Southwest one day and then United the next?
Unclear.
Because I'm pretty sure
he's been indicted now by a federal grand jury.
Oh my gosh!
And is facing 30 years. He was caught with documentation that he worked for 7 different airlines, had 30 different badges.
Oh my gosh!
Okay, and was using all of them to basically fly for free. Pretending to be an airline employee.
That's horrendous.
And that Spirit would help a brother out.
That's horrendous.
It's crazy, right?
That is nuts, man.
Why Spirit?
I've never flown it, have you?
Oh, God.
I've never flown it.
All right. Checking the headlines on the way. We appreciate you guys spending some time with us today. And appreciate everybody on the other side of the double pane bulletproof glass. Oh, look at that over there. That's DJ Just in Time. Our super producer, Jules. 2 thumbs up from her. The Pride of Tennessee, Becky Lynn, with all your news and information. Getting you home with all your traffic. That's Heather Larson today. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Ganos, lucky I put up with you.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals. And it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere. From dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides Solar Zone Sun Shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, up front. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
Want to buy a home but don't have traditional income or job verification? At Waterstone Mortgage, we say yes when others say no. Hi, this is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. No income? No employment checks? No problem. If you've got assets and a solid credit history, we have options. Visit keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com or text CLOSE to 620-620. Your key to home ownership starts today.
Message and rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 1864348, NMLS 1897666.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. We're talking about their mission and what they mean in the community. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. If a veteran's looking for work, into the training portal for you guys, and what's the thought process behind that?
Well, a lot of them, there's some vets that we have some that are retired, but most of them are the younger guys that put in like 4 years. They learned some of the trucking type stuff in the industry as far as when they were in the Army or Air Force or Navy. It makes a nice fit for us, and a lot of them are really disciplined. So like if you look at some of the vets that we have, they don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think that's so important, and that's what we're looking for. Be respectful of people, and I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family.
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community.
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM.